Where's the cake? I want to see cake now. I've been looking at this chat. I want cake. Give me a chocolate cake, guys. Where's the cake? All right, everyone. How are you all? Welcome along to a this is nice, very much a nice chill out stream today. We're gonna do a couple of daily races on the pad because my leg is playing up. So I'm just gonna chill out for a bit, and we're gonna watch. Well, say watch. We're gonna hopefully chill and watch the finals. Manufacturers starts off first, do a couple more races, and then go straight. And I'll probably do that on the wheel, hopefully, when my meds have kicked in. And then we'll go and watch the nations as well, guys. So I hope you're all going to come and chill with me today, guys, because, just nice support there. But, oh, my God. Grim! Oh, my God, you're a legend, mate. Demons you are, man. $20, mate. We need cake. I need cake now. I want cake. I have to go buy some cake. I'm going to have to go buy some cake now. Shout out to Grim, man. Get your emojis up for Grim straight off the bat there with $20 there. Thank you so much for your support, guys. Thank you so much. Say Sims, GT7, Chris Wood, Dutchy, GTI, Chaos, Robert, Dane. How are you all, guys? Welcome along, everyone. I hope everyone is well. And Scooby, how are you, mate? Hope you're good, buddy. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're good. And Graham as well. He's just popped in to say hello. I hope all you guys are okay. Welcome along. And yeah, so that is going to be the majority of the stream today, guys. It's not going to be chilled out for a bit. You know, watch the racing, have a chat and what we think to the racing, etc. And like I say, I do not want to try and get a copyright strike, so I will try and either have the audio on, and if I notice saying I've got a copyright, I'll have to turn the audio off, and it will just have to be quiet, and we will just chat. So, while we're all watching it, and if like that. Oh, baby, no. Chaos with the one gift as well, mate. Thank you so much. And Flippin' Heck with the gifted there. Thank you so much for your one gifted there, buddy. Really, 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 really appreciate it. Mama. And got everything's going off in my chat now. That's probably because I'm on the wrong type of in chat. I'm going to have to come off it now because or else everything's just going to go off and go crazy. But there we go. Right. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming and joining me. Let's get warmed up here. Let's start off with the Lambo. But yeah, so I'm going to try my best to do the watch along as best as I can, whether it's just audio or not. And I will have to keep it, like I say, look, I will have to keep an eye on it. TJ as well with the one gifted. Thank you so much for your one gifted there. And Stumpy GT gets that one gifted. Thank you so much, man. Get your logos. There we go.
Oh, I'm touching myself tonight.
We got to love that pool right there. We got to love that pool. But again, guys, thank you so much for your support. It's unbelievable straight off the bat, guys. Absolutely brilliant. And when you support, and I'm just going to say this: what does Will Farrell think?
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
There we go. That's what he thinks about all you motherfuckers out there. Absolutely legends you are. But there you go. There you go. Well, let's get warmed up anyway. Been really messing about with this. Oh, maybe that was straight away. Not what I want. Breaks. How are you, mate? Welcome along, buddy. Hope you're well. Whoa. Too fast into that corner. What is typical hockey chaos? What have I done wrong now? I think what's going to be happening in this is because I've got a 159 dead. Is on the pad is how far will I go down the grid? Because I'm not starting off on the wheel. But I'm beating you, Sims. How is that possible? Unacceptable, Sims. You need to be in a 158 to be playing that. I was like, me and Susie Q. Whoa. Literally level pegging there. Nice lap time. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Let's find out who we go. Who we're going to be up against. Oh, gone P1. Oh no. I've got to hold on to P1. Dutch Racing. Dutch Racing? Dutch, are you in this? Is that your secret account? Who the hell's that? You're playing that 159.7. That's a great lap time. Lakaku? No. Ah, what am I doing? P1 no pressure. Susie is being really good racer. Really good racer. Did you really have to mention that? I need much slower because I know you're quicker. And I respect that. It gives me a challenge. All right, come on, guys. Let's see what we can do. Can we keep P1 or will we die? Honestly, Sims, I like Suzuka, but there's something about Suzuka I can't get my head around, and I'm struggling to get into the 158. It's the same with the Nürburgring. I love the Nürburgring, but I am off the pace. I've got no idea why. Like, I've watched other people think what they're doing, and yeah, I can't figure out where I'm going slow. But anyway, let's go! Get the grass, take the grass. Oh, that's bad. Oh, so far so good. Oh no! That might give me a penalty. Oh, drifted out. Well, I can tell you it's not right now, guys. I'm not going to keep P1. I'll do everything I can. Oh, God. No, I told you. I've lost it. Ah, come on. Yeah, nobody's nice to you, mate. Oh, sorry. No. Still got dirty tyres. come on. I'm all over the show. Ah! I told you it's going to see how long I can survive. It just proves the difference between on pad and on wheel. Oh, come on. It feels, honestly, it feels like it doesn't steer as much on the joypad than it does on the wheel. Oh, bum it out. Having a mare I am. Yes, I do want to go to the beach. Don't get me started. That's next week. By the way, that's actually next week, not today. That's next week. And that's why I'm hopefully going to be doing 2 streams on next Saturday to keep myself sane. Be doing 1 in the day, 1 at night. Yeah, I'm basically sure about. I can't wait to see that in The Sims. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Oh, God. Go, 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 go! I'm trying to, Chunky, I'm trying. Oh, God. This is scary already. I mean, that's how far I'm off the pace. 2 seconds. On pad, I'm 2 seconds off the pace. Oh, okay. Oh my God, they do not like to stop for you. Let's go. Come on. Go to song. Oh yeah, how did your race get on last night, Chunky? I'm sorry, I had to go, fortunately, so I didn't see the end of the race. Oh, it's still P4, mate. Well done. I might be able to get back 10. Oh, Jesus. Never mind. I actually should wait up for him. I did hit him. I'm respectful like that. Just come to think about it, he was trying to get on. So pretty much first to last. Oh God. I really want to get back on the wheel, but my leg is hurting, so I don't want to go on it just yet. Ah, appalling. Absolutely appalling. Never mind. It is what it is. So what I should do, I should have had that on replay. I should have saved the replay and reversed it. Put it in reverse. And then you can see me win the race going backwards. In reverse, so it would have been amazing. Audi. See what we could do with this one instead. Hey, Rubber Dog. Oh, wait, how are you, buddy? Say welcome along, buddy. I hope you're good. What we can do here? Thing is, I don't know why I'm qualifying, because I'm not gonna be at 159 on a pad. Degner 1, Degner 2 is annoying. So come on, guys, tell me who do you think is going to win the Nations Cup then today, or this round of the Nations Cup? I've got my money. I've got 2 bets on, one on 2 accounts. Jose, Serrano, and Killian. He won it. He won the first round. Who do you have your money on? Has anyone took a punt on that? Oh, De Bruyne. De Bruyne said De Bruyne. Blah, blah. Yeah, it's a good shout. He's a good shout. Has anyone picked any new ones? I know Fento's in it, but I don't know if he's manufacturers or nations. What is it weird? What is people got? Or is everyone just going to keep it a secret? No, yeah, I'm not fake money. Just who would you have your money on? Who would you have your slice of cake on? I really should have said that, because you're like, I'm not going to trade my cake or bet my cake to anyone. You and your cake. See cake? See cake straight away. Cake. Okay, then change the question. Then, what is your favourite cake? What's your favourite cake? No, mine chocolate fudge. Chocolate fudge cake. Waiting for someone to say carrot cake so I can tell them to leave. Hate carrot cake. Hate carrot cake so much. A large one. Oh God. What? Oh God. I swear to God. I just need to do this.
Okay, now let's try to get an answer from someone who's not a complete retard.
There we go, isn't it? Ooh, strawberry gatto. Chocolate sponge with chocolate sauce. Sorry, chocolate fudge cake, yeah. Strawberry gatto, though. Well, yeah, my missus will love you. No, see, I do like coffee cake. I do like coffee cake. And walnut. That's if I feel bougie. That is if I feel bougie. But like, oh yeah, it's like fresh creams. Oh, fresh cream Victoria sponge. I get one defrosted at the moment. I say with your strawberry Victoria sponge, no, say again, your Victoria sponge, Scooby, do you have it with raspberry jam or do you have it with strawberry jam? What are those special cakes from Amsterdam? Oh, ask Dutchy. Dutchy will know exactly what you're on about there. Chocolate cake. Bread is my favourite birthday cake. What, a loaf of bread? So does your missus come up to you, happy birthday, stick a candle in a loaf of Hover's bread, and go, there you go, darling. You got a load of slices for you. Those are good, I heard. You heard or you know? Heard, yeah, heard. A sandwich, oh God's sake. Literally a loaf. You should literally request. Is it really? Is there something behind that, like a joke, a practical joke on it, or you like bread? You just like bread. They use at Morrison's. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I don't know, or do I? Dutchie, it's you. You're crazy. Of course you've had. I don't believe one bit. No joke. I just love bread. Fair play. No, that's fair play. I like bread too. It's not gonna tell them, oh, chunky, you idiot. Why do you like bread? Of course you like. Yeah, everyone loves bread. Anyone who eats a sandwich would like bread. I might have when he was young. Yeah, shut up. You had one 2 days ago. You've got in your fridge a drawer specified for them special cakes. Hey, Benbo, how are you, mate? Chocolate Guinness cake is always a winner. I've never had a chocolate Guinness cake. I will say that now. I've not had a chocolate Guinness cake. How do you think I ended up chunky? No cardio? I don't know. I don't want to ask either. End of the day, I'm not exactly the smallest person in the world. I'm blooming 18 stone. Ah, TCR! I've got a TCR person in the race. I don't make cake. I eat cake. Well, don't you? I used to cycle 100 miles and still chunky because of bread. So that means you had more calories in the bread than you did burn out 100 miles on a bike. How much bread did you eat? Yeah, if you cycled 100 miles, you'd be burning so much calories. But I love jam sandwiches, chunky. Hell yeah! What, peanut butter and jam, Benbo, or just peanut butter? This GTI, but bread is also high in calories because it's carbohydrates. All right, go on, P1 again. Let's see how far we go down this time. Nice one, mate. Nice. You have to show that on your stream, buddy. Peanut butter and jam is awesome. Yes, Bembo, my boy. Let's go. Yes, Rivers, we've just literally had that. And let's try and get it again. Jesus Christ. I'm all over the show. Hey Miles, how are you, mate? No worries, drink you, mate. I'll catch you a bit, my friend. You have a sandwich on me, my friend. Love you loads. Oh, it just does not want to turn that corner. Oh, here we go. happened to him? No! Oh, that was close. That was close. We're still holding on. I don't know how long for. Can we actually win on pad? Oh, there's some beef in chat. Oh, it starts in the Porsche. No! Go. Hey, Hippo, mate, thank you so much, buddy. Hope you're well. Maybe I'm holding on here. But one mistake and I'm done for. Right, let's go. Oh God, not too wide. Oh, I lost a couple of attempts there. Come on, he's up my arse now. Come on, Lambo. Oh God. Four laps. Oh, come on. Oh, damn it. I haven't made my moves. Scott's going to get it. Oh, that was lucky. I'll go defensive. Oh, holding on for dear life here, guys. Porsche's got the advantage. Oh no. I've got to do it, guys. Let's go. Hey, no, Cal. How are you, mate? Oh shit! No, I've got to let him pass. I've got to let him pass. Go, 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 go! Ah! Frustrated. So sorry, guys. I would have been over the moon with a P2. P5 is still good though. I just bowled it. Ah, P5. Oh, I messed up. I lost my. Honestly, I slipped off the pad. Like, I tried to turn and I slipped it and then went back on again, and I absolutely messed it up. Say though, TCR Mansell's out. P8, mate. Well done to you, buddy. Oh yeah, I'm not disappointed. I just thought, you know, that one mistake was going to cost me, and it got, and I made a big mess up with. I think one car spun, but it is what it is. Hey Jacko, how are you, mate? Welcome along, buddy. Hope you're well. So we've got, we'll do one more race, and then we'll go and watch the manufacturers, because like I say, they'll be doing qualifying, chatting, all that stuff. So then we can go and chill for a bit, and then I'll then hopefully my leg pain is starting to disappear a bit now, so the meds are starting to kick in. So then at least then I can come back on and do something, do a couple of races on the wheel, and then we'll go back and watch the Nations race. I hope that is okay with you guys, because that is what this stream is to gonna be. Then we can just chill and chat and talk about cake and whatever you lot desire. Manu is today. Yeah, but the World Finals is today, mate. Yeah. Like round 2. 15 what? New minutes to go. Oh, 15 minutes to go. She just spelled minutes wrong. That came around. Yeah, I think it's every month, isn't it, guys? If I'm correct. Next one's in September. Maybe sure it's in September. Yeah, broadcast 10th of August. That's today. You just cake away delivery inbound. Thanks to you. You wait till next Saturday, mate. When I'm on my own, I'm gonna be all depressed because I'm not gone to the seaside. But hopefully, you're gonna be here to cheer me up. And I'm gonna buy cake and I'm gonna eat it on stream, just so you lot can see me and go, "Ooh, cake, cake." Oh yeah, like I say, yeah. People want to watch it on YouTube. That's fine, of course. But like I say, I'm gonna try and have the audio one, but not the video one, because, like I say, due to copyright reasons, I'm not allowed to stream it, or else I'll get in trouble. So, if I get copyright for having the audio one, then I will have to make it silent and just have to play it through my TV. So, and I'll just have to blank it on. I'll just have to blank it on my screen. Sorry. Did you all vote for your favorite driver and manufacturer? Yeah, I've done votes. I did ask earlier. I said I've got Jose. Is this the right one? No, it's not. So on this account, I've got. I think I regret my manufacturer's decision. Yeah. So I've got Killian Dumont to win the nations, and manufacturer's Subaru, which I sort of regret now because it's that Red Bull ring. So sort of regret that one. And then I've got Mazda and Jose. Yeah, it's part of luck though, isn't it, Rivers? Let's face it, because it's like look at Durman at Watkins Glen. He absolutely smashed that field like 8 seconds, and he didn't start first. He plowed for everyone. He dicked everyone, man. Absolutely dicked absolutely everyone. Yeah, Gallo's brilliant, but he hasn't won anything in ages. But it's still a good shout. Just gonna do a couple of these just to pass some time. See if it's gonna give me anything interesting. Valerie Gallo. It's his hot sister. Does he have a hot sister? Oh, come on, you still give me the worst ones. Amy Winehouses, man. Right. One more race then. And then it's time to tune in and chillax. Who's looking forward to next week's daily races as well? I'm actually really looking forward to them. I mean, not everyone's a fan of the Norse Life. I get that, but it's the lowest money. But yeah, sometimes it's alright, but sometimes it's just it's the lowest all the time.
Oh, hello.
Time Traveller. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome along. I hope you are well. And yeah, and Bembo, yes, the correct bit. Daily race B is Blue Moon, and that's probably going to be GT4. Let's face it, it's going to be GT4 and then GT3 at North Drive, isn't it? So let's face it, it's going to be that. I think they'll be good. I'm looking forward to them and stuff. Oh, I did put on my Discord as well, guys. Who has Wreckfest? Who has Wreckfest on the PlayStation? Because I was thinking of having a bit of a laugh with you guys, like a community race, but a community demolition race. And I thought maybe you'd not be interested in doing a Wreckfest smash up with me on a Saturday evening. Let me know, guys, if you're interested. I think that would be a bit of a laugh if everyone just smashing into each other, blowing off some steam and having a good old time. Yes, Benbo, I was going to say that. Yeah, it looks like it could be a be like 2 or 3 laps, won't it? And it will be dynamic weather. Oh, P1 again. Taylor Swift's in there. The Irish Taylor Swift. I have the 25 edition game since launch. Never played it once. Wait, you never played the new Gran Turismo? Well, welcome along, Time Traveller. Hope you're well, mate. End the daily at Wreckfest. That's very true, but you're not going to lose no DR though, GTI. You're not going to lose no DR. You're just going to smash into your mates, have a giggle, and that'll be it. I hate Taylor Swift. All right, Jacko, but maybe some people like Taylor Swift. Not me, but she's cute. Oh, G White's in there. That's fair enough. All right, let's go. Easy Undertaker. GT7 ACC. Yeah, you need to start playing ACC, my friend, Tims. And really love to have a race with you on ACC. We might now and again we have to try and do like a ACC. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, no, no! No! I want to start last. It's all part of my plan, people. And oh, G-White's gone. Keep going. Oh, Manu's gone. Whoa, carnage. Respect them, these 2 drivers. Made a mistake and waited up, top respect. Oh, hello. Oh god, the wheel. Yeah, off this race, mate. Mighty Blue, how are you, my friend? Oh, God. I thought someone was swearing at me, but it wasn't. It was G White. I thought someone just started slagging me off then. What have I done? Goose! How are you, mate? You see me? Oh, you improved it by a smidge. I'm going to have a look at it. You've done it by a second, didn't you? It's a smidge. Go on, Mansell. Oh, I'm back in the top 10. Can't believe I went from first to last, and I'm now. Oh! Oh! What the? I know that one not your fault. I don't know what the hell was going on. Oh, 4-second penalty. Ah, disaster. I don't need to go to the studio. Honestly, I'm not going to the student's office. The reason why we'll look at that video, replay, because I think though I don't know what was going on, but I think Radian, whatever his damn name, he made a mistake. Mansell hit him, waited for him, and then I went flying behind and didn't react in time. So I admit me hitting him was my fault. I should have reacted. There we go. There's Radian. So he's doing what I was doing. Oh. I don't know what's going on there. That's all we don't know. Carry on racing, bud. Come on, come on, come on, come on. You want to sit me on the naughty chair? Yeah, that's my rig. I can't believe how much this field is spread out in 4 laps. This has been horrific. Was moving out of the way. Oh, bless him. Yeah, we'll tune in a second, guys. This is what I think to this.
You tried your best, and you failed miserably. The lesson is, never try.
Exactly, Homer. Exactly. All right, let's get on and watch and chill for a bit. No worries, Goose, mate. Enjoy yourself at the beach, my friend, and I'll catch you soon, buddy. 36 seconds. That is look at the jumps. That's unbelievable. Yeah. Not really good, that race. That was a very weird race, that was. There's so many crashes and everything, and need to get myself back to where I should be. Sometimes these guys can be unpredictable, but we'll go back on the wheel after this. Well, after the first race. So let's get out of it. Right, so let's go and go into chat mode. Let's say do a turn. The sound. No, I need to not show it. There you go. Right, let's see if I don't get a copyright strike here, because I've got to just be careful so I don't want to get a copyright strike. If I do, I will have to mute it, guys.
And get some more credits. But yeah, really awesome to be involved in those time trials to directly compare yourself to the guys out there who are putting on the show for us. And if you're quick, maybe you'll be here next time. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, you never know what may happen. Now, if you watched Montreal a few weeks ago when we kicked off the Gran Turismo World Series, you'll know that it was an absolute corker. As I said earlier on, brilliant racing in both the Manufacturers' Cup and the Nations' Cup. However, if you did miss it, we'll forgive you just this once, but have a look at this and see what happened.
Cup at Montreal. It was Igor Fraga and Team Lexus who lead the way from Sasaki in the Porsche and Gallo in the Honda. These guys were just completely glued together for the first half of the race. It actually allowed a little bit Igor Fraga to make a little bit of a gap in that Lexus.
Yeah, nicely done for Igor Fraga. He steamed off into the distance with Sasaki in the Porsche and Gallo in the Honda side by side at this stage of the race. This is before the first pit stops began to take place. We saw a divergence in strategy. Later on, Sasaki had to fight his way back through the field. You can see him here side by side with Robbie Heck through the...
Now, I'll tell you what, this was a good race.
Would be Valerio going for that final place on the podium once the strategies had begun to work out. Fraga, meanwhile, was out in front with a clear shot of victory as he came through the final corner to take a commanding win for Team Lexus in Montreal. Gallo in second, but it was a very close run to the line with Takuma Sasaki in third place. Nose to tail, side by side racing between those two drivers. But it was then Igor Fraga who takes first blood in the opening round of the season. He is on the podium along with Gallo.
Yeah, that was a good race
for Porsche. And the point standings, of course, reflecting the race results in the Manufacturers' Cup. So Lexus lead 1 point ahead of Honda, 2 points ahead of Porsche, etc., etc. As you can see, 7th downwards, no points on the board. They've got to really try and turn their fortunes around for round 2.
I tell you what, I was surprised by Team Subaru in that last round. Very, very quick team usually, but so far not scoring. But I should say, Tom, still time to turn it around, but one round over already.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what is going to happen here tonight. And let's get straight into the action, shall we? For
yes,
the Manufacturers'
hurry
Cup,
up, my friends.
It's going to be an absolute barnstormer, especially as we're at the Red Bull Ring. I love this track. It always produces great racing, Jimmy.
I mean, what a circuit, the Red Bull Ring, and so many great places to overtake as well. As you can see from our pictures just there, maybe not ideal conditions for the drivers, wet at the moment, but looking at our track map there, T3, great place to overtake. If you watch a certain series before.
So qualify. Oh, they're doing a lap attack. That's cool.
T4 as well, great place to do it. And T6, deceptively late apex there, but slipstreaming, track position going to be very important around this circuit.
You can see this is the qualifying time trial, so it's a 1 lap attack for the drivers. They go out, they get 1 warm-up lap, 1 flying lap, and that's them done. So any mistakes will be punished, and you can see as well how difficult this circuit is going to be, especially into the likes of turn 3, turn 4, big braking zones, lots of undulation at this circuit as well, and keen to see what is going to happen, especially for that 1 lap qualifier. You know, Jimmy, you've done a lot of qualifying laps, especially over the course of this year,
yeah.
And it's difficult, isn't it, when you make a mistake and you know that you're going to be punished for it?
Yeah, really, it's about getting your head down here. I mean, you're in front of a big audience. There's a lot of pressure from us. We're shouting over the top of your lap. We've got the crowd.
Yeah, I know Key does it as well, mate.
To try and block all that out, it's a real challenge. And the drivers who can do that are the ones that are going to do best here today, obviously.
Well, there's a possibility of inclement weather going into the race.
I'm not allowed, Sims, because it's copyright.
Things up a little bit.
That's the problem.
Qualifying is going to affect that. Then, if we go into this session with
I
the
can.
Attack, you can see the drivers here. You've got Coque Lopez, Mateo.
I'll try.
Fenton, a few new drivers in the mix there. What are we expecting for this?
I mean, this is where the drivers.
Last time I got a copyright strike.
Going to show that Coque Lopez. I mean, he's been around as long as I have, long time, and he knows pretty much every permutation.
I'll do this for a moment. If it comes up and says copyright strike, I'll have to take it off.
Will be good here, I think, as well. But new names in there as well. We've got Penko, we've got Badimo from the UK. Finally, UK and Fenton finally being represented.
I'll keep an eye on it.
A while ago for AMG and Ferrari, but yeah, I mean, definitely look out for those old hounds here.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? You've got a couple of former champions and then the former Nations Cup champions, reigning champions, in fact, Paul Ura and Jose Serrano in the mix, just to make things that little bit interesting, including also
at least 3 of us to do it. Okay, well there you go then. I've done it like this.
The victory last time out when we were.
I'll just keep an eye on it.
They make it 2 from 2. Well, qualifying is their first opportunity to lay down the gauntlet, but as we know, conditions not going to be that easy for the drivers in qualifying and, in theory, in the race.
I say I need to say it last time because when I think I did my first one, I got a copyright warning.
Ready to go and see what is
so yeah, that's why I thought, oh, I can't do it
at this point here, Jimmy.
Usually not a lot, to be honest.
So I'll just keep an eye on it.
It depends how sort of locked in you are. If you're really focused, all you're thinking about right now is like, okay, right, T1, where do I brake for that in the wet? And that's really about it. But even if you're a bit nervous, I mean, these headphones are pretty decent, these guys wear, but sometimes the noise creeps in a little bit, and sometimes that pressure does start to mount. So, especially for people like Fenton there in the AMG Mercedes. This is his first time here, first time experiencing this sort of pressure. So the important thing is to just try and put that out of your head best you can and just focus on the task that's coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we said, 12 different manufacturers, 12 different drivers on the grid here for this one. And of course, that's a bit of a divergence to what you'll see in the Nations Cup later on. We've got the same 12 drivers in the Nations over the course
Well, maybe
of the
they
season,
don't like
the
me.
12 drivers that we had in Montreal a few weeks ago, completely different to the ones that we've got here. One outlier that we should mention, by the way, is Matteo Estevez. He should have been in Montreal, but wasn't able to travel.
I've got that wheel.
So that's why Matteo is over here driving for Honda instead of Valerio. Looking forward to seeing what the Argentine driver is going to do. Of course, part of the Nations Cup, the Manufacturers' Cup champions of last year, Team Nissan.
Yeah, exactly. So someone who knows how to win here. It's always good to have someone there.
Yeah,
because,
I don't know why. If I'm facing us
gets
behind, I've just clicked on and off we go, sort of thing.
And every driver so far opting for that wet compound tyre. Penko out on circuit first for Team Audi. Mid-engine car around.
Oh, wet race, here we go.
That's not really what you want when it's super wet. Very easy to over-rotate and spin the car. So he'll be the one setting down the gauntlet for the rest of the drivers as the others watch on keenly. And there is, I say, a slight advantage maybe to sort of going last here, because you get to sort of watch what everyone else is doing, get an idea of what line's going to work, what line isn't going to work. But also, I mean, you have to wait the longest. So those nerves.
Team Nissan.
Yeah, you can see that those 10 minutes are going to be going by very, very slowly indeed. So there's a lot of time for them to just sit here.
I started off with a G29 wheel time traveller.
Daniel Penko for Audi will be the first driver out on circuit, ready to start his flying lap. There is Mohamed Badima, the Briton. He will be driving for Ferrari. Great to see them back in the Manufacturers' Cup. We'll get an onboard look at the lap in a few moments time for our drivers, as we see Kylian Drummond and also Jose Serrano just before watching on. And now we look here at Penko ready to line himself up for his flying lap, just making his way through this second sector. Mid sort of speed corners through here, but it's a bit of a circuit of two halves, as we said, because you've got
that's a good entry wheel.
Stuff, as you go into turn 3 and turn 4, and then it opens up a little bit in the latter part of the
I started with G21, then went to TGT, and now I've got the Fastec.
And good on the brakes. There is, as you say, Tom, that mid sector, all about that mid speed, all about carrying that mid corner speed and apex speed. But if you can't do that, of course, you can make it up with the right foot, the talent pedal, I like to call that. As we come on to our first flying lap now, Penko then the Spanish driver using all the circuit and a bit more there on the way into T1. Going to be very careful on the track limits here. They're very strict here and they're automatically enforced by Gran Turismo. So coming up towards T2 now, although not really a corner, and up to T3, the first big heavy braking zone on the circuit. And seems nice and comfy so far, but no indication where he is compared to others, as he is the first driver on circuit. Braking
zone of turn 3, going to get the apex there. Nicely done for Daniel Penko. Is he leaving any more time on the table? Being very smooth and progressive on the throttle. You can see the standing water there just on the left-hand side of the circuit as we were looking at it. We now ride on
0.5. Oh, Jesus, that's non-existent, isn't it?
Into turn 4, up to 5th gear, steady on the brakes, down into first. You can see the rear
just
trying to snap away from him ever so slightly on the entrance to the corner, but gets it rotated okay.
Yeah, just trying to V off the corner there a bit, trying to make sure he's not carrying too much speed mid-corner. The car sliding there under throttle, so far from planted is this Audi. As we come now around T6, very long, goes on forever and ever. You can see Penko there just playing with that throttle pedal, trying to get the car to rotate, but not too much. Second half of the lap now, again, same story. Really easy to get the car sideways through here, and just coming off the racing line ever so slightly there, trying to avoid that rubbered up line, trying to avoid the slippery surface, and trying to search for grip.
Other drivers are out on their flying laps at the moment, just to remind you, by the way, so they'll be going about sort of 20 seconds behind there and thereabouts over the course of this one. So once Penko goes over the line, then we'll get the next time on the board. What is Penko's benchmark time going to be? Is he out of the final corner across the timing line in the Audi as he comes to break the beam? It's a 1:39.209, but there are faster sector times coming in. Randarouche looking pretty handy in the second sector. Le Boutelet also in the BMW, not looking too far away.
Yeah, been a while.
Well, yeah, I bet that'd be a handful.
Welcome back, Ryan. Great to have you here in the Corvette there. Let's see what sort of time he can put on the table. It's a decent middle sector, as Tom said. He goes fastest at 38.9.
I know, Sim's dying. There's so many views that they use. I wish we could have it.
As well, nicely done there, Ben. What about Nico Romero? We know that Genesis are pretty handy. They got a podium, if you remember, in the World Finals in Barcelona last year. Romero, no stranger to the Gran Turismo World Series and no stranger to the pressure. Comes out of the final corner. He's at personal best sector times. Is it going to be enough, though, to depose them? Not quite. Splits the two of Darouche and Penko for now. What about Badima then in his first ever Gran Turismo World Series event?
Yeah, his middle sector was rapid rapid. By far the fastest. That Ferrari very, very quick, it seems, in the corners. How is it on the straight? So drive to the line for Mohamed, and easily pole position there for Badima and for Ferrari. Nearly a second clear of Gran Turismo, and you may not know him, but that guy is absolutely rapid. Just an early statement there from Ferrari.
Laboutelet was looking pretty handy that first.
Yeah, I noticed him say, so we lose out.
I wonder if there's going to be a bit left on the table here. Out of the final corner comes Laboutelet as he comes to the timing line. He goes second quickest, so into the 38s. Track getting quicker. Drivers getting a bit more confidence, seeing the reference signs, knowing that they can take the risks. Now, we know the Subaru doesn't have particularly brilliant straight line speed. Good mechanical grip, though, in the corners. And if there's anybody that can exploit the performance, it's the man behind the wheel, Kylian Drumont, the Frenchman, out of the final corner and across the timing line he is about to come. Is it going to be anything to upset the top three as he takes the checkered flag?
No, I think he's starting his lap now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, so it's all right, it's still exciting we're talking about. But you know what, Badima, I was talking to him earlier on, and he was saying our car is rapid in the wet conditions. I mean, that's a pretty clear statement there for
Here it is.
Ferrari, who I think at these events in the Manufacturers' Cup, they've never really shined, have they, Ferrari? This might be their chance to do so.
A little bit down in that first sector, though. Into turn 3, slightly deep on the apex there, and a snap of oversteer. Now he's going to carry that mistake all the way down this back straight into the next braking zone.
You can hear the car just trying to scramble for grip out the corner. Now watch his line down into T4 here. So just braking offline right on the inside, then going out towards the traditional line. Oh, being the corner off there, just getting the car rotated. That was some insane rotation there from Kylian Drumont. I thought he was going to
he's going on the outside to get the grip.
Watch this line from T6, goes around to the curb usually.
Down on the outside.
That, but they're finding grip out there, using those marbles that usually you try and avoid, but in the wet they provide the grip, so looking for that grip out there. How's the sector time? Half a second down nearly, Tom.
Yeah, not good at all there for Drumont. The straight line speed, as we know of that Subaru, as I said earlier on, has been its Achilles heel. Not that it'll matter too much, but just not finding the time is Kylian Drumont as he comes through that penalty zone. That's where any penalties will be.
Yeah, I bet, yeah.
2 corners now remaining for Drumont. He's going to have the mother and father of all final couple of corners as he tries to close up onto the gaps that are in front of him. Half a second away would put him on the front row of the grid, actually, as a matter of fact, but a slip and a slide like that out of the final corner will not be aiding his charge. Where does Drumont go? It is second fastest, so it's the front row of the grid provisionally for the Frenchman.
But that Ferrari, though, still 7 tenths up.
Our current pole sitter, Ferrari and Badima. So here's Jose Serrano. We know how quick he is.
Jose does not like to smile in pictures, does he?
In the Nations Cup race here in the Manufacturers' Cup for Team Toyota. What can he do? Comes to start finish line. It's not going to challenge the leader.
No, but now he's down.
For Serrano. I mean, given his pace, he'll be upset at that. Pole coming to the line.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an interesting couple of sectors there as Pole Euro, not particularly brilliant in sector 2, so I don't know if this is going to be anything to write home about for the Spaniard, the reigning Nations Cup champion. You can hear him spinning up the tyres as he came out of the final corner, comes to the checkered flag, it's 4th fastest, so gets himself ahead of Toyota, Darouche, Romero and Penguin.
Oh, you really want to go to Red Bull, Big Sims?
Daniel Fenton, new name in the Gran Turismo World Series. It's his debut event here on the international stage, and what is he going to be able to do?
I've raced against him.
A couple of years ago, that was the car to have. It was winning races left, right, and centre, but they've been in a bit of a lean spell over the last couple of years.
Oh, B2.
Second fastest, so it's the 2 Brits, 1 and 2.
Yeah, finally. Well, I say 2 Brits, it's Ferrari and AMG, isn't it, really? But we can have our own little victories here. Hence, say here, the Hungarian driver for Team Porsche. These guys are always quick. Porsche always a competitive brand here in the Manufacturers' Cup. How about here today in the Red Bull Ring? Comes across the start-finish line to start his lap. Fantastic. Right. They've all been
at the moment, that Ferrari's going to dick everyone at the moment, isn't he? Yeah, that Ferrari's going to dominate.
9 other drivers go out there and do it, and that's going to be a psychological advantage.
Do you know where the time has been so far?
Fenton's debut is going to be something.
Badima at the moment is about 3 tenths, 4 tenths faster than anyone in that last sector, the last 30 seconds of the laps. That's where the pace is. So, 10th and a bit down there.
I say, mine's Le Mans. I love to race at Le Mans, Sims.
Struggling with getting the car stably slowed down. I mean, these guys are really on the ragged edge here. They don't run any traction control in this in the wet. They like to have the control, but it shows the car is not planted by any stretch of imagination, and a penalty there for Estevez.
That means he's going to be at the back of the grid, unfortunately, for the Argentine driver, so pressure has got to him a little bit. You see a snap of oversteer there from Hengse on the exit of turn 4. Coming through this middle sector, we've seen drivers going for wider lines using those marbles. Hengse there just trying to get the car rotated, despite the fact that the 911 is traditionally a rear engine car. It's more mid-engine in this sort of Group 3 racing layout, but that does give a bit of a pendulum effect and can be a bit of a hindrance, especially in tricky conditions. We saw that with Audi not being on the pace that they wanted to be.
Yeah, watch this last sector. So currently 2 and a bit temps down on Badima in the 458 Ferrari. Let's see if that gap goes up or goes down. Last couple of corners, it looks nice and tidy. It looks good through there. It doesn't look like there's any time being lost. Comes around the last corner. How's the exit? Nice and smooth, lovely. So it's a drive to the line there for Hense, the Hungarian driver. What's the time going to be? Oh, it's P2, a great lap there for Hense and Team Porsche.
Okay.
Only 2 temps down. Estevez there, unfortunately, will be last at this rate with the penalty he's serving at the moment.
With Hense, it was his second sector where he really gained time actually through there. He was a couple of tenths of a second quicker than the
Well, you do real life, buddy, so that's the good thing about it. It's more realistic.
There's that penalty that he has served, and he is going to be, well, very, very sad indeed, as I'm sure you can imagine.
All you got to do is watch Ayrton Senna at Donington 1995. It says it all.
Estevez's lap will be cancelled courtesy of that penalty. Out of the final corner comes the Argentine, and he is going to have a lot of work to do as he takes the checkered flag, but as we know, we'll start from the very back of the field. Disappointment there for him, and you can see him banging the steering wheel in frustration. Now, all eyes on Coque Lopez in the car that won a few weeks ago in Montreal.
Pace isn't there, Tom. A second down in the middle sector. You're not going to find that in the last 2 corners unless you grow wings, basically, which I think is appropriate for the circuit we're at here. As we come now down to the last couple of corners, only Coque Lopez has a possibility of taking Ferrari off pole position through the second to last corner, sideways off there. It doesn't look good, Tom.
Yeah, balance of the car seems to be off there for Coque. He's just not able to get the power down where he wants to. You can see him fighting for control as he's coming through the big traction zones, and that's where he's losing the time. Coque Lopez, oh, goodness me, it's going to be 11th on the grid, unfortunately, for the Spaniard. Not a lap time for the reigning Nations Cup champion.
Nah, he's got work to do.
But it is Mohamed Badima and Ferrari.
Go on, Fenton. I should have betted on him.
From Hense, then. Looking forward to seeing what Benjamin Hense, the Hungarian,
Is he as bad as Watkins?
Nice to see the number 11 back up at the sharp end of the field as well.
Yeah, what an amazing qualifying session.
I want Fento to win it now.
For Ferrari, we've never seen them on pole here. So basically, completely unknown driver turns up in a brand that has never been at the sharp end in Manufacturers' Cup and goes, yeah, you're right, I'll just go pole by 3 temps, easy. Don't worry about it, not bothered.
Well, I first met Mohamed last year. I did an event for PlayStation right at the end of December. And he was too young to compete in the Gran Turismo World Series. That's why he hasn't been here. Now he's turned 18 years old. He's ready to go. And, well, he's fresh out the oven. You can see he's gone and stuck it right at the sharp end of the field. Let's have a look at some highlights then from that qualification session, shall we? And just remind you what happened over the course of that one, because it was a bit frantic and a bit fast. You saw Badima got himself into pole position, but the other Briton, Daniel Fenton, in the Mercedes AMG, came around the final corner, and it was a very...
As I've raced him in the past, and yeah, off he goes.
If not for that
rapid
out of the last corner. It's a big traction zone, that very important. Hense there was the only driver and the only brand with Porsche to get anywhere near Ferrari at the front. 3 temps per second, but still 3 temps at a circuit like this.
Can't believe that Ferrari, like, unbelievable.
Absolutely, this is Badima's lap time a little bit earlier on in the session, as we saw from the young Briton. Out of the final corner he came across the timeline. That Ferrari 458, a little bit long in the tooth in terms of his age relative to some of the other cars on the grid, but certainly not slow in terms of its performance. You see a round of applause there for Matteo Estevez, who, as we know, will be sick as a parrot after having his lap time removed for that penalty. There is Badima, though. Pole position for him ahead of Benjamin Hense in the Porsche. Then it's Britain's Daniel Fenton in the Mercedes AMG ahead of the former
I've not raced Fragger, I've raced Gallo, and yeah, he just left me for dust.
Completing the top 6.
I don't know if
I raced him at Daytona, and I've raced Coco Lopez. I raced him in a world manufacturers race.
Absolutely.
And yeah, he's rapid.
It does happen to punish mistakes. You know, and we saw that there. Coque Lopez. When was the last time you saw him starting down in 12th on the grid?
But you know what? Always watch out for Coque Consistency Lopez. He's always there, always come back through the field. His racecraft is, I think, probably one of the best here. So he'll be starting back in the field. He'll be upset of that, but watch him. He'll come forward.
Anyway, let's have a look, shall we, at the season format for this year. You can see the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. We've got 12 drivers in the Nations Cup and 12 teams in the Manufacturers Cup. 12 drivers in the Nations will go all the way over the
Probably, yeah.
The same in Montreal, Prague, Tokyo, and at our World Finals. The 12 teams will have 3 different sets of drivers.
Tokyo, what time's that going to be on?
Then all 3 of them will come together as part of their team for the World Finals. So 3 drivers for Mercedes-AMG, 3 drivers for Porsche, and so on and so forth. And all of them in both the Nations and the Manufacturers Cup will accumulate points that will run into the World Finals. So there is a lot more pressure now on these drivers' shoulders as we get ready to head later on this year into the World Finals at the beginning of December. It's going to be hugely exciting to see what happens and see who can soak up the pressure.
We can now exclusively reveal the location for the 2024
Amsterdam.
Gran Turismo World Series Finals. And we're going
That's
to
you going.
Amsterdam. Yeah, from the 6th to the 8th of December, our racers will meet for the final time at the Theatre Amsterdam for 3 days of intense competition. The Toyota GR GT Cup finals are going to be on Friday, the Manufacturers Cup featuring all team drivers on Saturday, and then the Nations Cup on Sunday. Ticket information and further
You're gonna stay at Dutch's house. Yeah, free accommodation. I'll drive there. Amsterdam and far away. About an 8-hour drive.
Finals. I fancy a bit of that, you know.
Yeah, we had a great crowd.
What do you want to go there?
year.
Get out some special
Well, there's a
cakes.
check crowd here, of course, today. Yeah, really looking forward to going back there again for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Don't forget, of course, that it's not
It just sucks. I would love to go to that final, but the only problem is it's my job. Unless I'm out for the rest of the year, I can't do it.
Here tonight, so be sure to tune in for that, because I'm sure that it will be as exciting as always. Let's just remind you of the starting grid then, shall we? For the Manufacturers Cup, what's happening here and now.
Neither have I. I've never been Netherlands, mate. I'd love to go there to experience it, especially the culture and the views.
And the Mercedes-AMG ahead of Kylian Drumont. So an interesting top 4 there. What do you reckon?
Maybe we should go there, Rubber Dog.
I mean, I'm watching.
You drive to mine, I'll drive us there.
For Team Toyota. Team Toyota have always been a fast team here in the Manufacturers Cup. It's odd to see them outside the top 6. So only just so P7. But I'm obviously keeping an eye on Badima. He did say to me earlier the car is quick in the wet, maybe not so much in the dry. So I guess we'll see what happens.
Oh, we certainly will. Anyway, it is
for obvious reasons. Yeah, trust you to say that, Jacko.
Looking forward to meeting them and introducing them to you as well if it's your first time.
Much love, man. Much love.
It's great to have at your company. I mean, we've been here for what, 6-7 years now.
I don't even know anymore.
It's been a long time.
Oh, hug it out.
Anyway, let's get
Hug it
ready,
out.
shall we, and introduce our 12 drivers in the Manufacturers Cup. So making the way onto stage then for Team Audi, the Spaniard Daniel Panko makes his way down onto the floor here in Prague. We first saw him in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GT Cup back in Barcelona.
That is very true, they do, Jacko.
A rapturous reception.
What, the tulips? Yes, flipping heck. Maybe in a year or two, guys, we should all go and meet each other at one of these events.
Cup championship winning team for Toyota back in 2019 as he makes his return onto the international stage. Let's see what the Frenchman is able to do here in Prague.
South Africa is better in.
Genesis finished on the podium at the back end of 2023. This man here,
And Frank Museum, yeah.
Go a couple of places better at the end of this season. Let's see whether the Spaniard is going to be able to bring the fight to the front here tonight. We just saw him setting the fastest time in qualifying in his debut event in the Gran Turismo World Series. Mohamed Badima is driving for Ferrari.
Again, Rubber Dog. You're sick and twisted, dude.
To be able to do the young Briton from pole position. Thomas Laboutelet driving for Team BMW makes his way onto the stage. The Frenchman competed in the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup in 2023. Also got pole position back in the Amsterdam World Series event for BMW last year, so certainly don't count him out.
Bring out the game. Oh, flipping heck, are you sick and twisted too, yeah?
Frenchman Kylian Drumont is the Manufacturers Cup champion in 2022 with Subaru, also the Olympic Esports champion of 2023 as well. Very talented young Frenchman. He lines up for Team Subaru.
Oh, sorry, I must have missed you there, Scooby. What did you say? Yeah, it said nothing.
Jose Serrano, the Spaniard, will line up for Team Toyota. He's the Nations Cup champion of 2023 as part of Team Spain. And also the EMEA regional champion for the online season this year as well. Count him out.
I don't do none of that gimp crap. That's the sick and twisted stuff. People who are not right in the head.
That Spanish Nations Cup championship winning lineup was Paul Ura. He lines up for Team Mazda. Paul making his way onto the stage here tonight. All smiles. And he'll be hoping to add to their podium tally. Daniel Fenton, the Briton, it's his debut event, and he lines up for Mercedes AMG.
Sims, mate, I'll tell you what, if it weren't at Christmas time, if it's another time, I will so be up for it, mate. I will so be up for it. 100% I'll be up for it. To meet you guys, 100%.
Benjamin Hengse, the Hungarian, will line up with Team Porsche. It's his first Gran Turismo World Series event. We did see him last year in the Olympic Esports Series, so he knows his competitors well. And Porsche starting also on the front row of the grid. Great lap time for him. Will it translate into a podium finish tonight? Mateo Estevez, a mistake in qualifying for him, but he is the Manufacturers Cup champion with Nissan last year. For 2024, he's moved over to Team Honda. What can the Argentine do as he makes his way onto the stage here in Prague?
Well, the FU GTI, yeah, because you got to fly over the Atlantic Ocean.
And last but not least, Coque Lopez, the Spaniard, a two-times Nations Cup champion and the Manufacturers Cup champion in 2021 with Team Toyota. He's now moved over to Lexus for 2024. They won the debut World Series event in Montreal a few weeks ago. Can they make it 2 from 2 here tonight? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you please to stand if you are able for the national anthem of our host nation here in the Czech Republic.
Oh, 100%, mate. That's why if it was in Europe, I'd like I say, it's France, Netherlands, and stuff. I'd happily drive. I'll just get the Euro tunnel to France and then go wherever which way I need to go. Let's say no, Jacko, because one, it's not my van, so.
The national anthem of the Czech Republic plays out to our host nation here as we get ready to go racing in Prague.
Rental
for the Gran
bus.
Turismo World Series in the Manufacturers Cup. Drivers will get themselves ready and in position, and we'll be chatting to our pole sitter, Mohamed Badima, in a few moments' time as well.
You gonna drive then, Jacko?
I tell you what, Mohamed Badima comes in, absolutely amazing performance for him, but he's not off put a target on his back going into this race, is he?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, oh, guys, I'm pretty quick, but please leave me alone. It's not going to happen. I mean, we know T3 here, for example, the first big proper break here at the Red Bull Ring. You're basically just hoping there's no one spearing up the inside line there. But these guys have all raced together online plenty. They all know what to expect from each other. But of course, it's always a little bit different in live events, isn't it? Always a little bit more frantic.
And what about Benjamin Hengse as well? Because we saw Porsche.
Right, 1 second, guys. We'll be right back.
Sasaki a few weeks ago in Montreal, getting a podium. They've shown consistent pace in the dry and now in the wet.
I mean, that's the important thing, really. It's not really your single event pace. It's all about having a good run all the way through the Manufacturers Cup. So doesn't matter if you're fast at one race, you've got to do it everywhere. So Porsche right now, as you say, in a good position. Second is not a bad place to be. Obviously, you want to be first, but it's still not a bad place to be for picking up points.
Absolutely. Well, let's get ready then, shall we, to go racing. But first of all, we'll chat to our pole sitter, Mohammed Badima. He is down talking to Jules.
Mohammed, I mean, okay, right, there's a lot of things to unpack here. First of all, my first question has to be, were you just waiting for your, like, 18th birthday to come around to just come here and just take pole from all these guys?
Yeah, it's been a while. I've been competing in the online series at home, and yeah, it just was not of the eligible age to qualify, but thankfully now that it's my first event, and honestly, I'm really shocked that I was able to pull that off.
No, come on. No, come on, have some confidence. I mean, there's a lot of new faces here as well. What's it been like, you know, from playing online at home to suddenly sitting up there in that chair? Because it's a really big switch.
I was honestly really nervous. I sat down to do the qualifying lap, and when I went through turn one, I was just really like, I was almost shaking. But then after I went through the middle sector, and then I felt more comfortable with the car, I felt more comfortable with the setup as well. And I was like, okay, this could happen. So yeah, I thought take it easy in the last corner, and surprisingly it was fast. So
I mean, it's been pretty good. And what's it been like, you know, meeting all the drivers who you've been watching?
It's been unreal because obviously when I was playing the game since I was young, you know, watching these guys race, and I was always wanted to be like them. And then meeting them in the flesh, it's an amazing experience because they're all so kind as well.
Yeah, it's a really nice community. Well, look, you've obviously got the chops and you've got the skill, you know, to get on pole, which means you can win it. He's going to do all right. What do you reckon? Yeah. Go on, we're going to throw it back to Tom and Jimmy. Good luck, Mohammed.
Nice to hear from Jules as well. Thank you so much to catching up with those drivers. I tell you what, Mohammed Badima did not make me smile in that one because he said, I practiced when I was young. He's only just out of short trousers, for crying out loud.
It's the worst. Like, I'm 33 now, and these kids are so fast. The ego destroyed. It's over for me.
Yeah. Well, anyway, more about Jimmy's age later on, I'm sure. Let's go and have a look at the Red Bull Ring, though, shall we? Because this is a bit of a tricky beast at the best of times. And to sprinkle some more danger into the mix, we've put some wet weather. You can see there that we've got racing medium, soft, intermediate, and heavy wet tyres over a 28-lap race. What's going to happen here?
Who knows? I mean, it's a long race. Of course, we have dynamic weather here in Gran Turismo 7, so anything can happen. I wish they would tell us to make our life a bit easier as well. But for sure, definitely starting in those wet conditions, so only really one option there on that tyre selection set of the heavy wet Michelins.
Absolutely. Well, we caught up with a couple of our drivers a little bit earlier on to see what they make of the Red Bull Ring and where the places are that you can make up time over the course of this lap.
My favorite part of the track, especially thinking about the characteristics of the car and where is it better, is sector 2 and 3, because it's the fast corners, and my car, well, the Mazda, is where basically it has its strong point, which is corner speed. I'll definitely struggle in the acceleration zones, maybe at the top speed zones, because our car is not as powerful as others, but the strong point from the car is the corner speed, and it is where I will have to gain time. Red Bull Ring is a track that looks way more simple than what it actually is, because it's a track that on every corner the track limits are very low, and every mistake we do gets penalized a lot. The best strategy for us will be to be prepared for any kind of situation that we get, even if it's wet or dry. We need to be there with the right tire at the right time so we can maximize our possibilities.
Salute there from Nico Romero, like something you'd see on Red Dwarf, Arnold Rimmer doing a bit of that, you know?
No one's going to get that.
That was niche.
No
that
one
was
will
niche,
get
all right. I tell you what, though, this circuit, you know, what we're expecting here tonight, it is going to be unpredictable, isn't it? Especially when you throw this weather into the mix, because no one knows how it's going to go. We don't know whether it's going to start dry, wet, intermediate, who's going to do what on terms of strategies. Someone might go bold and take a risk.
Imagine you think you're a hero going for a big overtake into T3. You get onto the sippy part of a circuit, you go, oh bother, I'm not stopping. And you just go flying off. I mean, very possible to do here. We've seen it happen before in the past, of course, and real racing as well. But for me, this is one of the great circuits of racing. Long slipstream opportunities, big braking zones. Those things together make for good racing.
Oh bother, I'm not stopping. Normally it's something shorter and fruitier than that for you, isn't it? Anyway, let's have a look, shall we, at the Predict the Winner campaign, because don't forget that we are running this over the course of the Manufacturers' Cup and the Nations' Cup later on here. And we've thrown the vote over to you. 36% of you reckon it's going to go the way of Team Lexus. I tell you what, starting where they are on the field, it's not out of the realms of possibility, given the weather and given the strategy calls that could be made.
Oh, look, I did miss the race.
Big skill issue right there. I mean, not looking good for you guys so far. If you picked Team Porsche with Hensei, maybe you're feeling a bit better about yourself right now. The 5% out there. But of course, still time to predict, still prizes to win, so get your predictions in as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely right. 2 million credits to be won in Gran Turismo 7 with our Predict the Winners campaign. And don't forget, of course, if you are watching the game on, watching the stream rather, I should say, on Gran Turismo 7, then you can obviously have a chance to win a couple of cars. The Genesis VGT Grand Racer and also the Skoda Vision Gran Turismo car that we unveiled.
Wind won't, mate. He doesn't race no more.
I'm sure you guys like free things too, but yeah, stuff to win. Make sure you get involved as soon as you can.
Absolutely. Well, the competitors are ready to go then, lining themselves up on track ahead of this 28-lap race. The grand final of the Manufacturers' Cup about to begin. Tension is in the air. Who will be claiming?
And Lopez do a last the first win. There we go. Let's go!
The 2024 Gran Turismo World Series is about to get underway. The crowd are ready here in Prague, and the drivers are ready out on the circuit as we get ready to go for a 28-lapper at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Who will be claiming the checkered flag and those all-important points as we have our first look at the grid. Starting on pole position, it is Mohamed Badima in the Ferrari 458. Porsche represented by Benjamin Hengste from Hungary on the front row of the grid. Daniel Fenton heads row 2 with Mercedes AMG.
Go on, Fenton.
Dumont in the Subaru BRZ alongside row 3, Thomas Laboutelet in the BMW M6. And then next up it is Paul Ura in the Mazda RX Vision Gran Turismo concept. Then it's Jose Serrano, 7th on the grid ahead of Brenda Rouge in the Chevrolet Corvette C7. Nico Romero heads Genesis' charge. He lines up 9th position with Daniel Penco, the Spaniard, alongside him. Next up, it is Mateo Estevez in 11th place. And 12th and last on the grid will be Coque Lopez in the Lexus. Won last time out a few weeks ago, just to remind you. Now, as you can see, far from ideal. It is sopping wet out there. No choice for
sopping wet.
Here, Jimmy, to
Not
start
soaking.
the wet compound
Sopping.
tyre.
No, you have to do that, otherwise you just be completely gripless for the first couple of laps or so. But Badima out front in that Ferrari, feeling fast, obviously, as he said a bit earlier on. So if you're him, really,
Marty McGee,
just eyes forward and try and build as big a gap as you can whilst the car is feeling good. Of course, tyre wear on as well here, so easy to burn these wet tyres if it gets into difficult conditions. But I think it's going to be a fun race this one, Tom.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, because of course it can dry out. There is that possibility with the dynamic weather. Will someone go on to the intermediate times? Will they make a gamble and go straight onto the dry comp?
Yeah,
we'll wait and see.
We'll find out, guys.
Of this 28-lap race, but round 2 of the 2024 Gran Turismo World Series.
One day, Sims, mate, you keep going, but you stand a good chance.
In Prague, as Mohamed Badima and Ferrari will lead the field across the line, and we are underway then here at the Red Bull Ring as we head up towards the first corner. Badima, Hengste, then Fenton, Dumont, Laboutelet. Don't expect any rash moves.
Official could, 100% official could.
Into turn 2, and then the heavy braking zone of turn 3 is where we should see drivers getting themselves in position for the first overtakes. You saw Fenton there running a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1. That's left him under attack already from Kylian Dumont in the Subaru as we head up the rise in towards turn 3. Badima's got the lead. Second place there for Hengste, looks pretty sure.
Yeah, officials another. Yeah, he's incredible.
Right on the back of Fenton. Don't think he was able to launch a move, but you got Laboutelet and Ura in position there side by side. 5th place for Laboutelet as he drags alongside and then past the Mazda and up through into 5th place.
Iran Darusha in the background in the Chevrolet going around the outside perhaps of Paul Ura in Mazda, who's looking to the inside of Laboutelet. Cars getting very close contact there between Hengste and Badima at the head of the field. Estevez there having an awful time, I think, spinning down at the T4 there at the back of the pack, so bad to worse for him. But meanwhile, in the red pack. It is everyone for themselves. Contact again, I think this time between Darush and Drummond.
Mate, I'd fly over to South Africa to give you a cuddle.
Out there. Horrible conditions to drive in these, but this really shows the talent of these drivers, and it shows the strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I was told, Jacko. Got to say, official's amazing.
And the Subaru Fenton hangs on in third for now.
Look at this, you can throw a blanket over these drivers, they're so close to one another from third place back. Badima, meanwhile, has pulled out a 1.3 second advantage over Hengse on this first lap. Then the cork in the bottle is Daniel Fenton at the moment, the Mercedes driver who we ride on board with, and we're not even at the end of the first lap. Out of the final corner we go then. Is anybody going to think about a lunge in towards turn 1? You'll be brave if you think about doing that, because it could leave you under threat in towards turn 3. Drummond, though, decides that discretion is a better part of valour, looks for a half move up the inside, but eventually ducks back into the wheel tracks of the Mercedes. He's trying to line it up on the exit of turn 1 and into that braking zone of turn 3.
Yeah, that AMG is just a roadblock right now. No one can find a way around. On board now with Paul Ura in that Mazda, of course, highlighted by that rotary engine.
Mazda and Subaru, Jacko.
See that BMW being pushing along. Paul Ura, Labute on the outside. They all try and break off line, just about managing to keep out of each other's way.
Corvette's got him.
Getting by Drummond. So Darush up into fourth place. Now Ura's following through as well. That Subaru really
go on, Master. Go on, Ura.
On the straights here. Unfortunately, this is not a circuit. You're going to have a car that's slow in a straight line.
Yes, left him under attack here from Labouchelet. Oh, moves under braking there to Drummond and leaves no room for his countryman. Labouchelet's going to try and rough it around the outside. I don't think he had much choice.
Oh, I know, Sims. I know how much pressure you've got.
He's got ahead of Drummond, and he's almost side by side with Ura. Just has to back out of it again on the exit of that corner and duck back into the wheel tracks. But that was very close and aggressive racing. Ura's a little bit wide. That's left the door open for Drummond to go through into 6th place, or 5th place possibly, but no, not for now. Drummond just sits there in 6th position, but all the while they're squabbling, look at what's happening in front. Badima, Hengse, all clearing off into the distance. They're nowhere to be seen.
It's hard to overstate how difficult this is. Just driving around in these conditions at this speed is impressive in itself. Whilst trying to race each other, this is where these guys earn their reputation.
We are a strong community.
Him and the BMW P7 in the pack, and there's Drummond as well. A bit slow off the exit is Paul Ura. Drummond's now putting alongside Will. He has to next get by the boot. He's going to push his fellow countryman through there, up into P5 and P6. Go BMW and Subaru. Up the inside goes Thomas Labute. No, he thinks better of it for now. Still holding the place, but no, Paul Ura hanging on the outside somehow in that Mazda. Has to back out of it finally, but that was...
Oh, use it. Go on, Mazda. Hurry up.
Working together there by Labute and Drummond, but maybe the stewards will have a look at that.
It's allowed Serrano an opportunity to go through up into 7th place there, so Ura has just lost out a little bit whilst they were going side by side into that braking zone of turn 3. I tell you what, I wince every time we go into there, because it just takes one locked brake, and these drivers don't run ABS. So one snatch brake and you're going straight off to the...
Well, they don't remember ABS.
I'm waiting for that one guy to just come flying across the inside of the picture there, out of control, wiping somebody out. Hopefully it won't happen, but of course it can happen. So still here onto lap 3 there. Badima and Hengse, they're really not separated by much. Very, very quick in these...
Yeah, I was going to say, no ABS.
Ferrari
Can't be true.
3.5 seconds back is Fenton.
Especially in the wet.
The ones to beat at the moment.
Lap times in the high 138s for the two leaders. We expect the crossover time, by the way, to go on to intermediate times about 1:37.
Tim, I love you, but be careful with the language, mate.
With a big old slide in that Ferrari 458 as he came through the right-hander. But that's the crossover time. Rain is still coming down as it stands for now, so just keep an eye on the weather conditions. If it starts to dry out, when the times get down into the 1:37.
Yeah, we do like I say, do it in practice, Sims. Like, what's the worst going to happen?
The weather radar, of course, a feature in Gran Turismo 7 to see sort of what's coming and what's happening there. But wipers still on for now. Rain is still falling for now, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if things get any better. But we have T1 again. Badima stretching his legs a little bit. The gap now up to 1.2 seconds, but he seems a little bit weak through T1. That's where Hengse comes back at him. There's a replay. Here's what happened here between Jose Serrano and Labute. We go down towards T4. Heavy on the brakes.
Oh no, he's gone.
Off goes Serrano. He spins. Oh, what a shame there for Jose Serrano after such
No. Don't be sorry, man. I just want to say, I try and keep it down. You know what I mean?
Into the braking zone of turn 4. Labute, we ride on board with
you're good. You know you're good, mate. I'm just...
Oh! Oh, Killian, what on earth is going on with your 2024 season? He made a mistake in the Nations Cup, if you remember, back in Montreal, and it goes from bad to
love you,
worse.
Sims. You know I love you, dude.
Under a step ladder, or I don't know,
bump drafting. Like no, he's going to get one for bump drafting, yeah.
Today, because it's just not working out at all.
I love to see a replay of that, because I think Labute was quite heavily involved in that incident there. But we'll comment on that when we we see more for now, and there you go. The stewards having a look at that. We have live stewards here at the event straight.
He's got 200 investigations now.
And we'll get back to you as soon as
that could cripple him.
More. But that does put, as you say, Kylian Drummond at the back of the pack, and Coque Lopez will be happy with that because he's getting enough place out of it. But not moving forward. Someone who is moving forward is Estevez for Honda, up to P7 right now.
Yeah, he's got one for bump drafting and one for the collision.
Great racing so far from Estevez. Can he continue?
We have a look at the weather radar in our commentary box, and there's a little bit of a break in the weather we can see coming along the way in a few moments' time. So if that does,
that'd be hilarious, man. That'd be freaking hilarious.
And see what happens. There is Nico Romero.
Start slapping each other.
As I mentioned earlier on, Genesis podium for them in the World Finals at the back end of 2023 in Barcelona. Can they repeat that feat over the course of this year? Just to remind you, as we now see the weather radar, you can see there heavy rain at the moment, but it is going to start to break a little bit later on in this one. So if that does happen, or when that does happen,
this is my fragile little boy.
Changing their strategy and thinking on the fly.
I love that we have that in the game. In real life, the weather radar is something you just don't like looking at, especially if you're in the Nürburgring. But anyway, here is a replay of what happened between.
Nah, the thing is that they all get along. They all get along.
A bit of contact on the way.
I don't see anyone just getting out and start scrapping with each other.
Yeah, and the contact there with the boots, they just spins him around, but you can see all the way in. Really struggling with the rear of that Subaru, sorry. So I think that maybe that car just not quite.
So bounce me off.
Still do want to come back from this, Drummond, but
you're your little short fuse.
At the back of the field in 12th position for now. There is Engse. Tell you what, he's keeping Bedima honest, actually, isn't he, over the course of this first few laps in both of their first races in the Gran Turismo World Series. They're driving like they've been here for a fair amount of time. You can see 4.2 seconds there and thereabouts over some parts of this lap that they put into Daniel Fenton, who sits in third place. You can see Labusle getting a 3-second penalty for that collision with Kylian Drummond. Well, we wondered if the stewards might have a look at it, and they have, and they've decided to hit Labusle with a 3-second penalty, which
3-second penalty
down to about 10th place there and thereabouts once he served it.
I mean, yeah, it was fair. He spun.
What about the buff draft? What about the
pretty much, so
bump drafting?
Penalty there, I think, is fair in that situation. So meanwhile, in
bit of banter. Yeah, you love it, Jacko. You've missed this, my man.
You can see that 3 seconds above the top of his car there. As he comes to the penalty zone, he'll be forced to brake for 3 seconds. So you lose a lot more than that in reality. And then, of course, the time getting back up to speed again is massive, especially given round here a lot of.
Did anyone watch me punking me? I'm still quiet. Nah. I'm going to have to try and find that. If you can send me a clip, Chris, that'd be amazing. Where was that?
These conditions so far, almost collects the back of the Buto then, picks up his own penalty. But we've seen a lot of drivers doing that, just sort of.
Hell yes, it is. Oh yeah!
Trying to avoid too much rotation, trying to get it all running one hit and accelerate in one straight line instead of accelerating with a bit of lock on, because that's an easier way of just getting traction that way.
Just brought Estevez a little bit closer in that Honda there as well. The Honda's not been particularly fast actually so far this week, especially in these.
Yeah, so if Chris, you can find that clip for us, that'd be amazing.
Out of turn 4.
I mean, Estevez's lap time, Tom, if you look at it,
2 days ago live, cool. I'll try and find it.
He's really quick as Estevez, so keep an eye on him. Well, we did say he'll come back through the field, didn't we? And here he comes now in that Honda, in P7. And I'd say at the rear engine cars, or the mid engine cars, having a bit of a better time at the moment than the front engine cars. Yeah,
a snap of oversteer there for Euros. You saw him just coming through that right hander. His Labusle serving his penalty, moves off of the racing line. Such closing speed they have as Labusle. Where's he going to emerge? About 7th place, a little bit higher up the order than I thought. Penko and Romero also under investigation for a collision as well. They're in 8th and 9th place, Romero and Penko respectively at the moment. Out of the final turn we go, and across the timeline. So it's all pretty quiet on the Western front as it stands for now, but it's going to bubble up a little bit later. Where are we at in terms of lap times? We're still in the low 138s at the moment, so we're not close enough for a change.
Shivers.
It's still falling down, but at a lighter intensity than it was. Let's have a look and see if we can work out what happened here with Romero and Penko into turn 4, downhill on the braking, Penko on the inside, bit of contact there with Romero. I don't think that cost them too much, really.
That's all right. It's racing that one. That's right. I say that. Another
not yet. It's still raining. It's starting to rain hard again.
It's taken 8 years. How long it's been?
Oh, Lopez.
Forgetting that it's the pedal on the left that slows you down, or you've got a clutch, I guess, but slows you down too. And back down to 12th place. He goes behind Kylian Drummond. Coque Lopez is struggling big time in that Lexus.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to try and launch.
Yeah, totally respect for you there, Sims.
Get himself ahead down into the braking zone we go. Closes right up on the back of the Subaru, and it's just not working out at all here for Coco Lopez. He doesn't look comfortable. Look at the way he's driving. Look at his driving position as well. He looks tense in his shoulders, doesn't he? You can see him fighting the car, scrabbling for grip and trying to find performance that just doesn't seem to be there for the Spaniards.
Yeah, the Lexus is not good in the rain. It's got too much torque.
Really big aggressive inputs. That's when the car has the biggest issue. It looks like he's sliding through this midsection here. So we have to hope for Koke's sake anyway, the weather does lighten up a little bit. Again, our weather radar suggesting that the rain's still coming down pretty decently at the moment. So we're a long way left in this race. Lap 8 of 28 as Padima.
I'd like to see Serrano in a Toyota. Normally he's in a Porsche.
There of Coco Lopez. So this is going to be quite scary on board if you're Coco Lopez. You hit the brake pedal. Nothing's happening. Got to get out of the way. Oh, you can imagine just a feeling there of, am I about to wipe someone out? No? Okay, but I am now last.
Yeah, that would make you twitch like a rabbit's nose, wouldn't it? Unfortunate there for Coco Lopez, and just about managing to avoid contact into turn 3. Now Serrano versus Drummond. Drummond's starting to come together in this race. 8th lap out of 28 we are on here in the Manufacturers' Cup Grand Final. Jura versus Estevez a bit further up the road. Estevez now finding that position ahead of Laboutelet a couple of laps ago. Now his next target is going to be the Spaniard. So out of turn 3 and into turn 4 could be the opportunity that the Honda driver is looking for as he makes his recovery through the field following that difficult qualifying. Side by side we run. Estevez is going to be on the outside into the downhill braking zone. There's a bit of hip and shoulder and a bit of contact. That's going to run Estevez a little bit wide, but can he find traction on the exit of the corner to get ahead of Jura? Side by side they go through into the next left-hander. Estevez is going to have track position here if he can just firm it on the inside, but has he got the grip there to get ahead of Jura? No. Jura sweeps around the outside and holds on to 5th place.
What an impressive drive so far by Estevez. This guy started in P11 and is up to P6 and challenging Paul Jura in P5. I think he's got the pace to get by, but Paul Jura...
Fenton's getting dropped by the Porsche and Ferrari.
Just putting the car in the right places right now, but the pace isn't there for him. It's just a matter of time, I think.
Drummond just losing a position there to Jose Serrano for 10th position as well. On board.
Oh yeah, definitely Sims.
Thomas Laboutelet, pole position for BMW back in Amsterdam. That'll seem like ever such a long time ago. No, there was a bit of contact, isn't there, going through that final corner. Estevez now under a bit of pressure. Meanwhile, Laboutelet versus Estevez as we come across the timing line to begin lap 9. Laboutelet with the inside line, with track position, with the grip under braking, but does he want to get ahead of Estevez, or does he want to leave himself open to the opportunity into turn 3? Estevez run to the curb on the outside. Laboutelet is going to try and pick up his slipstream here on the exit of turn 1 and then run it for a move surely on the inside into turn 3. The Frenchman closes up onto the back of the...
Sims, are you doing community races tomorrow morning for next week's races?
So nice, clean, fair racing in the mid-pack here.
Yes.
So the rain's getting a little bit lighter, but we've still got a heavy rain zone coming in there from the south, and the wind is blowing a north direction, so it's bringing that rain cell across. So it's not quite done in terms of rain, but already there's some of these guys searching for the water, it seems, and these wet tyres, they've been on since the start of the race. They're going to start to wear somewhat. But if you're Estevez right now, you're in a bit of a tricky situation because you're trying to overtake Paul Jura. Whenever you do that, you put yourself back into the clutches of the car behind Laboutelet, and we've seen him. He's elbows out all the way as Laboutelet in this race. So definitely one to watch out for. But Estevez needs to try and focus and try and put a car between him and that BMW behind.
You've got to be careful as well. You don't want to squabble too much because look who's going to clear off into the distance. Paul Jura doesn't need a second invitation to build a bit more of a gap over those two drivers. And Estevez there wide on the exit. That could leave him under threat from Laboutelet.
Indeed, Jacko. 100% there. Bang on.
Across the timeline and into turn 1 again.
They make mistakes too. They're not perfect.
5 seconds ahead of the rest as Laboutelet dives up the inside.
They just practice and practice and practice.
Up into 6th place goes Laboutelet. So that was a nice move there. But these guys have been sort of bashing and crashing into each other a little bit. So we'll see if the stewards have anything to say about any of the racing. To me, it's all fair racing right now. Great move by Laboutelet. But now the question is, can he make up the time to Paul Jura in front? The gap now about 1.8 seconds, just about out of the slipstream range. It's going to be all power from that BMW, which we know has got plenty of as it bears down on the Mazda in front. But yeah, Padima and Hensei, first and second, 6.5 seconds ahead.
Everybody's just struggling. Like Fenton's now 6.5 seconds in third. holding it, but the other two are just walking away.
Not launching any moves, not getting himself into any trouble, just keeping himself there ready to try and pounce. Let's have a look here. Estevez, he just ran a little bit deep.
Indeed, Jacko, 100%.
There's a tiny bit of contact out of that penultimate corner, into the final turn. Leboutele up the inside and through into sixth position. Didn't need a
yeah, 100%, Tim. It's about 8 to 12 hours a day, mate.
Of Paul Euro for fifth position. Meanwhile, back at the front,
like on one track and get it bang on.
Of the race. It is a little bit closer than it was last time around. So I wonder if Hensei wants to just try and lead the race at this point, maybe.
Might be a mistake from Medema as well. Of course, that gap is now down only a tenth for a second. And that makes a mistake, gets onto the city part of the circuit, recovers it well. But that would have been a
He's hunting. He's hunting.
Hensei and Team Porsche, the gap back up now to 6/10 of a second, much to the delight, I'm sure, of Mohamed Medema in front in that Ferrari. But we're seeing the pace. We're seeing the pace come through now for Hensei and Team Porsche. And that's going to be a wake-up call, I think, for Mohamed in front. It's going to be, okay, cool, right. This guy is quick behind me now. I need to focus. I can't be making silly mistakes and letting that gap come down again.
I tell you what, I can't remember the last time we saw a driver, though, come into the Gran Turismo World Series and just perform as well as Mohamed Medema has done, and also for Benjamin Hensei as well, actually. For that
yeah, but they play other games, mate. They play like iRacing and like ACC as well. So
and it's like they've been here for years.
Yeah, they've done amazing so far, but the race is far from over.
They don't just play this game only. They play other things, and they do. Some of them do racing, actual racing. Frago does it. There's a GT3 in Brazil.
But again, just hasn't quite got the legs in that thing. Any corner exit, any acceleration zone, he just goes backwards. It must be so frustrating, but that is the Manufacturers' Cup. Not all cars have the same strengths in the same places. And there's Drummond, big dive up the inside. Penko there also having contact with Romero in the Genesis, and there's still contact, nearly spinning out. Penko is Drummond. They all seem to somehow get out of the corner, but that was a bit of a mess down there.
That's the thing, is when these cars are driving on the limit as they are in these conditions, you could push them around with your little.
I know Lopez is struggling still, but Dermont's making progress.
Penko is now lost out here to Jose Serrano, who's having something of an anonymous race, it must be said, in that Toyota.
Hunting Romero.
Lap times, where are we at in terms of that? The weather, it's still in the sort of mid-138s. Nothing really to write home about. Certainly not change over to intermediates time for the drivers, despite the fact that it's definitely decreased in intensity. So we'll keep an eye on that over the next few laps.
He won't do it again. He said he can get back into it if he wanted to, but like you say, he's got priorities now.
There'll be a couple of drivers out there really, I think, hoping for that penalty.
Another penalty.
Another 1 second penalty. Do you reckon that was for that little bump into the last corner? Because that would have unsettled Estevez, and basically you bump and run, which if you're driving a stock car is great. Here, not so much. So that maybe for that will come back.
Indeed, Liberec.
But another penalty for Leboutele. He's costing himself here a good result.
Yeah, he's been in the wars a little bit over the course of this race, hasn't he? Let's be completely fair. We're still not quite at the halfway stage of this first race. There's plenty of action left to come. You can see Nico Romero there, just up ahead of Kylian Drummond, 8th, 9th, 10th then for Romero.
You do if you have Twitter, Jacko.
As it stands for now.
And there's quite a lot of new guys in this as well.
Drop him close to the likes of Estevez and Romero, so they may fall into the distance of that, because it's not only the 1 second that you.
I'm fishing him, man. I'm just trying to get my leg comfortable.
Same racing speed as the rest of the drivers. You can see he's right on the back, though, of Paul Euro as we head through this middle sector of the lap. Euro doesn't want Leboutele to try and get himself involved in the action, because that's going to cost him time. You can see there, cue the Jaws music, Estevez, Romero and Drummond all not far away from this.
Meanwhile, Mia's over there signing autographs casually, but here we go then. Penalty being applied to Leboutele in that BMW right now. Can Estevez make the most of it? It's going to be
just let you know, Jacko, they're on there.
BMW, but not quite close.
They're all on Twitter.
At that point, and I'll tell you what, Estevez will be ruined that. He really wants to get by Leboutele. He had that pace, but actually saying that, since
no sponsors equals no full-time practice. Yeah, touche, Philip. Nice brew.
The charge starting to wane a little bit there for Estevez.
Oi, oi, oi.
So across the timeline we go. Medema, Hensei and Fenton still your top three as it stands for now. Nose-to-tail racing here, though, in this mid-pack of this one. Keen to see what is going to happen here. You can see Drummond now on the recovery with Nico Romero just up at the sharp end of the field. You can see them also on the left-hand side of your screen. Drummond up at the top, Romero down at the bottom.
Yeah, please do. Or just find out the time of when it happened, or the race, or roughly when it happened, mate. I'll find it.
after. This is
Right, but yeah, I want to see it, 100%.
Few drivers making a bit of a meal of it, it has to be said. You can see Romero there, really slow actually on the apex of the corner, allows Drummond to close right up onto the back of him.
Interesting strategy there for Drummond, taking a higher gear and just nailing it out of the corner and hoping for the best. Maybe better than trying to play with the throttle and having that wheel spin moment that we've seen so many times from these guys coming out with slow corners. As we come through again now down to T4, and still rain coming down for these guys at the moment.
I think Dermot's got it might keep him in third gear and keep the stability. Just trying to pepper the throttle.
Spread the gap a little bit to Hensei up in the lead. You can see there are live audience there enjoying the racing as of now. Manufacturers Cup now, Nations Cup a little bit later on today. So lots of racing for you Gran Turismo fans at home watching. And there is our weather radar. And after I think this one, the last cell of heavier rain, I think it looks like we're starting to clear up a little bit. So we will see. Of course, the weather is moving all the time. Dynamic weather conditions here in GT7. So lots of.
Well, we're lap 14. We're halfway in.
And speaking of those possibilities, Jimmy, for the likes of the Labutale, Estevez, who are a little bit further down the order, do you think they're a little bit more inclined to take that risk? As we see Drummond now getting close onto the back of Romero, not quite going for the move. But yeah, just go back to that point. Do you think that they might take a bit of a gamble? They've got less to lose. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the moment, if I was one of those guys, the moment I saw contact there, between Drummond and Romero, nothing seemed to come from it there, but just showing that braking performance of that Subaru. You see on the brakes, Drummond is a demon, but it doesn't matter. You can't do anything with it when he comes off the corner. But to finish my thought there, yeah, if you're one of these guys who may be trying to think, can I improve my race? The moment I saw my lap time coming down, I would come in for Inters straight away, maybe even one lap before, just try and call it before everyone else does. Do a Jensen Button. Do you remember what he did in Australia 2010? He came off the intermediate tyres straight onto the slicks, went off on the next corner, and then managed to get enough heat to get those tyres working. That's a problem for later for these drivers to worry about. We are now at the halfway stage, though, of this race. Into turn 4 we go. Romero still in front of Drummond, as Serrano there in the background got a bit of a slip and a slide on as well. Now, we've been singing the praises of Estevez in this race, but also Ryan DeRouche up 4 places from his starting position. The second best of the front engine runners to Fenton, who has, I think, just sort of found his pace now, found his groove, and is actually starting to go back towards Hensei in front ever so slowly. It actually looks like the charge of
I wonder what their tyre wear is like. We haven't seen their tyre wear yet.
Down a bit as Drummond goes up the inside of Romero at the S's there. They're now side by side coming up to this last couple of corners here. Drummond on the inside, Romero on the outside, but Romero able just to drive straight back past him again. That must be so frustrating if you're killing Drummond.
Do you think that? Do you think that, Rubber Dog? I think lap 20, lap 20,
and easily gets ahead, but is that going to leave him vulnerable?
22, 23.
Heavy braking zone of turn 3. Side by side they go down the start finish straight. Romero's going to go for the long sweeping line on the corner of turn 1 and try to use the traction on the exit. Gets a bit of a slip and a slide on Drummond, push to the sausage curve on the outside, and again side by side they go. Romero
I'm not even tired.
Drummond's on the outside, and Romero in the Genesis with greater straight line speed just powers past the Subaru. Nothing Drummond is able to do. Into the braking zone of turn 3, he closes it up once again, gets very...
Got to get the exit out. There we go, there we go.
On the inside, gets himself ahead. That might leave an opportunity for Serrano to come into play as well. That's what he needs. He needs that. He needs someone else in between him and Romero. Serrano dives up the inside in that Toyota, but Drummond, even still, that amazing exit, is still struggling to try and make the gap heavy on the brakes. Now, this is where Drummond's got to make the difference. He's got to be quick in this middle sector. If he can get free, I think we're going to see him pull up to the back of Labutale today. He just needs to be on his own, and he's made it. Look at the difference in speed there as Serrano gathers it out from a slide mid-corner. 100 mile an hour plus slide, and these things are scary, I can tell you that for sure. But going for his middle sector, Drummond just disappearing now from Samara Romero as he is finally unleashed. Romero was so wide out of turn 4, he was almost off into the car park at that point. He managed to get it back online and gather it all up, but it really could have cost him quite dearly indeed. He's now got to redo all of the hard work that he was trying to do on Serrano a few corners ago. In towards the penultimate turn we go. Lap time's now starting to creep into the 137s for the first time as well. Hensei and Fenton in the high 137s. The low 137s are where we're expecting that intermediate tyre crossover point to begin. So across the timeline we go. Jura and Labutale under investigation. Let's have a look here and see what happened. Jura's late on the race. This is down into turn 4-3, isn't it? And, yeah, up the inside. That allowed Estevez to go through. I mean, he was there for a long time.
he was alongside. I know he came from a long way back, but they were side by side, and the bootleg still turned in. So I don't know how he got there. I think that's fair, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's staying off. It's like say staying off the racing line sims. I was like, all you got to do is go on YouTube, search Ayrton Senna at Donington Park 1995, and you'll see the pinnacle of his talent in the wet by going on the outside where everyone was trying to stay on the racing line. It is incredible, mate.
Back into 6th place.
I love that Euro's got the indicator on as if he's signalling that he's going to move over to the left-hand side of the circuit. Can he launch an attack here on Laboutele into the next corner? No, not quite. Just sits in the wheel tracks of the BMW for the time being.
I think we're getting...
I'll tell you what, Sims, I'll send it to you.
It was, wasn't it?
Look at them. Look, you're going to be using the outer parts of the circuit to try and cool those tyres down. They don't want to be on the normal racing line because there's no standing water on that part of the track. It can't cool the tyres down enough.
Yeah, it seems that they're really struggling right now. I think if I saw Hensei, I mean, the times are 37.8, 37.4.
It was indicated.
If I was someone on track right now and I was struggling, that's my right. Okay, I'm coming in. I'm putting those inters on, and I'm gonna chance it because the weather radar that we have, you guys can't see it right now. We have it here in our booth. We can
no problem, Sims, mate. You'll love it. Trust me.
A bit more rain coming, but it's really starting to dry enough that these cars are now starting to move that water off the circuit and create a drying line. So really, as we come into lap 17 of this 28-lap race, it's all going to unfold and start again. Who's going to make that first gamble? Who's going to go to that intermediate compound tyre first? And who's going to reap the benefits of that?
So, who is going to roll the dice then? Let's see what happens. Surely at the end of this lap, some of the drivers that are a bit lower down, they've got to come in, they've got to take a gamble because it's their opportunity to try and use that pace advantage that they may have from switching onto the intermediate tyres. I don't think anyone's going to be quite as bold as to go onto the dry tyres, but if you look at the weather radar though here, Jimmy, there's not much rain on the horizon, not much on the forecast. Do you just chance it, stay out on the wet tyres for a little bit longer, then go onto the dry tyres at the first available opportunity and try and miss a pit stop? Because what are you going to lose? What, 10, 12, 14 seconds maybe from a pit stop?
Yeah, I think so, but I mean, you have to, surely. I mean, the difference in tyre and speed between the two tyres is pretty significant, so you really have to think about that. And yeah, again, looking at the timings, I mean,
I'll just send it on your DM, Sims.
Because you're out front, you're the one basically giving the info to everybody else. And this is where it gets really difficult. But if I was Coque Lopez, I'd be like, you know what?
But they're not doing anything, Jacko, because this is where the fight is. So this is where it's entertaining. At the moment, someone's pitted.
Yeah, let's see who has come into the pit lane at the end of this lap.
Yeah, track is starting to dry out.
Yeah, Mateo Estevez in the Honda has come in for another set of tyres. Now, which way is he going to blink? Is he going to go onto intermediate tyres? Surely that's going to be where the sensible money is for the Honda driver. Or does he just gamble and go straight for the dry tyres? I don't think he'll be able to get the heat into them. Let's see which way the Argentine goes. Yep, it is onto the intermediate
physical
tyres.
fight.
So, first down for Mateo Estevez in the Honda, exits out of pit lane, and he is the first driver in the now drying conditions with 9.5 laps remaining to change over.
I was just saying I would. I know you would, Jacko. You little Jack Russell.
And what his pace is like. You can see a little bit, of course, that time.
I missed you, dude, man.
In these live events. So if Estevez now is starting to set purple lap times, purple sector times, you're thinking, right, okay, now is the time to come in. Now is the time to switch to that compound of tyre. Someone else who might consider that, these guys,
they fight for it, yeah.
Down the field than they would usually like to be, but we know these cars are strong in the dry conditions and the track.
Why I order
that way. More importantly, Badima, Hensei, who are coming round to the last sector now, will they see that Estevez is coming? Will they go for that gamble and go into that intermediate compound tyres? The times now, we're starting to almost see 36s from the front, and we think the crossover is about a mid-37, so maybe it's time. Who knows? Let's see. They're coming around the last corner now. Badima comes in.
Quite interesting that Serrano's actually revving that car out when we don't.
Surely go on to the intermediates. That releases Hensei into the lead. So Badima is the first driver to blink. He was the first driver to get there, of course, and he'll be feeling the conditions out. You can see the rain is still coming down, albeit in a lighter intensity. Surely it's going to be the intermediate tyre, and it is for Mohamed Badima then. So the Ferrari onto the
P18, yeah.
He's the second driver to blink and go on.
No, don't rubber dog.
Compound at this stage.
You're obviously honestly watching him be in front.
He's feeling the pressure, he is. I mean, you say first driver to blink, the first driver at the head of the pack to go to those intermediates. He comes out right behind Ryan Darush. So this is going to be interesting for him. Will he have the pace to be able to drive by Darush, or will he be held up here? So you want to try and put yourself into a gap when you make a strategy call like this. But right now, he's behind Darush. So coming out of this T3 here, this is the traction zone. Let's see the difference between the Ferrari and that Corvette, that Chevy Corvette in front. Looks like Badima's much faster on exit there, gaining a tenth of a second just on the exit.
Hey DMC mate, how are you, buddy?
Right, cool. And you see Estevez and Penko coming in.
No, sorry, I missed the stream this morning. I literally clicked on and it finished.
This is the time when mistakes can be made, though. Cold tyres for Badima. He's going to spend a few corners getting them up to temperature, but he's doing a really good job. You can see a bit of an eyebrow.
Yeah, indeed, Sims.
In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Ryan Darush in front, and surely Darush is going to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Surely the rest of the field have to. They can't sit out there on these wet tyres, and they've got to change over to the inters. Is anybody going to take a gamble, though? Stay on the wets, maybe go for the dries a little bit later on when the track gets even faster. It's a gamble. It could pay off.
It could, because you're then saving an entire pit stop. Pit stop's worth a lot of time around here, so we'll see. Watching Badima now, not quite making the inroads on Darush as you think he would right now. So the wet tyre is still okay for now, but now here it is in these sort of low speed corners, these medium speed corners. You can see Mohammed there thinking, oh, mate, have I made the right choice?
Look at the fastest sector times though coming in on the timing screen, Jimmy. You look at the likes of Matteo Estes. He was fastest overall in that first sector by a second sector rather by a second over the comparative wet runners in front of him. So he's now starting to get heat into the tyres, starting to find the pace, and surely it's going to be a matter of when and not if Badima finds his way through on the wet shod Darush.
I mean, you can see the circuit now visibly starting to have drier patches and wetter patches on. You see Darush taking the wet part and Badima trying to stay on the drier part and really using that intermediate compounder tyre. Now, of course, the downside to that is you're going to just absolutely lunch that intermediate tyre on the dry.
He's going to get him.
Circuit, but that's what it's there for. It's there to be that crossover period. And again, on the traction zone, gained nearly half a second on Darush in front. And now, will Darush fight this or not? Because if he's staying out, that says to me he's going to go right immediately onto the slick. So Badima, as he goes, easy pass there for Badima. Not quite though. The strength and the Corvette there, big speed. Go on, sorry, Tom.
Look at the sunshine though in the distance. That's going to dry the track out even more because we're now starting to see the weather changing even more. Badima right on the back here of Darush as we come through this left-hander. He's got more traction, he's got more grip, he's got the opportunity on the inside. Darush tries to defend the position as he's rightful to do so. Can Badima firm it around the outside? It's risky going through there, but Badima's got track position. He's got third place for the time being. He's going to have more grip under braking into the penultimate corner, and the former race leader Mohammed Badima on the intermediate tyres is now up into third place.
But now he needs to catch Hensei and Fenton, who have both chosen not to pit here. So, as you say, Tom, they might just be roughing it out on that wet tyre and hoping for the best. We'll take a look at lap times. I mean, this is not really going to be a representative, I think, of the pace for Badima at the moment. Still does a 34.7 whilst passing. Sorry, Tom?
Yeah, you just say Ura and Romero also into the pit lane then. Where are they going to go, though? That's the question. They're going to go wets onto winters. They are. Yeah, I wondered if someone might just take a bit of a gamble and just go onto the dry tyres, but they're playing it safe at this stage.
He does.
Romero goes soft.
This could be a massive decision here. Nico Romero for Team Genesis decides to
wow, there we go. That's made it interesting.
So let's see how he does. We'll watch his sector times eagerly and see how he gets on. But here he is out of the pit lane now. Can he get up to speed, or is it going to be just a mess? So he's going to be going straight over to that drying line. We'll see how he does, because the guys who've taken the intermediate tyres already will have to stop again and go to those softs. This could be everything for Romero and Genesis.
This is bold from Romero and for Genesis, but they've got nothing to lose. They weren't really featuring in the podium battle, and this could be an absolute masterstroke if the rain isn't going to come down.
Well, it's all or nothing, isn't it?
Now bathing this circuit.
Hey, Squeezy.
Getting even more prominent. And of course, the likes of Badima, he might have to firm it out on the intermediate tyres and move over to the wet parts of the track. So it could go from being an advantage for a few laps into a disadvantage, depending on what Romero does. But I tell you what, he's
got to keep on the he's got to stay on the hard line.
On the lap times, you can see though now.
No, in the dry lines,
between the wets and the intermediate.
Moment he hits the wets, he's gone.
Badima 0.7 of a second quicker for the Ferrari compared to the Mercedes in second and third.
I don't think it's enough though, Tom. I don't think it's enough at this stage. Romero, so let's look at his second sector, is comparable to those on the wet tyres. A little bit faster, actually. The intermediate tyre, definitely the fastest tyre right now, but will it be Darush as well, opting to come in for that soft? Laboutelet in, Serrano in, Coca Lopez in. Are they all going to go for that soft compounded tyre? Did Mohamed Badima blink a little bit too early?
Well, we'll see what happens here as Darush crawls his way out of the pit lane. He's going to have to be very careful off the racing line to not spin up those slick tyres and try and get some heat into them. Moves over to the drying line. That's going to leave him under attack here from Jura. So Darush now behind the intermediate shot. Estevez. Now this will be
Coca Lopez has as well.
Darush has had good pace. He's on the soft tyre. The two drivers sandwiching him at the moment, both on the intermediates. You'll expect Jura to be quicker. Look how much more grip he's got under braking, especially into turn 3. And out of this corner as Darush tries to get those softs up to operating temperature. Jura here is on the inside. Darush, I'm sure, is going to be a little bit defenseless at this stage, but he's not taking it lying down into the braking zone of turn 4. Has Jura got more grip under braking? He certainly has. He dives to the inside in the Mazda. Darush has got no answer for him at the moment, but there's still a few laps left. There's still 5.5 laps for this to come the way of Darush and Laboutelet and the likes of Romero, Serrano and Lopez, all of whom have gone onto the dry tyres.
Oh, more on the way for 40 likes, guys.
Currently in the car,
Anyone have to hit that like button? Go ahead and smash it for me. Let's get him to 40 likes by the end of the race.
No other option at this point for him. The track is still drying. Nothing on the weather radar coming in.
Fenton's P1. Come on, Fenton.
Back up into a soft there for Hensei. So
I bet Fenton comes in next.
It's going to be a crazy finish. We're going to have to check the gaps once we get them go through the sectors. But right now, Badima 1.7 off the lead. Hensei back out on that soft compounded tyre. Where does he come out? Kylian Drummond, who's not pitted, is still in P4 at the moment, just behind this battle. And the gap is about 10 seconds between Fenton, the leading car, and Hensei, who's just come out of the pit on the softs.
So 5 laps left of this race. This is going to be the longest 5 laps of Badima's life. He has got to drive so carefully to keep those intermediate tyres in the right operating window, depending on if those soft tyres that a lot of other drivers are on, the likes of Hensei, etc., are going to be able to try and close up.
So I've checked the timings. Romero is the fastest man on circuit right now on those soft
tyres.
Oh,
nice.
Darush on the inside of Jura then. Soft tyre there for Darush. He's got some heat into it after just 1 lap. He now deposes the Mazda down into 7th place. And his next target is going to be Matteo Estevez. He's going to drive by him like he's standing still.
But importantly, is there enough time? Is there enough time left? There's about 6 laps left here. You need at least a second lap plus the overtake for Hensei. He's the one we're watching right now in P3 to try and catch Fenton and Badima. So right now, Estevez, Darush and Jura, all of them, Darush on the soft tyre, Estevez and Jura on the intermediate tyre. For this middle sector, you can see Darush just hasn't quite got the speed. Jura can go around the outside, but as soon as he hooks into that dry tarmac, that Chevrolet just absolutely takes off.
Look at him go.
Fenton, he's really going to lose out here, I think.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Could possibly cost him a podium here as we look at this battle. 3 drivers all squabbling for position on 3 different compounds of tyre as well. Darush then on the softs, Jura and Estevez on the intermediate tyres. Through the final corner we go. Darush with more traction, more speed underneath him. He's going to out-drag Jura for the time being as we come down the start-finish straight, though. Jura moves onto the wet part of the circuit to try and cool those intermediate tyres down. Estevez also following suit as well. Keep an eye out for Laboutelet, who's on the soft tyres in the BMW. He could be a real cork in the bottle at the moment, and he could power past the likes of Estevez and Jura. So at the front, we've got a 9.5 second gap here. Badima, he can't pit again. He can't afford to. He's not got the time in his pocket on those intermediate tyres. He's got to run this to the end of the race as we go side by side here between Estevez and Laboutelet for 7th place, and Laboutelet on the soft tyres, more grip under braking, and 7th place is his for the taking into turn 3.
33.7 last lap for Badima, our leader. Laboutelet on the soft tyres in P6.
The Dermonts are back in the first.
0.4, that's 2 seconds a lap faster. There is enough time for Hensei to catch Badima here with 5.5 laps there, 4.5 laps, left of this race. M Prague, the grand final, on board with Laboutelet on that soft tyre, trying to find his way around Paul Jura. Should be easily said and done. It goes round the outside, up he goes.
Hensei has just gone 0.7 of a second faster in the middle sector than Badima on this 1 lap alone. That is an absolute meteoric amount of time for Hensei. Jimmy's rubbing his hands together with glee because this
Chevrolet's made a mistake.
An absolute treat into the final stage of this one, but no tail action for 4th place.
Come on.
Possibly be the final place on the podium, because look at Drummond, he's on the wet tyres. They are not the compound to be on at the moment, and he is going to be a sitting duck compared to the soft shot Fenton, Laboutelet and Darush behind him. And Drummond is surely going to be losing out in a space of a few hundred metres as we head in towards the braking zone of turn 1.
This is amazing racing. 3rd, 4th and 5th all vying for position, going
Thing is though, he's blocking them because he can't do nothing. Because if the softs go on to the wets, they'll spin. So he's holding them up. Look at this. They can't do nothing.
Almost pushing Drew a fifth place. Look at the speed of the Corvair to the inside goes to
Oh, Benton!
Fenton's gone. He's straight off onto the outside of the track. Drummond with nothing going as well. No grip for him on the wet shod Subaru. And unfortunately,
hey Stevie, how are you, mate?
Fenton, he's put in a brilliant race in his debut.
Oh, Fenton!
Sadly for him. Meanwhile, at the sharp end, the gap up to nearly 10 seconds as we see Euro versus Drummond side by side. This will be easy for Euro because he'll have more grip under braking on the intermediate tyres. But Hengse,
I think he clipped the grass all the time. The curbs absolutely went.
He was about a second slower than Badima last time around.
It's been my head right round.
But did you see Ryan DeRouche there, Tom? He went from, I think, 6th
Here you go, in collision now. Can't blame Dermot for anything. He was in front.
Not so happy about that. I wouldn't be either if I was Fenton. Here's a replay.
Look
at DeRouche. He's in 6th place right now.
He's in.
Super close, makes the most, goes around the other side of the boot. Goes around the
He's on the grass.
Breaks into the
and then, yeah.
This is all messy. I think, you know what I think happened? I think that there was a bit of contact. I think Fenton braked on the wet part, on the slicks.
You could
argue,
like it. Well, you could argue that DeRouche hit the back of Drummond. Maybe that upset the balance of Hengse's car. Either way, well, the stewards have got more angles. Let's have another look at it later on and see if we can pick the bones out of it. Meanwhile, DeRouche versus Labusle then.
I don't think that was Dermot's fault at all. End of the day, he's playing tactics.
And of course, all important World Series points over the course of this season as well. So this doesn't just mean a matter of pride, it means a matter of their championship position. Meanwhile, at the sharp end, I think Badima is going to have enough left in his pocket as it stands for now. 8 seconds the gap he has got over Hengse.
Oh yeah, they're very struggling.
A couple of laps ago, he could be in with a bit more of a shout, but at the time being, I don't know.
We'll see, Tom. Fastest lap so far from Quaker Lopez is a 30.5. Fastest lap from Badima is a 33.5. That's 3 seconds of that faster. There is still time for Hengse to get there. Boot that be inside DeRouche, makes the mistake.
Oh, close.
Cannot deal with the water, and he slides out there, and Labusle, after hitting pretty much everyone in this race so far, up to P3. Will he stay there? Stewards inquiry ongoing at the moment, but Hengse, that is the battle we need to keep an eye on. There's 6.6 seconds, the last lap there. There is Badima. Right now, you can't see Hengse, so right now it's in good, okay. Before I just run my laps, he's got 2 laps at the line left here, putting over onto that wet part of the circuit to try and cool down his engines. Look at the time, Tom.
I don't know, Robert Dog, if I'm honest with you. I think he...
fall apart. What is Hense's time? 31.7.
Because he was in front. I don't know. We'll see.
Right, the track is getting faster and faster over the course of this one. Badima 5.6 seconds the advantage he has over Hengse, but he is just going to be hemorrhaging time. You can see him there moving over, trying to keep those inters cool. But is it all going to be in vain? Look at that in the background. You can see Hengse in the Porsche. Could it be game on? And now Badima's struggling to slow the car down into turn 3. This is the pressure really getting to Mohamed Badima. Hengse there, meanwhile, he's on the opportune compound of tyre at the right moment in this race, but he has got 5.5 seconds of a gap to close up onto the back within a lap and a half.
So we need to see a gap of 3 seconds or less realistically for Hengse to have a go on the last lap, but that's 3 seconds plus the overtake, which to be fair should be fairly easy, but there's only one dry line there. If you can defend that dry line, there's no way these soft tires can deal with that water.
Exactly.
The moment they got flight, as we saw with Ryan DeRouche just in the last lap, the car, you're just a passenger, but look how much faster the progression there from being a second lap slower on lap 24 to being 3 seconds lap faster on lap 26. And Badima now comes to the last sector. It is going to be so close to the line.
One locked brake, one snatched wheel, one run off of the normal racing line. It could be curtains then for Benjamin Hengse. No further action between
told you.
Daniel Fenton. A racing incident then, it is deemed for that. Meanwhile, the battle for the race lead is well and truly on as we begin the final lap. Mohamed Badima for Ferrari on the intermediate tyres. Benjamin Hengse on the soft compound of tyres.
This is going to be close.
3 seconds is the gap between these top two. It is winner takes all stakes and 6 points in the World Series up for grabs.
The way it's going to be right now is Hengse is going to catch Badima right at the end of the last last lap. Badima will know that Hensei is coming. He'll have one eye in the mirror, but he needs to focus forward if he wants to take this for Ferrari. This will be by far Ferrari's best result here in the Manufacturers' Cup if he can just hang on for half a lap more. But look, the gap now down to 2 seconds.
Crucially though for Hensei and for Badima,
Was
Hensei is out of slipstream range at this point. He's not close enough to launch an attack at the moment. He'll be closed up right in this middle section. This is going to be a real Achilles heel for the intermediate shot Ferrari through these medium speed left-handers here.
Yeah, this is where the Ferrari is going to struggle the most. This is where Hensei can close the gap. 1.5 seconds now is the gap between Ferrari and Porsche. He'll be victorious here in Prague. Only a few more corners left. Can Badima hang on?
Labuschagne and Darush under investigation. Darush is down to 9th place. As clearly something's gone on between those two drivers. Badima driving. He's got a few corners remaining.
Come on.
The gap is now under a second.
I want the Ferrari to win it.
The opportunity of victory, it's within his grasp. Badima moves over off the racing line. There's 2 corners now remaining. It's Ferrari versus Porsche. It's Badima versus Hensei. It's winner takes all stakes. Badima goes to defend the final corner.
Yeah,
Hensei goes
he's got to get the line.
It's a drag to the line in the Manufacturers' Cup. Is it Badima and Ferrari?
Yeah, Ferrari's got it.
Porsche. Badima has done it. Fantastic! Mohamed Badima wins for Ferrari in Prague.
That's amazing. That was a good. One more lap.
And Thomas Labuschagne.
You need one more lap.
A longer final lap, any other circuit, and Badima would have lost the race.
That was an awesome last 5 laps.
0.0092 of a second separating Ferrari and Porsche at the end. What a drive from Mohamed Badima.
Dermot was the only one who didn't change his tyres.
Ferrari to the top step of the podium for the first time ever in the Manufacturers' Cup. But what a drive!
I feel so sorry for Fenton.
Again, first time here at a World Series event, performing at that level, almost taking the win for Porsche. But more importantly, another second place for Team Porsche. Looking good for those guys in the standings. We'll get those to you very shortly. But can't take anything away from Mohamed Badima. Imagine that feeling, knowing you're on the wrong tyre, seeing that Porsche coming up behind quickly, and you can see the audience there. They enjoyed that almost as much as we did.
Let's go and catch up then with our race winner.
Good job.
Badima, his first ever event.
Hey, I did my best. I did my best.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry.
I did my best.
First things first. Are you a hustler? You can't just like come in all fresh and then just walk away with victory. What's going on?
It wasn't easy, to be fair. It wasn't easy, as you can tell. But no, it feels unreal.
Brit won it,
I feel like
so.
I'm dreaming, to be honest.
I mean, were you worried? Because obviously, you know, you're on the intermediates towards the end. You could definitely feel the pressure coming from behind. Was there a point where you're like,
Hey, baby.
the right choice?
Brit won.
Around the last 4 laps, I would say. In the second to last corner, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but the rear end started to step out in 4th gear. So I was like, if I go down too aggressive, I might lose it. So I just thought, play it safe. And I could see...
He's British, and he just won the manufacturers.
Each lap, a second and a half.
Love you.
We could see it. We could see it. Like, how amazing was
Oh,
that
I got a
final
takeaway.
bit of the race? I mean, that was crazy.
Oh, and a lemonade.
Really crazy.
How
did you manage to stay
Mrs.
so
Matt's the
focused?
best.
You know, this is your first time being here. It's a
Yeah,
lot of
you are.
pressure, you know, there's got a massive audience here. And, you know, a lot of people keep it together. And then, you know, on the final couple of laps...
Gotta sort this out.
the pressure gets to, how do you keep it together?
1 second, guys.
I just thought...
At least you got half an hour, and then it's the Nations guys, so I'm not going to have time to do a race. Are you okay? Just gonna chill, watch this.
The worst case scenario, get a P2. I could see...
Where's our Mrs. Matt?
To everyone behind.
Babe?
So I thought, play it safe, worst case scenario, podium. So just thought, take it easy.
Are you in? Just having a dinner. Just having a dinner, guys.
This guy, this is his first time ever here. He just walked away with it. Let's give him a big round of applause. And we'll throw it back to Tom and Jimmy. That was...
My goodness me, I tell you what, Mohamed Badima, I'm shaking like that after that one.
Hey, Deadpool.
Penny for the thoughts of him, but he just soaked it up like a sponge.
Right, 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
I mean, what an impressive drive. I mean, I can tell you that I would have definitely just fallen off at that point, having that pressure there, knowing you're on that wrong tyre. But what a mature drive, you know. Didn't second guess his decision, made the decision early and just stuck with it. And we saw more mature drivers, Coque Lopez, we saw Kylian Drumont struggle with that decision. And he comes in, first time, bam, easy, completed it, mate. 100% win ratio.
Impressive, isn't it? Let's have a look at some highlights from that crazy Manufacturers' Cup race then. So, well, it all started off in wet conditions, and we saw Mohamed Badima and Benjamin Hensei kicking off into the distance. Meanwhile, further back, there was a Bit of a barroom brawl going on up and down the field. We saw Jose Serrano making a mistake going off the circuit down at turn 4, and we saw some fantastic overtaking further down the field as well. The likes of Paul Ura, Thomas Labousselet, Rand Derouche, all very close to one another. We also saw Kylian Drumont, former champion in the Manufacturers' Cup, let's not forget, struggling in that Subaru BRZ.
Yeah, such a difficult race, such difficult conditions. Here was that spin there for Drumont. Helped out a little bit, the stewards decided by his fellow countryman Thomas Labousselet there. So out he goes, and see there, not happy with that. Who would be? But here was Labousselet coming back through the field there, up to the back of Estevez. Again, more contact there. Labousselet hit just about everything in that race, Tom.
He certainly did, yeah. He was in the wars, wasn't he, Thomas Labousselet? And he was even under investigation at the closing stages of that race for a matter as well. This is the moment with Paul Ura and a collision, which fortunately was deemed a racing incident, but it did allow Mateo Estevez to go through into 5th position. Meanwhile, the race then began to dry out. Badima went on to the intermediate compound of tyres as Fenton just stayed out a little bit too late and cost himself and Mercedes an opportunity of a podium, sadly, as well, with this incident not helping matters. Contact with Derouche, Drumont and Fenton, sending him straight off to the scene of the crash. And you can see the frustration for there. But look at this, the final lap, the final corner, intermediate tyres on the Ferrari, soft tyres on the Porsche. Mohamed Badima in his first ever Gran Turismo World Series event, taking victory. And you can see the release of emotion for the British driver. Let's see a confirmation of those results. 6 points for Badima and 4
well
Ferrari. Hensei continuing Porsche's charge. That's 2 podiums in 2 rounds.
Yeah, really impressive for Porsche. Less than a tenth of a second. Mad that. And Labousselet, despite, again, being in the wars, manages to bring home P3 for BMW. So an impressive...
Okay, I feel sorry for Fento, but...
I guess I say commiserations. People like
British driver winning it. Can't go wrong with that, guys, can we?
One mistake. Same with Kylian Drumont as well. And, of course, Fenton there for AMG, getting on that wet stuff and just spinning. So here's what that does there to the points rankings. Porsche with that second place go up into the lead past Team Nexus, who are now down second. Ferrari from nowhere now up to P3. So just go to show you, all still to play for as we go into round 3 at Tokyo.
Yeah, still very much up for grabs, did you say? And Porsche, that just proves how much consistency matters over the course of a championship. I know we're only 2 rounds in, it's still very early days, but they've had 2 podiums. They've not stood in the top step, but they're now leading by 2 points.
Yeah, there's no point winning and then coming last, winning, coming last. Winning a championship is always being in the fight, always picking up points. Not maybe always the win, which of course they're all chasing for, but second places like that are still going to put them in that contention there. So for the second and the third so far, then they are leading the series where they haven't won anything. So go show consistency important.
Certainly is. Well, don't forget, of course, that the Michelin Driver of the Day has to be announced. Is it Mohamed Badima? Is it Benjamin Hensei? Is it Thomas Labousselet? Tell us who you think it is.
Nowhere near Thomas Labousselet. He got too many penalties.
Manufacturers' Cup race weekend so far, because, well, all 3 of those drivers put in pretty stonking performances.
Exactly, Robert Dog. It's like, makes you feel proud to be British.
That way, of course, I hope. You indeed, Jimmy.
British bias, shaking my damn head, Tom Brooks.
I'll put Hennessy and...
you can't go by that. It was an amazing
the Brit.
For Hensei too, I think he did super well. I mean, maybe a little bit almost overlooked despite being right there at the end. To wrestle that Porsche around and many times be within striking distance.
Exactly.
Didn't quite see why he couldn't quite get there, though. I think there was a couple of opportunities where he could have passed, taken that lead, set the pace, but he wasn't quite able to get by that Ferrari. But Labousselet, I mean, if you're looking for, best boxer of the series, I think maybe you vote for him, but who knows?
Well, gloves are off for Labousselet as we head in towards the final few rounds of the season.
No, it seems, mate. I'll see you in the morning, buddy. You have a good evening with your family, my man.
Well, so we're looking forward to the celebration.
You take care, bud.
But as you say, Hensei there, one more corner, and that race win would have been his, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that was literally the strategies diverged right to that point there. And that was won at the end by Mohamed's line into the last corner. Just slightly offline, did not give him opportunity to use that dry line to pass. So if you're going to go around, you've got to use that.
So you're enjoying this chill out, guys. Please hit that smash that like button, guys.
One more lap.
Okay, I know it's not your average
amazing performances in the
stream, but it's nice to have a chill out with you guys.
Also to the likes of, Thomas Labousselet, like you say, in the wars, but managing to get a podium despite the fact that he played bumper cars for some of that race. Yeah, it's not bad.
The speed was there, and I think, speaking from experience, when you're a bit quicker than someone in front of you, you think, no, I'm going to make that move, I'm going to make it stick. That doesn't entitle you to drive through somebody. And I think that this will be a bit of a learning opportunity for Thomas Labousselet. It's not his first time here. He's been here multiple times in various different manufacturers. First time, I think, for BMW. But still, yeah, third place is not a bad result for them, but the way it happened...
Take care, you beautiful South African.
Well, chance for him to do that if they get through, of course, into the World Final, or when they get through into the World Finals, rather, and if they're in with a chance of the championship, they'll need to do that because consistency, especially with your teammates as we head to Amsterdam, is going to be pretty important, I dare say so. And don't forget, of course, if you have enjoyed the Manufacturers' Cup, we're going again for the Nations Cup very, very soon. What are we going live at? I don't even know, to be honest with you. Time is just an abstract construct at this time, particularly, but looking forward to the Nations Cup action beginning a little bit later on. All the details down below, so just keep an eye on when we are ready to go live for that one. Anyway, it is now time for the Manufacturers' Cup podium. Let's
GTI, that's like middle of the night for you if you're racing tomorrow, isn't it?
Drivers making their way then onto the podium. Please give it up. Third place for Thomas
Right,
Laboutelet.
22 minutes, guys. 22 minutes. And they go straight into the Nations. 4 a.m. Bloody hell, bless you.
Second place for Benjamin Hengse, the Hungarian driver. He represents Team Porsche. And what a performance from the Briton, Mohamed Badima.
You notice though the music in the background just sounds like a fairy tale from Disney. Hey Morgan, you alright, mate? Yeah. I was gonna say, come and chill, mate. We've got the Nations coming up in a second.
Please be upstanding if you're able for the national anthem.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. You know what, GCI? I think when I die, it's a Disney movie. It is GTI, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah! England!
The national anthem of Italy plays out for our winning manufacturer, Ferrari, here for the Gran Turismo World Series in the Manufacturers' Cup. Mohamed Badima claiming top honours for the Italian marque. And now time for the awards to be presented. Third place trophy will be presented by Jan Gierzinski, the senior.
I'm glad they're dragging it out. 20 minutes.
To Team BMW.
And straight over to Nations. Laboutelet. It sounds like Disney.
The second place trophy will be presented by Belma Nadarajevic, the Chief Marketing Officer of Fanatec. And it is awarded to Team Porsche and to Benjamin Hengse. And the winner's trophy is presented by Gran Turismo series producer Kazunori Yamauchi.
The guy does not care about penalty systems.
Team Ferrari and the Briton, Mohamed Badima. Celebrations then well underway here in the Czech Republic for Mohamed Badima and for Ferrari, for Benjamin Hengse, and also for Thomas Laboutelet. Just amazing performances from all three.
Yeah, how must that feel for Mohamed? His first event here, already on the top step, already over a trophy he can barely carry. You know, amazing result for them. And for Ferrari, too, we said before, Ferrari has never really had a result like this here. So to come in, take that win, stay with intent, I think.
And also for Team Porsche as well, for Benjamin Hengse, also his first ever World Series event, and now Porsche catapulted to the top of the leaderboard. And of course, the Manufacturers' Cup action continues when we head to Tokyo later on this year. Have a look at this and find out what it's all about.
Fancy joining us for round 3 of the World Series? It's going to be taking place in Tokyo, Japan on the 28th of September. Inside the state-of-the-art Milano's Art Theatre in the Kabukicho Tower in Shinjuku. Gold tickets are on sale right now, but if Tokyo is a little bit far away, you can't sneak away from work. Don't forget you can join us on our YouTube and Twitch channels on the Gran Turismo website, and even through your GT7 game. So there's no excuse for not seeing the best Gran Turismo races in the world battle it out in Japan. We'll see you there.
Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Don't tell me what to do.
I mean, it's not often that I don't know what to say, but my goodness, that was... I can't believe it.
Tech the universe of Philip Bandit.
Imagine him winning. Just imagine it. And then he just went and did it.
One of those races that we're going to remember for a long time, I think. I mean, what a finish there, decided by literally 1 moment's notice in a pit stop. And I think that to have a race decided by a 10th of a second here in the greatest series in esports, I think just goes to show how competitive it is here for sure.
I mean, 2 more meters of track and it wouldn't have been the same story, you know?
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, it's the stuff of fairy tales, things like that. You don't see often a driver coming into his first ever World Series event and going and trouncing the competition like he's been here for years. It's just amazing from him and also from Benjamin Hengse, both of those two making their debuts and finishing in the top 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for obviously Daniel Fenton, that was a bit unlucky, but you know, that's
life. That's
exactly
racing,
what
right?
Someone wins, someone loses. But of course, we're going to be back very, very soon with the Nations Cup. So don't go anywhere. There's going to be some incredible action from all of that. I mean, I don't know if I
is she now, Squeezy? You want to go find Doug? Take him off.
It was a bit too much. I don't want to have a bit of a sit down and a biscuit and a cup of tea, which feels very British.
That is the most
for the
British
win.
thing I think you've ever said, to be honest with you. But, you know, I'm looking forward to the Nations Cup. If it's half as exciting as that Manufacturers' Cup race was, we're in for an absolute treat, aren't we?
I think so. Are you excited? Come on, Jimmy.
I mean, always. How can I not be?
I mean, you are always excited, to be fair. Well, look, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring the Manufacturers' Cup to you. And as you can see, my goodness, what a lot of racing we have. It's fantastic. Stick around. We've got a little bit of a break.
And Jimmy's wearing my wife's
So are they. You do the same, and then we'll see you back here for the Nations Cup at 7:15.
What? What? It's 7:15. Oh no. I've still got food to eat. I'm gonna have to eat my food afterwards then. I'm gonna have to do a race, I'm guessing. Oh, where can I put my food? PlayStation. Oh, I should be able to get into the next race. Just eat your food. Yeah, but you're just gonna be sitting there watching me eat, Jacko. I can eat when we're doing the Nations Cup, but it's fine. Just hot wings. Buffalo hot wings with some blue cheese. What's happening there? Gonna calibrate it. Oh, come on. I'm gonna have to put a repower on something, am I? Sorry. Oh, dynamic viewing. So when's the next one then? So when's the next one? Oh, what am I doing? So we go back in there. Is it this one? No. That's got to be the next. No, I don't know. Watch program. So I know I've got a new Genesis. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And then, what the hell car is that? The Skoda VGT. It's another one. That starts at. Okay, that says it starts at 3:59. When it doesn't. We just done it. So that's obviously a mistake. Oh, it's 6. So that starts at 6:30. But yeah, I've got about 45 minutes, guys. Starts at 6:30. So I might as well jump into a race. Right, why isn't this working? Right, turn it off. Right. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Right. All right, let's get into a quick race. There should be timing right. Yet 1 minute to go. I can have my hot wings and half an hour. It's fine. End of the day, or else you're just gonna be bored out of your minds for the next 45 minutes. And it's not fair on you because I appreciate you. Oh god. So what do you think to that race thing, guys? It's like slow and steady at start, but I think, like I said, the last 8 laps really started to become interesting, and yeah, it got really interesting at the end. We watch, you fail, we get on sim grid for like 4 hours, we really don't care. Well, that's a bit mean now, Jacko, saying that I fail. That hurts. That hurts deeply, my friend. Hurts deeply. That's like a steak knife to my back. I try my best for you guys. I try my best to entertain. Well, here we go then. P1 again. I know, I'm just saying, buddy. I know, I never give up. Never give up. Never surrender. But I need to get back to where I am. We didn't fail at watching. No, you won. Well done. Well done there, Flippin' Heck. Legend you are. Well, let's do this. Come on. There's only like 2 races anyway. Excuse me. And then we're straight back into it. Oh, crapping hell. I've wiped my greasy ass fingers. All right, let's go. go, let's go. That's close. I said that McLaren is ripping quick around it, around this section. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Still getting used to this wheel. This is very different to the belt. Screwed up halfway, what was it, F31R, what it's called. Struggling. Sorry guys.
Tried your best and you failed miserably. The lesson is never try. Come on. Oh, dear. I've got to try a different car. Well, I don't know which one to pick. I'm struggling now. Absolutely struggling. I've lost my confidence a little bit. Yeah, but I don't have a manual or a clutch time traveler, so yeah, can't do that. Hey, Dachi, welcome back, mate. Hope you're good, buddy. Oh, Absolutely shocking that was. So I don't know. I can't remember if I had traction control on there. Can't remember. I know I have traction control on in Nismo. Let's try Nismo out. Oh, the snapback, man. Look, like I did awful in my last race, mate. I'm struggling altogether at the moment with the wheel and the car combinations. I mean, I think that last time it was just pure luck because I've just gone downhill. Like I just can't pick a car that I can control. Really have gone downhill, in my opinion. Oh, that freaking hop! Second time now. It's a hop that gets me. You meant to cut. You got meant to cut Degner 1, and then it just hops. And I try and correct it, and every time I do it, it sends the car. So frustrating. Oh, for God's sake. It's good. I was gonna say, guys, it's gonna take me time to get back to where I was, and just hope you're gonna just support the journey because I just don't. I think it's gonna be. I don't know how long it's gonna be until I can get back to my original self. And it's frustrating. It is very frustrating, I'm not going to lie. Oh, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks. I mean, I want to be like this.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
That is what I want to be like. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that at all. Oh, bloody hell. But hey, Dutchy, I'm sorry, I've got to play this for you.
But that's okay. Remember, there are no stupid questions, just stupid people.
I know Dutchy's laughing his ass off right now. Hey, Gino, how are you, mate? Everyone loves a comeback story. Oh, I hope so, buddy, because I say at the moment that is... I'm waiting for the comeback part to the story. I'm waiting for the comeback. That story, I hope. Yeah, exactly. So Flippin' X already thinking about leaving the channel. So... Back on the wheel, sort of, Gino. I've done a couple of races on the pad, and now I'm doing a couple of races on the wheel. Doing one more race, and then it's the Nations Cup. So we did two races on the pad. We watched the manufacturers. Now we're gonna watch just a horrific race on the wheel. I'm gonna do another one in a minute. Well, any second now, and then yeah, we'll be going back to watching Nations. Well, I hope you're good, man. Welcome along anyway, buddy. Hope you're good. So Suzuka's not my favourite track anyway. I prefer this one in the GR4 cars, in all honesty. So yeah, Tay, when she's not gigging, she is racing, and we just got to shake it off. Shake it off. we all love a story, I hope. Well, once upon a time, there was a guy that had a stupid leg injury, and now he's crap at racing. There's your story at the moment. I'm definitely putting. I just do not like this GTR. I do not like the power band. Like when you start accelerating, it starts spinning out. I just don't believe that happens in life. But come on, let's go. Let's see what we can do. Can we hold first? Can we win? Can we get top 3? Let's find out. Yeah, I'm using TC1. I don't like this car. But I thought I'd try a front-wheel drive car or front rear. I'm not afraid of using traction control if I need it. It's only a couple of cars that I'll use it for. As long as I don't F it up. mean, it would have been great to actually change the gear. Oh no, it's going to be back in my slip now. I've got to try and get away from him again. I've got the Italian Black Mamba in third as well. Oh, it's gone! I have just got to see you home now. 3 seconds in front. That's not the greatest lap time, but still, PMS 0.9. Let's do this. Chloe, buddy, welcome along. I'm being 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Jesus Christ. They must have been battling. Okay, we'll take the P1, guys.
Well, Dick, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
There we go. There we go. Well, welcome back there, Paul, mate. Clear. I'm not now. What's that barrier? What's going on? You use driver assist. Only for that Nissan GTR, mate. I do not like it. I don't like the fact that thing wheel spins in third gear and just makes you slide. I cannot stand the car. But I've used it. I was doing good in the R8 and the Hurricane. And today, my leg's playing up, and yeah, I'm just struggling. I'm struggling with it. Bless GTI, he gifted me a Fanatec PD Pro. So uh, 8.2 seconds, man. Jesus. Well, it's going to be time for what's the name in a minute. But I don't know if you know Barrier, because I haven't seen you in a while and everything. But and I don't think you're on my Discord either. But I had a bad injury on my leg, which resulted in major surgery. And it's been a month now, and I'm starting to get back onto the wheel. I'm still using the joypad, but I'm getting back onto the wheel. And me and GTI in a hidden relationship. No, considering he lives in Chicago. So it's not a long distance relationship. I'm happily married to my wife, Jacko. You know that. He just was a kind-hearted, lovely man that gifted me a get well present and get me a Fanatec. Is he flying? Is he flying you out? I would go, man. I wouldn't care. I love America. Seeker lover, what? Yeah, GTR, you're my boy. You're my lover. That's the lover. My lover. I'll have you really, Barrier. But bless your heart. I hope you're okay as well, mate. Like I say, I got discharged 2 weeks ago. Now, well, originally I dislocated my knee over a month ago now, but then 2 weeks before I was meant to go back to work, I had no feeling or strength in my lower leg and went to go and get it checked, and my kneecap was not in my kneecap. It was above my kneecap by like 4 inches, and found out that I ripped my tendons out of my lower kneecap, which then resulted in major surgery, and I'm out now for the next 12 weeks. So, but I hope you're okay, buddy, and wish you all the best as well. You don't have to say what you've had done or anything, like I said, but all I say is I wish you the very best, mate. Hey, TJ, how are you, mate? Welcome back, my friend. Us Midwest folks, good folks, Chicago repping. No, mate, I would love to go to Chicago. Love to go to Chicago. Yeah, I was like again. I've had Crohn's issues. Crohn's. I've heard of that. A few blood transfusions out. Bless you, mate. Crohn's. Yeah, so I thought it was Crohn's. Well, you don't have. Please don't say you got Crohn's disease. Oh, mate, I'm so sorry to hear that, buddy. I'm so sorry to hear that, mate. Well, 20 wow. 25 years. That's crazy. Is there a cure for it then? Or is it just like, say, blood transfusions and stuff? Yeah, longer than, yeah, exactly, Jacko, you little baby. Just medications and surgery. Yeah, thought it was. Bless you, mate. Really bless you. Well, you know, sometimes it always puts things into perspective as well, like something like that as well. It's just like, say, it's just, sometimes it can be tough. And I just hope that it doesn't get any worse for you, mate. I have a bag because of it. Do you really? Oh, mate. So yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, buddy. It does, Jacko. Yes, it's like I'm not with my leg thinking, "Oh, feel sorry for me." It is what it is. I had an accident at work, and now I'm recovering. Do you know what I mean? People ask me, because if I, with my community, and I had to stop for about a week. I had to let people know because they'd be like, "What's wrong with Hoxton? Why is he not streaming? Hoxton, what's going on?" I had to keep people posted. What's going on? It's no different than what Tizy's done today, and let people know what's going on with his 50k special, his 60k special. It's like keeping the community updated on your lives and everything. And so it's and like I say, mine wasn't the greatest like thing, but no, not that. But it is what it is, isn't it? Like you just got to soldier on, but the support in the community helps us get on as well. I mean, Sir Barrier is a part of CXI, excuse me, and I'm very sure they've been very supportive in his community. Okay, what's going on? Where was it? Watch program here, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah, there you go, then, mate. They've been like brothers to you. Exactly. And my community And I know other communities have reached out and helped out too. Tishneys, Rory's, Dutchies and Sims, and my community have all helped me out because, like I say, my wife's out of work. Here it is. Like, oh crap, my wife's out of work. She has been for 6 months due to having spine fusion, and so I was carrying the family, like, you know, working hard and doing my YouTubing and etc. And now I'm out of action due to an injury at work. So we've got, you know, zero income coming in, hitting you know, summer holidays. So, you know, and bless the community and people who've started up a fund to help me and my family out. It's you know, like I say, you just feel loved and amazed that the community will help you when in need. And like I said, we'll return that favour to keep, you know, because they've kept my YouTubing alive. So,
can they handle the pressure, you ask? Let's find out.
But all right, here we go. Let's start watching the Nations Cup. In Prague, right. I'm getting back to my dinner.
Well, if we want to talk about pressure, that was the Manufacturers' Cup. Just, I mean, a few moments before. I mean, that was right up until the wire, guys. That was some of the best racing I think we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, what an awesome way to start off a day of racing here. Manufacturers' Cup amazing. Now into the Nations Cup. Matter of national pride now for our drivers. One of the closest series we have in the Gran Turismo live events, and one that I personally look forward to, but no Brits for us, Tom, unfortunately.
Yeah, sadly not. But, you know, if we look back to Montreal, we had
Thank you, Jacko.
races. Takumi Miyazono taking the lead with the
I love cold hot wings.
Jose Serrano, Coque Lopez also on the podium. If that's anything like what we're expecting here tonight, we're in for a corker.
Yes, mate, but honestly, mate, I don't care. I love it.
The Manufacturers' Cup,
doesn't have to be hot.
suddenly, all of a sudden, very patriotic. I don't know about that.
I'm down for it. I think we should get some Union flags, cup of tea, biscuits.
I feel like that's pushing it a bit too much, really, with our history. Okay, well, speaking of Montreal, we do have a bit of a catch-up, a highlights package for you. So just in case you missed it.
So the grand final of the Nations Cup at Montreal, this was Kai de Bruyne pulling
a
worldy of a move on Coque Lopez into the fast first corner at Road Atlanta. But the story of the race for many was lap traffic in the middle stages.
Yeah, Callum Roach, the American driver, on alternative strategy in amongst the leaders. The shortness of the circuit and the speed of these cars made it very difficult to do anything apart from run the fast strategy. But it was this man, Kylian Drumont, who was ruining this mistake here from what would have been maybe an easy win for the Frenchman, down and out of the podium positions.
Yeah, very disappointing there for Kylian, but the battle for the lead continued on. Takumi Miyazono versus Jose Serrano. Side by side they went down the back straight. This was Miyazono on the better strategy for him. More grip under braking. He went through into the race lead and came around the final corner a couple of laps later to be crowned as the victor of the Nations Cup for round one of the GT World Series in Montreal. Very well deserved, with Jose Serrano and Coque Lopez also joining him on the podium as the celebrations continued on into the night in Montreal. Well, there we go. What an amazing event we had in Montreal, and amazing from Takuma Miyazono. Now leads the point standings, but only by one, of course, because it reflects the results that we had a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's great to lead from the front with 6 points, but still 2 rounds left to go, so all to play for. Serrano, Lopez, Kai de Bruyne there as well. Zaka and Gallo all scoring points. Interestingly, Kylian Drumont, as we saw from those highlights there, sort of threw his race away, to be honest. And that's someone we expect to see, I think, in the top 3, Tom.
Yeah, I think there's a good opportunity for some drivers to capitalise tonight, sort of right the wrongs, really, of what we had a few weeks ago.
Always a pleasure with you, Barry, mate. You take care, mate. And
we saw that with Kylian Drumont. We've seen it tonight.
Look after yourself, and I hope to see you again soon, buddy.
Wrong strategy choices. So
please take care of yourself, my friend.
These points rankings, they don't quite tell the whole story. I mean, I think we have in this Nations Cup in 2024 here the closest field that we have ever had. I mean, any of these 12 drivers could walk away with a victory here today. It's genuinely that close.
And the thing is as well, these 12 drivers, unlike the Manufacturers' Cup, are the 12 drivers that are competing all season long. So they were in Montreal, they're here, they're in Tokyo, they're at our World Finals as well later on. So they're going to really know each other's strengths and weaknesses by the time we get to December.
It's a bit of a slog for these guys, isn't it? I mean, especially for your poor guy Barbara, who's taken part. His luggage got lost, by the way. He was wearing flip-flops up until about an hour ago.
I saw him in Lost Property, rooting around for an old T-shirt. You know?
There, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, that's definitely something else that can get inside your head. I mean, you're away from your PC, you're away from your home, and you're there competing in a completely different location. But yeah, definitely it's all part of the nation.
A couple of years Americans are in this race. Yeah, fair play.
12 drivers who will be competing here tonight in the Nations Cup. All the way down under from Australia, please give it your all for Guy Barbara. Guy hasn't taken a victory on the world stage yet, and he's had a bit of a tricky time this weekend so far with some lost luggage, but I'm sure that won't be deterring his performances out on track to a rapturous reception here in the Czech Republic. Keep an eye out for the Chilean Angel Inestrosa. Came tantalisingly close to the Nations Cup title a couple of years ago. Recovered from a recent leg injury.
Here's the person you want to look out for.
And the Chilean, as you can see there, 5 wins in 42 starts. He'll be hoping to add to that tally here tonight.
Barbara needs a new Barbara.
Kylian Drumont from France is next up. Threw away a possible victory a few weeks ago in the first World Series event in the Nations Cup. He again will be hoping for better fortunes here tonight. That'll be aided by a good sprint race, putting him in a better position for the grand final later. Next up is the buoyant Brazilian Adriano Carrazza. We know he's got what it takes to shine on the international stage. He's come so close to winning on a few occasions in the grand finals in the Nations Cup. Let's see whether he can break his duck tonight. From the United States of America, one of 2 North American drivers competing here tonight. It is Robbie Heck. Robbie, a very well-esteemed competitor in the Nations Cup. And we know that he's got what it takes to bring the fight to the sharp end of the field. Next up, our second American driver, Callum Roach. A relatively new name by comparison in the Gran Turismo World Series, but certainly no slouch out on track. Let's see whether he can be on the podium here tonight. Former
Who are you voting for, guys?
Gallo then, has he got what it takes to do the business? The Italian driver won the Nations Cup back in 2021. Is 2024 going to be the year where he becomes a double Nations Cup champion? Takuma Sasaki from Japan. 2 wins in 8 starts, a 25% win ratio. The young Japanese driver will be hoping for good fortunes here tonight. And of course,
that's Bobber Dog's lover.
Positive performance so far for him as he heads into his home round in Tokyo later on this year as well. Kai de Bruyne from the Netherlands is next up. Came tantalisingly close to a podium last time out in Canada. Will this be the time that we see him on the rostrum for the first time in 2024?
And I do love you, Jacko, but no. I love my wings.
Coque Lopez, part of the Spanish team which won the
Would you share me your wings? I don't think so. How about cake? Would you give me cake?
You can see 9 wins there from 65 starts. A good win ratio for the young Spaniards. And we know he's got what it takes on the international stage. Also, Jose Serrano, part of that Spanish lineup which won the title in 2023. A 20% win ratio for him. Will he be fighting on the podium once again for a second event in succession here in the Nations Cup? And finally, from Japan, Takuma Miyazono back in 2020. Has also won the Manufacturers' Cup on 2 occasions with Subaru. 24.5% win ratio. He seems to elude the pressure.
You asked this before. The Skittles were delicious.
Really be a dark horse here tonight as he makes his way onto the stage. So those are our 12 drivers as they make their way onto the stage. We wait for Takuma Miyazono. And now we ask you to be upstanding if you're able for the national anthem of our host nation here in the Czech Republic.
Excuse me. Ooh. Oh God, excuse me. M&M's.
Well, I have to say, it's literally. I mean, look at these guys. This is like full like OG like drivers for Gran Turismo World Series. These really are the best of the best. We've seen them time and time again sit in those chairs.
Pardon me, I said M&M's, Jacko. M&M's.
At the time watching us, it's super important that you understand exactly how the Nations Cup is going to break down. Let's look at the comp format. Here's how the Nations Cup competition breaks down. Racing are the 12 fastest drivers from the 2024 online qualifiers. Each of these drivers will get a chance to set a time over one attack lap. The qualifying round determines grid order for the sprint race. The sprint race then sets the grid order for the grand final. All 12 drivers then battle it out in the grand final, with the top 6 securing World Series points, which will be added to the results from round 1 in Montreal. First place gets a shiny trophy and declared winner of round 2 of the Nations Cup World Series.
Well then, that's how it all works out in terms of the competition format, but I think it's probably a good idea that we meet our 12 drivers and give you a bit of an idea as to who is competing. If it's your first time watching the Gran Turismo World Series, welcome along. It is fantastic to have you here. But the 12 drivers who competed in Montreal, the same drivers that we have here, the same drivers we will have in Tokyo, and the same drivers that we'll have at our World Finals as well.
Exactly. It's nice to see a proper good range of nations competing here as well. That's what Nations Cup's all about. It's about finding the best driver in the world.
Let's have a look then, shall we, at these 12 drivers. So from the North American region, Callum Roach and Robbie Heck. From Central and South America, Adriano Carrazza and Angel Nostroza. From Asia, you've got Takuma Miyazono and Takuma Sasaki. From the EMEA region, 4 drivers there: Jose Serrano, Valerio Gallo, Kai de Bruin and Kilian Drumont, as well as Coque Lopez. 5 drivers make that, actually. And then 1 from Oceania, which is Guy Barbara, all the way from Australia. Sans his luggage, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, a bit lonely down there, isn't he, on his own? So, Oceania drivers, you got to step it up. You got to step it up. You need to bring more of you guys to these events.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's amazing to have these 12 drivers here. And as I said earlier on, before we came onto the show, Jimmy, these 12 drivers competing against one another, they're going to have a real idea of what their strengths and weaknesses are as we head through the season now. Yeah,
and some drivers, this is their strength. This is the Red Bull X 2019. The car we use to settle disputes here at Gran Turismo. Full of downforce, full of power, and the car we'll be using, of course, in our qualifying as well.
Yeah, time trial took place earlier on for our drivers. That decides the grid for the sprint race. Let's have a look at some highlights from that one, shall we? It was a 1-lap attack session for the drivers. You see them out on track here. This is Callum Roach in his X 2019. A couple of lap times haven't been set at this point, with Guy Barbara being top of the class, but Callum Roach managed to depose him by nearly a couple of tenths of a second.
Valerio Gallo, who's had a lot of experience in his Red Bull X 2019, also showing early pace early on, managing to go top of the time order with 14.5. But it was this man, Takuma Miyazono, last man to run across the start-finish line, and just by the skin of his teeth, take the pole position away from Gallo on a 14.4. The entire field there covered by less than half a second. It does not get any closer than that.
And if you remember back to Sydney 2020, with the last time that we raced in the Dragon Trail Seaside Circuit, we had Takuma Miyazono versus Kodo Lukovsky. That was an almighty battle, one of the closest that we've ever seen in the Nations Cup, so it set us up an absolute treat.
And the gap was about that, 0.035 there, back to the Valerio Gallo. But you see here, a lot of drivers very good in this car. It's one of those cars that people spend.
The Misano is bloody good around this combination.
Equal playing field here, but that's ridiculous to me. Imagine being 2 tenths off. I'm like, oh, that's great. Oh, I'm like 8. What?
Yes, I know. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Well, don't forget, of course, that not only are we doing the Nations Cup, and of course we did the Manufacturers Cup a little bit earlier later on for you. There's also a chance for you to get involved in the action. We've got some campaigns going on within Gran Turismo 7, a chance for you to win up to 2 million in credits and also a couple of cars. Take a look at this to find out a bit more.
Involved with the World Series inside Gran Turismo 7. This is with the bonus campaign. Just click on the winner banner of the GT7 World Map.
Why are they telling us
That's
this?
going to give you, the players, the chance to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. Don't forget you can enter a vote right
get the game sticks.
of each grand final.
What game sticks?
And if that's not enticing enough, watch the Manufacturers Cup in-game and you're going to receive the Genesis X Grand Racer Vision Gran Turismo concept. If you want to see how you compare to our superstar Manufacturers Cup competitors, you can head on now to a new time trial in Gran Turismo 7 that's going to mirror the Manufacturers Cup qualifying here in Prague. The competition duration and car category is on screen now, and it's going to take place at the Red Bull Ring.
In the action and have a chance to win yourself some wonderful prizes.
Oh, right. No, I haven't seen it, mate.
Competing on for our sprint race. This will decide the grid for the grand final. Eager Norwood, this is a track which, if you play Gran Turismo 5 back in the day, you'll be pretty familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, what a circuit as well.
Oh, right. Does it really? Yeah, fair enough.
Overtaking spots there, but as you
To
can
me,
see,
it's just dessert.
By our car, Honda RA272, or to put it the other way, 1965 Formula One car. This is going to be an absolute challenge for our drivers. See our,
this is an 8-minute race.
Beautiful thing. Basically, just a bathtub for the petrol, that thing, isn't it? So luckily our drivers haven't got to contend with the mild safety issues that were faced back in that era of racing. But equipped with that Comfort soft tyre, used to simulate the style of tyres they used to race back in the 60s. With this
welcome back, Chunky.
With this sort of car, it's going to be every man for himself, I think.
Yeah, they're going to be sliding like a dog on a polished floor over the course of this circuit, aren't they? Because there is not a lot of grip out there for these drivers, and obviously no aerodynamic grip there either.
Where do you get these? Where?
Christmas crackers, terrible joke books. You're becoming a father soon. You'll soon discover all of these. Anyway, let's have a look, shall we, at the starting grid for this sprint race taking place here in the Nations Cup. So as we saw, Takuma Miyazono stuck it on pole position in the X2019, so he will head the field in the Honda RA272 at Argon Orwand. Valerio Gallo will join him on the front row of the grid with Callum Roach alongside. Then you've got Takuma Sasaki, as well as Jose Serrano, Guy Barbara, all in the top 6. Drew Mont down there in 7th place. He needs to get some points on the board after not having any so far this season. He's ahead of Inestrosa, Carrazza,
Gran Turismo, hey, what, mate?
down there in 11th place, former champion, let's not forget. And then Robbie Heck in 12th position. Less than half a second separating them in the X2019s. But of course, Jimmy, in this sprint race, very different style of car, very different style of racing. It can completely turn on its head. Just because you're quicker than X2019 in qualifying doesn't guarantee you're going to be fast in this.
Yeah, you can have a car that's more different than X2019. This is the complete other end of the scale. I've been told by some of the drivers, just watch out for drifting. It's drifting for the entire lap round here. Valerio Gallo said for the entire last sector, he somehow managed to string along, I think it was 5 consecutive corners of getting the thing sideways. Something silly like that. But yeah, amazing. Our live audience there, I'm sure, ready and waiting to see that Honda F1 car go around Argon Orwand. We can't wait. They can't wait. Coming up very, very soon.
So drivers then ready and in position as we get ready for the sprint race to get underway here. This will determine the grid, to remind you, for the grand final coming up later on. And the last few moments for the drivers as we get ready to go racing. Then sprint.
Here we go.
Is about to begin here in the Nations Cup.
The next 8 minutes.
So the drivers then ready and lined up on the grid. As we get ready for this one, it'll be a 7-lap dash to the checkered flag to decide the grid for the grand final. And here is how the competitors will be on the field. Honda RA272 on Comfort soft tyres at the Argon.
Hey, Stephen, how are you, mate?
Big old challenge, and it's Takuma Miyazono who will head the field in pole position. Valerio Gallo joining him on the
getting there, Bran. We're getting there. Starting the bus listening. Fair play, mate. You'll be able to watch the whole race.
Next up,
just...
Serrano,
oh, he's smiling! Jose smiling!
Barbara, the Australian driver, will he be able to...
Barbara's got a very long neck.
There's Killian Drumont, 7th position for him, with Angel Inestrosa in P8. Next up, you've got Adriano Carrazza in 9th position. And in P10, Kai de Bruyne, the Dutch driver. Final row of the grid comprised of Coque Lopez in P11, and P12 is Robbie Heck with a fair bit of work to do. Now, Jimmy, a rolling start for these drivers, 7 laps. What are we expecting?
I think it's going to be an absolute fist fight. This you really need to.
Yeah, I think this is going to be carnage.
Cars, so it's going to be a lot of very intense race. I've got to say as well, that American livery on that Honda, man, that looks like it was born for that car. Amazing to see it with that different livery on it.
Yeah, you just need someone playing Freebird in the background. The guitar something like that. That would really sort it out. I have to say the Japanese livery also looking pretty resplendent. I would say in the sunshine, but actually in the fog here at the Eigen Orwen circuit. This is, of course, based on a track that's not apparent in real life, and well, fog would be there if you are familiar with that part of
the tires look different. They've got the Michelin tyres logo around it. That's basically it. That's why they look different. It looks like they've got white walls.
In Honda RA272s on comfort soft tyres. It is
because Michelin now are supported or sponsored by Gran Turismo.
In the sprint as Takuma Miyazono heads Valerio Gallo and Callum Roach as we come over the jump. Keep an eye out for that when we're up to racing speed, because there'll be 4 wheels in the air. Miyazono leads. Callum Roach looking to the outside of Valerio Gallo through turn 1. Pretty even, Stevens, as Sasaki also looks to the inside of Jose Serrano through to the left-hander. Was he able to make that move stick? Yes, he was. Miyazono still holds on to the lead from Gallo, from Roach, from Serrano, or not, because Sasaki's just got the better of him, and Serrano's dropping down the field like a stone.
Yes, Serrano, a small mistake there, down to P7, Sasaki up to P4, and Guy Barbara up to P5 there. Good start there for the Australian driver, on board now with Sasaki.
How can they keep the car straight?
In this awesome Honda 1965 F1 car, almost all the men to the wall. They're all getting it wrong there, just late on the brakes. Shows you how challenging this car is. I think 3 of the top 4 there just kissing the barrier on the way through. They don't want to do that too many times.
Yeah, not much mechanical grip, not much aerodynamic grip, not much of anything really on these cars. It's a real fight for these drivers as they try and get some heat into the tyres. You can see Miyazono there not managing to pull out an advantage. You can see
what a drift. Held on to that one.
Guy Barbara, as we come through into this long banked right-hander, Serrano's off into the scenery.
Even they're struggling
as well. Karatza, Heck, and Estrosza are under investigation as we come over the jump at the end of the first lap. It is still Miyazono that leads. De Bruyne has a look to the inside. There's room there for him on Guy Barbara. It was a bit of hip and shoulder between them. Kilian Drumont's got box office seats. These two in front, knocking 7 bells out of one another. Drumont tries to join in on the party as well as we flick it through into the next right-hander. These series of switchback corners are very good from a spectator's point of view, but for the drivers it's a real headache because it presents opportunities like that for Robbie Heck to send it up the inside.
Yeah, these 272s are just presenting great racing right now. Everyone's just scrambling for any sort of position, but it just shows you how difficult it is to judge these things. Big break into the long right-hander.
Oh, and again! Oh, no!
All the way back to P11. Kai de Bruyne just about hanging on the outside there.
Even they're struggling.
Again there. This is so surreal to see. We're not used to seeing mistakes from our drivers, and we've seen plenty so far as Kai de Bruyne just about holds off the pack of 3 cars behind him. But Kilian Drumont again to the back of the field, Tom.
Karatza picking up a penalty for colliding
2 seconds.
He's deemed at fault for that first lap incident. It's all kicking off here. Serrano, very high line through that banked right-hander, just manages to hold on to 8th position ahead of Robbie Heck for the time being. Drumont, Barbara and Serrano all under investigations. We go 4 wheels in the air at the start of lap 3. So 2-second penalty there for Adriano Karatza. He's going to go down.
He's gone for a big dive there in the Estrosza.
That is going to be difficult for him to recover that as we head into that grand final.
Yeah, this is proving to be a challenge for our competitors, and Valerio Gallo is absolutely glued to the back of Takuma Miyazono. I know that Valerio likes these sort of more difficult cars, likes these older cars, not as big a fan of the aero exclusive
I think Miyazono and Gallo are more focusing on the Nations Cup now.
As soon as we go on board, it's to touch the wall around.
Oh, Dello's got a 2-second penalty.
It's super easy to maybe snatch a break or something, and just these comfort soft tyres do not offer a lot of grip, and Drumont actually getting the penalty there after losing the position. So bad to worse for Kilian Drumont.
Not good at all for the Frenchman. The wheels coming.
Oh, Chunky, you know, you think that we struggle at this race? They're struggling. They're all colliding into that long right-hander.
1.5 seconds or so. There's not much in terms of slipstream actually at this circuit.
And I'm guessing it's your little one, buddies. I hope your little one's all right.
On the right-hand side of your screen, there's not many straights at this circuit, so out of slipstream range for the top 2. Not really much to worry about. They can just run their own race, and squabble it out a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, this race, this car is really separated to the pack here, and it's shown those who are used to maybe driving something a little bit more left field, and those who maybe stick to the downforce-based cars. I mean, Guy Barber at sort of the end of that pack of the first 5 cars. That's Kaiser Bruin recovering after a few small issues at the start there. But Sasaki, great race from him so far. Up, of course, a position from his qualifying spot up into P3. And a reminder that this does set the order for the grand.
Fair play, fair play.
Results of this race set the starting order.
It's not juice me poorly, then what, eating too much, something like that?
Miyazono will be in pole with Gallo second and Sasaki in third.
Just to give you an idea of the scenery that you can see at this circuit as well, the mountains that you can see on this scenery of this circuit are all about 4,000 metres high, so we really are up in the Alps, and spectacular scenery.
Yeah, she's just
great to see this circuit, which is a favourite for many, I'm sure, back on the track. As Miyazono just making a slight
I love you, Chunky, mate. You're legend.
That's a bit of a warning sign. I don't think it'll allow Gallo to challenge into the next series of corners, but he's certainly closer than he has been so far.
Yeah, I mean, Valerio, I think just thinking about it there, not going for it as Miyazono a little bit wide again, but not quite offering the car's width that Gallo needs to get.
Yeah, definitely, Scooby. Definitely. I can't believe how much they're struggling. How do you see we're not struggling, really? It's beat Gallo and Mr. Arno.
In the mirrors of Takuma Miyazono, keeping him busy, keeping him looking behind him instead of in front of him. But a better exit there for Miyazono, a bit of breathing room now. But these two at the front
but Gallo could have him.
The rest of the pack having a great race
Looking.
so far. This time, both of them, thankfully, avoiding that barrier on the outside, if not just narrowly.
Well, the high line seems to be the fastest way around there, but the thing is, it's such a fine margin between taking the high line and taking the barrier with you. On board we ride here with Valerio Gallo, proper Grand Prix movie shot, if you remember that film back in 1966, as we ride on board with the former champion, 2 former champions actually inside the top 2 as we sit in this race. There are the steely eyes of determination for Valerio Gallo in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. He's waiting for an opportunity for Miyazono to make a mistake. Nice high line for both of those drivers, and no slips and slides out of that right-hander for Miyazono. Manages to build up his lead to nearly 4/10 of a second once again.
Yeah, so Miyazono, the gap isn't huge, but he's looking comfortable for now. And Gallo is starting to run out of time.
Definitely, Brian.
So at this lap, and then one more, and Gallo looks up the inside, tries a narrow line there, but just does not get the drive off the corner. I mean, these cars don't have a lot of horsepower, maybe about 280 horsepower, 250 around there, but they weigh less than 500 kilograms. Can you imagine that sort of power in something that light? The cars are skating around these tyres that are not made really for anything apart from just getting to the end of the race. So yeah, very, very challenging for our drivers. Again, Gallo looks inside, but not quite close enough, but keeps showing that intention, doesn't he, Tom?
The problem is, though, he's got inside, but he's then run it deep with a bit of understeer mid-corner.
Coco Lopez, 2 seconds.
Lopez picks up a 2-second penalty.
He's already last anyway.
Compounding his woes. The essentially he needed to make in this qualifying race is not working out at all there for the Spaniards. I'm afraid to say he's 12th on the grid at the moment for the grand final with a 2-second deficit to make up. So at the end of lap 6 we come to then go through that long right-hander leaning on the outside of those tyres, and it is still Takuma Miyazono in front as we begin the final lap of racing here at Eigen Ormond.
I don't think he's got the time, has Valerio Gallo. I mean, they've both got the pace and almost run into the back there of Takuma Miyazono. Does Valerio Gallo just really, there's no way around here. He's looking every which way, short shifting out the corner to try and get a bit of better traction, but Miyazono is matching him blow for blow as you come round now to the last half of the last lap. Miyazono and Gallo up front. Sasaki seemingly going to take that podium position, but of course this is for pole position in the grand final. So
no point in risking it. Might as well just take the second.
The thing is, with this track, you can see it presents opportunities in some areas. You think, oh yeah, that's great.
Oh, hello, Gallo. Go on, Gallo.
He does look for it.
Go on, Gallo.
Valerio Gallo on Miyazono. Miyazono's going to try and rough it around the outside.
Oh no, he's got a traction out.
Miyazono's just going to hold firm, and Gallo, the first sniff of a real
opportunity.
And
lucky.
A few corners now remaining for Gallo, but he's going to have to lunge his way to the inside against Takuma Miyazono. He's in his wheel tracks then as we come through to the final series of corners.
Go on, Gallo, give him.
Send it through on the inside. I don't think he's close enough. Miyazono parks the car on the apex. So close.
Yes, come on, come on.
Through on the inside.
Oh, come on.
It's a drag to the line. Miyazono versus Gallo. And Miyazono wins the sprint race from Valerio Gallo.
Bloody hell.
Sasaki. Absolutely
Jesus,
final few corners in that one. I wondered if it was just going to be a case of sort of all action waiting for it to sort of unfold, if you see what I mean. But Gallo
Jesus
found an opportunity
Christ.
somehow in those final series of
He
corners.
nearly had
To be
him.
honest, in that situation, they would have had to switch out anyway. Gallo did sort of push him a little bit wide there, but great racing there for our sprint race.
Yeah, it was
More to
epic,
come
but you should
for that grand
watch the
final,
start,
I'm sure,
Chunky.
but,
First, that first long sweeper, they were crashing into that barrier, crashing into it.
Remember as well. So they do provide great racing, and because of
Out of 12 of them, I think 10 of them did it.
They're just sliding around all over the shop. It does produce one spectacular sights for us, but also generally pretty close racing.
Yeah, I mean, I love these sort of specialised cars. For me, this is what Gran Turismo is all about. Of
course it is, Dewey.
Just throwing the competitors into every which way car possible. Hundreds of cars available in Gran Turismo. Put them in all of them. That's what I say. Every car, be good in that. Be good in that. That's a part of the Nations Cup.
Well, it took a little while for that race to start to bubble up, didn't it, really? Right on to the final lap. Let's have a look at some highlights then, shall we, of that Nations Cup sprint race. Deciding the grid for the grand final. So it kicked off with a bit of contact there with Sasaki and Jose Serrano. You can see Drummond there also trying to pick his pocket as well. Very close
1, 2, there, 3, 4, look. Oh,
penalty for ending up in the barrier. And, well, his face says it all, really. Paints 1,000 words, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Miyazono and Gallo cleared off out into the front. They were never to be seen again.
Yeah, these guys are specialists in this sort of equipment here, and Gallo did have one go at it. A little bit of contact towards the end there, and the gap was only 0.0076 across the line. That's our second race tonight. That's been less of a tenth of a second between first and second, which is amazing to say. But results at the moment, maybe not quite final. We're still waiting for our stewards to say what's what there. There was a little bit of scrambling at the end, but to be honest, the race ended the way I think it was meant to end. So there might be more going on a bit further down the field, but for the top two at least, I think it was fine.
There was a fair bit of argy-bargy, wasn't there, at
Yeah,
some points
bit.
of that race. And the irony is that the rest of the field actually finished relatively spread out to one another. It was sort of, as you said, it really sorted certain drivers out and their strengths and weaknesses on certain cars, didn't it?
It's a difficult car to master these things. They drive completely differently from the X2019, which they all qualified in earlier. Imagine that. Here's your high downforce prototype. Nah, actually, here's your bathtub with your wheels on. Good luck. Let's see how you do. But that's why I love these events.
Yeah, it does make it very exciting. Well, whilst we're waiting for confirmation of the results, if you have just joined us in the GT World Series and in the Nations Cup, let's have a look, shall we, at the season format so you can work out exactly what it's all about. So the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. Nations Cup, we've got 12 drivers. They'll compete for the whole season long. In the Manufacturers Cup, 12 teams, 3 drivers in each team. So we'll have 3 drivers in Montreal. We had 3 drivers in Montreal. We've got 3 different drivers here in Prague. And then we'll have another 3 drivers in Tokyo. All 3 of those drivers for their team. So whether that's Mercedes, whether that's Ferrari, whether it's whoever else it is, Genesis, Mazda, whatever, they will then come together as part of that 3-driver team and compete in the World Finals. Points are awarded over the course of the season, so it really does put a lot of pressure on these drivers, and it means that every round, every race counts, and you want to try and have as consistent of a season as you possibly can. We saw that in the Manufacturers Cup, and if you haven't watched it, then please turn down your volume now, because I'm going to spoil the result, because Porsche have managed to get themselves to the top of the point standings by way of consistency. They've been on the podium twice now in 2 rounds.
Yeah, consistency is super important. This is not a one-event series. You know, there are multiple events. You need to make sure you're at the sharp end for every event that stand any chance of walking away with a series title.
And also, as you saw there, the World Finals is going to be taking place later on this year, at the beginning of December. But where is it going to take place, I hear you ask? Have a look at this to find out a bit more.
We can now exclusively reveal the location for
Dutchy
the
land.
2024 Gran Turismo World Series Finals. And we're going to Amsterdam. Yeah, from the 6th to the 8th of December, our racers will meet for the final time at the Theatre Amsterdam for 3 days of intense competition. The Toyota GR-GT Cup Finals are going to be on Friday, the Manufacturers Cup featuring all team drivers on Saturday, and then the Nations Cup on Sunday. Ticket information and further information will appear soon on GranTurismo.com and GT Socials. We hope to see you there.
well,
Well, there we go. Amsterdam, then, for the World Finals, beginning of December. That's setting us up an absolute treat, I think, given the fact that we've seen some spectacular racing so far this year. And it can be pretty unpredictable. Amsterdam being the finale, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, loved it there last year, of course, or the year before. When was it now? But it was amazing, my word. Time moves, doesn't it, Tom? Time just disappears. But here are our final results then from the sprint race.
I wish it was longer, like for the Nations race. You have a long manufacturers. Why in the Nations, like, why are they not doing 14 laps?
On the podium there in 3rd place, so he'll head
would have made it more
second row
interesting.
of the grid. Guy Barbara, good position for him, 5th place. He'll be quite happy with that. He started in
Same here. Yeah, I know, Simon. I know.
Adriana Carrazza, Jose Serrano, they'll be wondering if they could have done a little bit more. Likewise, Kylian Drumont down there in 10th position as well. Opportunity for him to try and turn his fortunes around. We know he's quick in a Red Bull X 2019. Likewise, Koke Lopez will also need a strong race as well. Anyway, Takuma Miyazono, as we know, will be starting this grand final from pole position. He's down on...
I actually don't know GTI. I mean, the nations can't be that done that quickly.
Give a big round of applause to Takuma Miyazono.
No, yeah, that's annoyingly it.
You looked very relieved at the end there because Valerio was very, very close.
ほっとした顔が見れたんですけど、バレリオ最後までギリギリにまで迫ってきましたよね。
はい、もう練習から彼の方がちょっと早かったので、なんとか防ぎきればいいなと思って走ってました。
Yeah, I mean, from practice, he was already faster than me, I saw. So I was just focusing on holding him down. You know?
Yeah. What was it like driving on that track in that car, though? Because it looked quite a little bit slippery there. It was quite fun.
車でコースを走るっていうのはどうでしたか？結構なんかスリッパリーな感じがしてたんですけど。
やっぱりね、昔のフォーミュラカーなので、あんまりトラクションはかからないんですけど、まあただその新しく入ったアイガーとの相性がすごく良くて、すごいこう走ってて楽しい。
I totally agree. Totally agree.
Yeah, so you know, it is an old formula car, so you don't have as much traction as the modern cars. But actually, it's a pretty good match with the Eiger track. It's fun to drive, you know, in that combination.
Yeah, it looked a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to watch, that's for sure. And obviously now, you know, you've come fresh off the win in Montreal. Are we thinking two in a row? Yeah.
モントリオールですごいもう優勝してから、まあ今回のイベント。
I'm going to predict. I don't agree with what he says next.
2連勝できそうですか？
ちょっとお腹痛くないんで、あんまり
Yeah, pretty much,
してないかもしれないです。はい。お腹痛いと。
I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I want food. I don't want to talk no more.
By the time this rolls around, but I think you know I don't want to you know jinx myself too much.
はい。まあでもできる限りベストを尽くして頑張るので、決勝も応援お願いします。
Yeah, but I'm going to try my best, so you know, please cheer for me.
She's so condescending. Yeah, I know.
Humble, yet very, very well decorated drivers. Please give it up for Takuma Miyazono. Let's throw it back now to Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah, it'd be so funny, Simon, if it was. He's saying something and he's like, yeah, well, he doesn't give a crap, really. He's arrogant, he's an asshole, yeah. He's just there nodding away like, yes, yes. Yes, I am, yes.
So there's every chance that he could do it here.
I think 4 years later, I'm still trying to get my voice back, actually, from that race. It's in the amazing conclusion there. But yes, our circuit for the
probably
grand final
with the back of the audience, it's a bit like X Factor, isn't it?
Croatia. Amazing circuit here. Suits these cars down.
That's the grand final details. 32 laps. See, so why is it 32 laps for the Nations Cup?
Otherwise known as the chicane of death.
Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to come across.
Not bothered, yeah, pretty much.
If I could make any circuit that's fictional into real life, it would be this one. I absolutely love it because it's such a brilliant track and it's just amazing to drive.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much fun. And again,
their penalty lines, some are different. It's at turn 6, not in between turn 16 and 17.
Circuits in these cars.
Very interesting.
Racing hard, medium, and soft tyres on offer. It's a long race. It's 32 laps. It's a long time.
Yes, we saw Jimmy.
By Gran Turismo stands.
We have eyes.
Also, plenty of room for strategy as well.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Is what we'll expect to see probably is a bit of action to start with. Then it'll kind of peter out a little bit in the middle, and then it will fire up right towards the end.
I bet it is bread. I bet it's garlic bread, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, someone likes chicken strategy.
Have a good chunky, mate. Catch you soon.
Here is what our strategy monkeys think of the race coming up. Usually, I like them, but they do get it wrong usually, don't they?
It's a good point, though. You can see if you're on the soft compound of tyre, maybe you're going to do that. Maybe go on to the mediums. You've got to use those tyre compounds over the course of the race as well. So maybe you go hard onto mediums, maybe you go mediums onto softs. You've got to use 2 or more compounds over the course of this race. You haven't got to use all 3. So if you can try and stay off the hard tyre, I'd have thought you're going to try and stay off the hard tyre.
Yeah, the hard tyre historically has just not been really one that people are interested in using. I mean, look at the medium there. Only 0.2 of a lap slower than the racing soft. The racing hard, 1.3. So I mean, I think probably what we're going to see is the two stop, the two stops the softs and then onto the mediums at the end. How they're going to pan that out, I don't know. But we never know, do we?
No, exactly. Exactly. Well, some drivers who do know are the ones who are competing here tonight. Let's have a look as we call it with a couple of them to find out the secrets of this Dragon Trail Seaside Circuit.
Yeah, let's find out,
Yeah, I have some idea in my head for attack, for overtake some drivers on this track. I think on this track and with the car as well, the switchback can be really strong because some hairpin, so you can switch back very easily. You can, because the track is really small, really short. If you overtake a bit late, just go to the.
Yeah, never know, Morgan, mate. Might happen.
So it's a bit dangerous.
So what's most challenging about Dragon Trail is, of course, the famous chicane of one of the last sectors, and it's the most iconic one because we go so much at high speed there, and it's so unpredictable, and most of the times we have to lift with some other cars. And
I think they need to change it, and actually, when you hit the pits, it's to show you going, like driving to your pits to change tires, then leave. Except for you sit there waiting for the car to come. That's what I personally think.
There's going to be some lunges, fat lunges in this race. I'm looking at you, Killian.
Yeah, if you're going to do it properly and make it longer, do it right then. Do it like, it's all animated, do it yourself. The computer does it, but you watch yourself go into the pits and you watch yourself leave.
Of this man's season so far, Takuma Miyazono at the top of the pile by a fairly healthy margin.
Does anyone want to tell anyone that Coco Lopez was last in that last race, or?
Well, they haven't got crystal balls, mate.
Yeah, you can't do like, because you got to think, because it's either you go straight into the pits at the start and then you see you drive out, or you wait ages and then when you leave the pits, you're right at the end of the pits. I don't agree with it.
Absolutely. Now, we are, of course, here in Prague, in the Czech Republic, the home of Skoda.
Yeah, take care, Brandon.
We unveiled the
Gran
Turismo car. If you haven't seen it, check this out and
take care, mate.
a little bit more about it.
What's going on now? This is serious. Oh, vision. Vision. Ooh, Skoda vision. Oh. 3 cars. Ooh, nothing decent though. No, it's only 2 cars. There's 2 of them are crap. They're stupid cars. Basically, the electric cars. Yeah, that's the hardtop GTI. That's a no roof. I'm very sure it is different. I could be completely wrong. I could be chatting out my ass. Yeah, Morgan, I think it's ugly.
Gran Turismo car unveiled earlier on this year. What a spectacular looking machine, and I love the Vision GT project because
you have to say that or else you get in trouble.
We don't need to worry about putting golf bats in the boot. We don't need to worry about how high that headlight goes. We can just go a bit mad.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's nice to see all these, as you say, visions out there in the virtual flesh, and this one looks like the Batmobile.
It does.
Actually, that looks decent. So looking forward to trying that in game.
Well, I was on in Prague, actually, I should say, earlier on this year with Skoda when we unveiled the car, and we had a race there. Our very own Lucas Ordonez was racing.
No, you know it's scripted. This part, like in a way, it's scripted. They can't turn around and say, yeah, the Skoda's actually looks like a pile of shit, don't it? Well, yes, Jimmy. Yeah. Well, yeah, it really does, mate. Yeah. I mean, I don't really like it at all. We're not going to get our paychecks today. No, of course we're not. But we're going to say we're going to be true to ourselves, guys. We're going to be true.
But now our attention shifts over to the Nations Cup. The grand final.
Oh, there you go then.
About to begin. Who?
There is another race then.
Yes. Yes.
Well, Dak, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellent.
Exactly. Let's go. Yeah, definitely. You have to say the words. You get that is 100%. They cannot turn around people who are work for Gran Turismo and say, "Well, I don't like that car." That's like people at radio presenters when the song comes on, from Ali Grande or whoever. They can't turn around and say that song's crap. I would. I would give a crap. Not my cup of tea.
In the Czech Republic, it is time.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go.
On the grid here at 32 laps time. Valerio Gallo also joins in on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is headed by Takuma Sasaki.
Oh, you find me just
the American driver.
No, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that. I'll get sacked within 10 minutes. Hey, attention. Yeah, mate. Welcome, guys. 3 away from 50 likes, guys. Thank you so much. We're only doing 5 races. Anyone gets to 50 likes before the start of the race, man, much appreciated. Let's go. Nice and chilled tonight, guys. Nice and chilled.
And then completing the grid is another former and also
and don't forget, we piss excellence as well.
Coque Lopez. Now, interesting.
Here we go.
Drivers going on the medium tyres, all but Coque Lopez down in 12th.
Can't imagine how much fun it would be. Well, yeah. I mean, let's face it. I'm a hoot. But
because you're in P12.
It is what it is. Yeah, but I'm not money material when it comes to being on camera.
The start of his races, being on that soft tyre maybe isn't the best.
Want to see some deaths? Well, we'll find out, Simon. We'll find out in the next 32 laps.
Out of that tyre, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, bless you, Deadpool. Thank you.
Tyres then to start this race. The only outlier is the man you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That is Coque Lopez. He's going to make a sharp ascension through the field as it's all bunched up. But how far will he be able to go?
Yeah, that's a bad move. You do want to be on soft right away.
Will probably be on the soft compounds. Will that hurt his charge? We'll find out in 30.
Guaranteed to be more viewers as well.
Who is going to take the checkered flag? And crucially, who will be leading the championship as we
maybe there'll be a lot of YouTube clips, won't there? Watch this moron make an ass of himself.
Is underway. Takuma Miyazono leads the
hey, Rusty. How are you, mate?
Valerio Gallo from Takuma Sasaki as we come through into turn 1 and then turn 2. This is the real heavy braking zone.
Well, we need 2 likes, guys. Can we hit 2 likes before the first lap is done? Come on, help a brother out.
There does present opportunities that it may not at other circuits for some drivers. All pretty clean through the first couple of corners. Miyazono it is that still holds on to the lead.
Yeah, nice getaway there from Miyazono. Exactly what you would have wanted here at the start of the race. Lopez making up a couple of places up to P10 using that soft tyre as we said he would. So Miyazono, Gallo, Sasaki, Roach, Barbara, Kai, De Bruyne make your top 6 as we go down to the first big overtaking spot of the lap. Now they're up to speed. The first hairpin. Is anyone close enough for a move? Will anyone chance it on this medium compound tyre? No line astern so far. As I say that, Guy Barbara.
But they get Coque Lopez just making ground already.
Driving very well recently,
making a lot of ground.
Order and being in the top 5, but of course, long race to go here, lots of strategy to go as you go through the chicane for the first time. Makes you wince every time going through. They're so close to the walls. Guy Barbara moves up into 4th place past Callum Roach.
Yeah, I think Roach made a mistake. That's
Gallo took him.
Kai De Bruyne also. De Bruyne moving up.
Well, Estrada's had an accident.
They've
tapped each other.
This opening lap. Meanwhile, Coque Lopez going up the field like a rat through a drain pipe as he goes up into 8th position. We ride on board here with Barbara. Slight lift on the throttle there as we head through this fast right-hander. Sasaki trying to challenge Miyazono, looking for the outside line there. The top 2 going to finish.
Oh, Gallo!
Gallo runs.
If that was any of us, we would have been flying.
All kicking off in the mid-pack here. We get through to the
hell.
Miyazono it is that leads. Gallo in 2nd, and now Roach back up into 3rd place with Sasaki, De Bruyne and Karatza all in tow.
The thing is, all these guys fighting on that medium compound tyre. This is basically
Peaky Pump Time. I would have shat myself by now.
Race at this point. Guy Barbara, as you say, getting shuffled down. Look back from Valerio Gallo, now under attack from Sasaki and Callum Roach back in.
Yeah, I would have shat myself, projectile vomited, everything. Oh!
Maybe defended, maybe a little bit late there. By
oh!
Guy Barbara! He's round. Off goes the Serrano as well, off into the bar, into the barrier there. What happened to Guy Barbara?
Oh, dear.
Jesus!
Jesus. Let's go. He goes.
You can't go 2 by 2.
You can't go too wide. You cannot go too wide.
Gallo was going to end up in the wall at one point there, but somehow he managed to avoid it. Look at this, De Bruyne versus Karatsa. They go
really
side by side through into the final corner.
Elbows are out, guys.
Further back there as well. De Bruyne now up into third. Karatsa relegated down to fourth.
Elbows are out.
Chaos through there, wasn't it? Miyazono, through all of that, has gained a little bit of a gap. We'll see. It's Koke Lopez and Guy Barbara involved in that, so we'll see what the stewards make of that. Gallo now, of course, down to 5th place. It always seems to happen to Valerio. Goes for a very strong move there on Karatsa. Karatsa lets it happen. Gallo back up to 4th place and just blocking.
That's the thing about world finals, isn't it? They're so clean, so fast, but also so dirty at the same time.
Well, what a drive from Robbie Heck so far. Up to P5 is.
But you couldn't have a TCR member in this. Oh, another one's gone. Heck's gone.
With Adriano Karatsa, I think it was, and Heck. Well, we were just singing his praises. The commentators curse, sadly, is alive and well.
They don't wait up. They just they just F off. They just go.
There and thereabouts into 10th position. Now here's Kai De Bruyne on the back of Takuma Sasaki. So it's a Japanese 1-2 with Miyazono heading his compatriot through that right-handed hairpin. We go into the chicane. It's all kicking off further behind. This will be music to the ears of Koke Lopez. Now, what happened here with Guy Barbara and Lopez? Into the braking zone we go. Barbara there on the left-hand side.
Oh, that was his mistake.
Lopez nowhere to go. Not Lopez's fault at all.
No, he wasn't looking at his was he was going for the move in the car in front, and there you go. Yeah,
that was his fault. That was his fault.
But meanwhile,
and he's got a penalty.
Can't
even with another car. It's his fault.
To the Dutchman before we started this show tonight, and he was saying that I love this car. This is my car. This is my track, and he's up 4 positions from his qualifying slot, and now looking to chase down Takuma Miyazono. Is someone looking to challenge Takuma Miyazono? Kai De Bruyne, relative newcomer to the Gran Turismo World Series, still had a few events since what he's doing. Koke Lopez, of course, also worth mentioning, that soft tyre has come up from the back of the grid up to P4, but of course we'll have to go on to a slower tyre a bit later on. But a good charge so far from the Spaniard. Is this indicative of what's to come?
Well, Koke Lopez making hay whilst the sun shines. He needs to do that. He needs to try and now build out a gap. He needs to stop fighting with Gallo, Roach, etc. All who are very close behind. You can see Gallo there going for the defensive line with Roach looking to the outside. That may present an opportunity for him, and also maybe for Inestrosa and Karatsa, who are not too far adrift. But now Lopez needs to build out that buffer, close down the deficit to the top 3, and give himself a fighting chance of making the alternate strategy.
I can't believe how much Lopez has gone through the grid. Look, P4 already.
Boys, calm down. You have so long left there, and so that Roach has just lost.
I know, GTI.
Wide. Inestrosa,
can he put away and hold it in mediums?
Now fighting over 2nd place. Kai De Bruyne, what an amazing race he's had so far. He's just got some level of knowledge, and now Miyazono is starting to push back. He's starting to respond. I say that. He goes off onto the curb there, losing a bit of time. Commentators curse us alive and well today, Tom, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, that's the second time that you've said something. The second time that something's gone wrong immediately after you've mentioned it. Well, Kai De Bruyne then leading the race, 4/10 of a second the advantage. You can see the advantage that Koke Lopez though has got on that.
But yeah, he's already caught up with them.
Compound of tyre as we come through there. Bit of a wiggle and a slide. This is the problem though with these very aerodynamic cars, is that dirty air can prove to be into effect. But look at that, he's got inside line now as Koke Lopez. He's got track position. It was a late lunge to the inside, but he's always going to have more grip under braking. Lopez is now through into 3rd place. You can see there he's been racing motorbikes since he was 5 years old, so he's not a stranger to throwing his way into danger, and especially through that chicane. You can see that he's very committed indeed, and surely the race lead is a matter of when and not if for the Spaniards.
He nearly took the back off Sasaki there, who's so committed on that dive. But now watch this, look at this extra traction that soft tyre affords. We reckon it's about 0.2 of a lap faster around here than the medium, but I think actually, if anything,
it's illegal blocking.
0.4, 0.5 of a second as Koke Lopez now bears down on Sasaki in front. Kai De Bruyne, of course, leading this race on board. Now, great view here on board this X2019, using those curbs. See the exit there, just got bare drive off the exit on these soft tyres, lining up Sasaki. You've got the inside here. Let's call the right hand, and no, Sasaki comes across. Will he go for the dive at the inside? He does. Strong move there from Koke Lopez, right on the curb on the inside, up into P2. Goes a Spaniard from the back of the grid.
Jesus.
About is Koke Lopez. That was a decisive lunge to the inside at a very committed part of the track. So much more grip he's got under braking. Of course, the caveat to that is on the soft tyre, they're going to wear out faster. So he'll come into the pit sooner sooner. He needs to get himself into the lead. Try and build
Yeah,
up
he's
a
flying,
buffer
but
to
he's
make
blowing
that
through them
strategy
tyres
work.
quicker.
The medium shot
So
runners
can it? But he needs. So basically, he needs to get the P1 and get away. You know what I mean? That's he. I don't.
Helicopter, helicopter.
The chicane, 13, 14, then into 15 and 16. One mistake can cost you very dearly indeed. Lopez there, closing up onto the back of De Bruyne. When's he going to think about making that move? He needs to do it pretty soon.
No, everyone's on mediums, except for Lopez.
We have, even with a tyre advantage, we've never seen it before. This is an absolutely amazing drive by Coque Lopez. So he's in the wheel tracks now of Kai De Bruyne. We're looking back from that rear wing of the Dutch drivers X 2019. Here comes Coque Lopez. Will he go for a move in the team?
No, pick it.
Not quite
pick your
close enough,
moment.
but I've got a feeling
Pick your
now,
moment.
Coming up to this next hairpin, he'll have a look. Still looking back from Kai De Bruyne. Can Coque Lopez go from last to first here at Prague in the grand final? Not quite close enough now.
I wonder, I was just about to say, his tyres, they're going to be a little bit more worn now. This is the problem, is that they're great for
See what I
6,
mean?
7 laps or so, but coming to sort of lap 8, 9, 10, they're going to start getting a bit worn, and that's the problem. Is that
Only thing is though, Coque Lopez is probably going to get clean air. That's the thing.
To 40% relative to the medium shot runners around him.
And when people start pitting, he's hoping to start sneaking past them.
And Miyazono.
Maybe he's starting to feel that a bit now, because he would have went for that move a lap ago. He didn't go for that dive this time. I was saying, I think he's going to do it. He didn't quite do it there.
Hey, Giraffe.
Kai De Bruyne doing a good job.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you for the 50th like, buddy. Appreciate it.
5 places from a starting position. Coque plus 10.
The problem here for Sasaki and Miyazono is that now Kai De Bruyne's in front. If Lopez ends up being the cork in the bottle, so to speak, that allows De Bruyne to just clear off into the distance if Lopez starts holding them up as his tyres go off. Let's wait and see what happens.
This has got to be it now. Look how close they all are. First,
I know they are, Simon. Yeah, that's me. They're going to burn through.
Miyazono all across the line in correct succession. Here they are, then Coque Lopez much faster than the last lap. Now has the overspeed, goes up into the lead. Last
there you go.
challenge completed by Coque Lopez here at the Nations Cup Grand Final at Prague. Can he now hold on? Can he put away from his pack? That is the thing now he needs to do. He's got a little bit of tyre life left. Not much, but I think if he can just extend a couple of laps, make a little bit of a gap, go on to the medium.
So he needs to start pulling away as much as he can. And when he pits, the chances are he's going to be in clear air.
That moment there for Lopez has put him under pressure and under threat. You can see now De Bruyne is right in his wheel tracks. He pulls out of the slipstream as we head down into the hairpin bend, and De Bruyne is trying to get that buffer between himself and the other drivers who are on the same stretch. Sasaki biffs it into the back there. De Bruyne has to back out of the throttle. Lopez versus De Bruyne side by side. Lopez now back in front into the lead of the race there.
Looks like he spun
the flat out.
He just didn't get out of the corner. He just couldn't
flat out.
Crashing down. Ended up holding up Sasaki behind. De Bruyne now drops down to third place as Miyazono, of course, old hand around here, just sees the opportunity. I'll take that. Thank you very much. And Coque Lopez opting to box then.
There you go. Told you. See what happens next.
Will he go to a medium compound tyre? Let's see.
See who this has brought right back into the fray now here, Jimmy, as well. Is Valerio Gallo, Angel Stroza and Adriano.
Yeah, going for mediums.
Right up, courtesy of the fact they've all been squabbling amongst one another. It's pulled them back into that gap. So the battle for the podium becomes almost a 5-way scrap. Medium tyres then for Lopez as he exits out of the pit lane.
I know, it's got clean there.
Of course, those tyres will go on for a little bit longer. So he now drops behind Guy Barber, who, as we know, has been out of sequence courtesy of the crash and the contact that he had with Lopez a handful of laps ago.
But being behind Guy Barber now, if we can clear him, he's got a 5-second gap to drive into. He's got that fresh tyre, because you better drive into that, and this could keep an eye on Coque Lopez. He's going to be a contender later on in this race. Meanwhile, again, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all in your frame right now as we dive down to the hairpin. Once again, Gallo leading in Stroza and Karatsa.
It could be an amazing undercut.
On Valerio Gallo, can he make it work? No, not quite. Gallo just beats him to the exit there, but these guys are going at it like it's the last laps of the race.
We were side by side almost with Sasaki and De Bruyne just up in front of those two as well as we headed through the chicane. They've just managed to sort themselves out, but the thing is, if these guys keep squabbling amongst one another, it'll pull them back again from that podium battle. And Stroza looks to the outside here of Valerio Gallo. Gallo's going to run him a little bit deep, possibly open the door here for Adriano Karatsa. No way through for there, but look at the top three. They are now all in the same frame, and it's gone from being a 3-way battle, as I said earlier on, to a 7-way battle.
Dermont's in it as well. He's going to the mix.
De Bruyne pulls to the outside of
Whoa!
On the brakes we go Inestrosa looking for a move on Gallo. No way through there. Could leave him under threat once again from Adriano Carrazza. Miyazono and De Bruyne part 382 as we head down in towards this right-hander. Miyazono looks for the move on the inside.
Nice. Oh, lovely. Lovely overtake.
Shoulder between Inestrosa and Gallo. Drops Gallo now down behind Adriano Carrazza as well.
What an amazing race so far. We have 8 cars right now squabbling for the lead, 10 laps into the grand final here at Prague. At the moment, Suzuki leads from De Bruyne and Miyazono, but these guys behind looking to make an impression. Ango Inestrosa diving up the inside of Takuma Miyazono makes a move. Inestrosa, who's been a bit anonymous, I say so far, now up into a podium position. Miyazono fourth, behind him is Gallo and Callum Roach. Carrazza there too, and Drummond. Look how close all these guys are, and we still have 22 laps to go for the lead. Kai De Bruyne up the inside, takes Suzuki back into the lead, goes the Dutch driver. It's action all the way so far.
This is a corker of a race, isn't it? As you said, JP. Out of the final corner we go then. De Bruyne leads from Takuma Sasaki. Inestrosa was about 6
Lopez needs to get past Barbara now.
But it only takes a couple of corners and a couple of spicy moves between these two to bring them right back into play then. Into the chicane we go. De Bruyne it is that leads. There's Inestrosa. Gallo with Miyazono very close behind. Let's not forget, a lap or so ago, Miyazono was in the lead of this race. He's now down into 5th position. Blink and you'll miss it stuff here in the Nations Cup Grand Final. Through the hairpin we go. I'd love to have another look at the tyre life.
Don't forget to hit that like button, guys, and of course the YouTube channel. And you know, even though we're chilling, please hit that subscribe button, guys. Let's get to on the way to 1,350, guys.
Try and play a bit of a blinder here, get themselves out into clear air, and then hopefully the race will come for them a bit later.
Interesting you say that, Tom, because I'm looking at the lap times right now, and Coco Lopez, who boxed earlier on, did a 16.0 last lap. These guys are all doing high to mid-17s. So Coco Lopez, the fastest man on track right now, is down the field, but before long, he'll be on the back of this massive pack of cars. So, I mean, find me a series in the world where the racing is as close as this. Here comes Suzuki up the inside once again. Now, I think they're getting to the point now where they're just letting it happen. De Bruyne pulls to the right. Inestrosa, I think it's pitting. Inestrosa pits.
Yeah,
first to blink.
He's going
to go for that undercut then. Where's he going to go in terms of his strategy? Does he go for mediums? Does he go for soft? Surely it'll be a soft strategy to the end of this one. He'll need another pit stop, and he does. Yeah, absolutely no surprise there at all for Angel Inestrosa. The crucial question.
Oh, right, yeah. So Lopez will go back into pits for soft.
It comes out. Oh, it's not brilliant for him because he's got Drummond and Serrano right up in front of him, and they're involved in their own battle in their own race.
Yeah, well, that happened. Kai De Bruyne back to lead, and Valerio Gallo back up into third place. Kai De Bruyne there, sideways, gets the wheels lit up coming out of the hairpin. That allows Suzuki back onto the rear spoiler of the Netherlands flags draped X 2019. Here's Takuma Miyazono.
Imagine our daily races like this.
The overrun he's got now is side by side with Valerio Gallo. They're all going for the move down here. Kai De Bruyne goes defensive into the right-hander. Free wide then as we go through Gallo on the inside there. 2 by 2.
Yeah, this is a race.
Boys, still are out, coming through to the chicane now. Who's going to blink first? Kai just about gets back into line again. Oh. This ain't going to end well.
This is fantastic, isn't it? So 2 Japanese drivers first and third at the moment, but for how long? Gallo there looking for the move. Miyazono also in the mix. 3 abreast. We go once again down into the hairpin bend. So De Bruyne on the inside, Miyazono on the outside. Sasaki's there ready to go as well. De Bruyne comes into the pit lane as well as Adriano Carrazza. So they're going to go and get themselves out of trouble and decide to let the other drivers squabble amongst themselves. Fair point, because it's going to cost them all time if they're knocking 7 bells out of one another.
Yeah, literally, ain't they flipping it, mate? This is a fantastic race.
To correct myself earlier on, it's Lopez and Barbara that Inestrosa emerged from behind. So let's see.
This is pit strategy.
Relative to Angel Inestrosa. So De Bruyne out of the pit lane and Carrazza as well, and they are behind Angel Inestrosa. So that lap where these guys have all been fighting amongst one another, that's cost them track position.
Mate, how good's this been so far? This has been amazing.
But look at Lopez now. He's 7th.
Going on. Some people are pitting, but still 5
He's,
cars.
you know, and they're going to start pitting soon. And Lopez will go back into soft this next pit.
Starting to become an issue for some drivers. Keep an eye out for Wilson, keep an eye out for the tail coming out throughout corners. Gallo now fighting with Miyazono. How many times have you said that in past events as we come to the chicane once more? Great drive so far from Callum Roach, the American driver. He's right in the mix there. Anyone of about 8 drivers, 9 drivers could win this race at the moment, I think.
Yeah, he's having a cracker, isn't he, Callum Roach? This is brilliant for him, as you say. Robbie Heck also not doing too badly in 6th position. He's not quite involved in this leading group, but nonetheless still up inside the top 6 at the moment. If the checker flag fell now, he would score a point.
You know who's been the fastest man on track for the last few laps?
Would it be Coque Lopez?
It's Coque Lopez by quite a bit. So Coque Lopez, his race is coming back alive. Heck decides to box then for that a fresh set of tyres.
He'll overtake him in second.
Fourth place, overtaking Kylian Drummond. Sorry, that's where he was before. Apologies. But Miyazono and Gallo, I think they're starting to think, right, okay, guys, we've got to really just focus a bit now. All this fighting, as you said before, all this changing of position, all this.
I think Lopez has got this.
It's great TV.
I honestly think Lopez has got this.
It does actually harm their races in the long run.
You've always done for Lopez as well now with the pit stop there for Robbie Heck, because that's given him from 5 seconds to now a 7-second buffer, which he can just go and clear off and drive his own race. This is working out really nicely here for Coque Lopez. Let's see how it works out later on in the race. We're getting towards the halfway stages of this one. Not quite there as it stands now. These guys have sort of quietened down a little bit now at the top.
Well, think, Coque Lopez is 7 seconds off these guys, and he's made a pit stop. These guys have not made a stop. That is the time he's made up. So I think maybe they've cottoned on to this and okay, we're actually now at threat from Coque Lopez. What a story that would be, eh? Starting from the back of the field and working his way back up, just using those years of experience, those years of knowledge. That is why Coque Lopez, you can never count him out at these events. Still on board with Kylian Drummond. Will we see some up in the pit? We do. Gallo, Roach and Miyazono, or Sasaki opting to stay out though. Will this hurt him?
Let's see what happens then for Takuma Sasaki. He's the only outlier. Everybody else, as you said, into the box. Drummond also in as well. I think Christmas has come early because he's going to have a nice, fresh, clear bit of track in front of him as the rest of the field comes barreling on through. And you can see what that's cost Takuma Miyazono as well. Now, where is Serrano? He's just sort of in the middle of this group at the moment. You can see him right on the back there of Valerio Gallo. So Miyazono with, what, 2.1 seconds to Adriano Carrazza. It's working out all right for them so far. But look at that there for Coque Lopez. The only problem he's going to face is this man here, Angelo Stroza, who's on a quicker compound of tyre.
Oh, contact between the two. Inestrosa wasting no time. There's more contact. Inestrosa in the wall.
Oh dear.
Tries to go around the outside. I don't really know what
I
he was thinking there.
Literally missed that.
Going to be a move on there for Angao and Inestrosa. Just looked, and I don't know. I mean, from my point of view, there was no space for that move to happen.
It's always going to be a case of the unstoppable force and the immovable object in some cases for these drivers, isn't it? And unfortunately there for Angel Inestrosa, it's not worked out at all for him. He's now right at the back of the field. Again, it is good news though for Coque Lopez. I need to see a replay of that just to work out exactly what happened there. But as you say, Coque Lopez now clear off. Well, Takuma Sasaki's played over 6,000 hours of Gran Turismo. Good news for him. He's got 7 seconds of an advantage at the moment over Lopez.
Is that what 6,000 hours is worth? 7 seconds. Here's a replay then. What happened between Coque Lopez and Angel Inestrosa? Now, from my view, Inestrosa tried to force a gap where there wasn't one. He's not quite alongside there. Coque Lopez goes through the corner, has a wiggle and touches him. I just don't know. I mean, you're putting yourself in a position where there's going to be very risky out there, Tom.
I think it's 61 half a dozen of the other, isn't it? Like you say, you're always a bit at risk when you're going on the outside of a corner. A moment like that, it's not Coque Lopez's fault. If you have a twitch on the rear, you have a twitch on the rear. There's nothing you can do about it. If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time as the driver trying to overtake, it's unfortunate, but I don't think it's penalty worthy. We'll wait and see what the stewards decide. We haven't seen this under investigation, so they may just deem it as a racing incident. That would be my take on it, but we'll wait and see what they can see with all of
you don't do an outside overtake there.
I do hope not, because the Coque Lopez story is fantastic, and I do genuinely think it's just one of those things. But as you say, we'll wait for the stewards. They know better than we do, and we'll just rejoin the fight for now. Sasaki, interestingly, staying out a bit longer now. By staying out, that gap to Coque Lopez is coming down. And the gap to Coque Lopez is the gap minus a pit stop. So once everyone's boxed once, guess who's going to be leading this race?
Yeah, but also guess who's going to be on the slower compound of tyre at the end of this race. So I wonder how that's going to play out there for him.
I don't think he is. I think he's going to go long in the medium and go to the soft for the end.
No, good point.
That's what I think he's going to do.
Good point. Yeah. That is a very interesting strategy call then for Coque Lopez. The problem he's got is Kai de Bruyne, Adriano Carrazza. They're all now on the soft run of tyre, and they could really upset Coque Lopez's rhythm. Over the timeline we go. We're over the halfway stage now of this race. De Bruyne's going to surely have a lunge to the inside, and he does. Lopez deciding not to hold him up there.
This is so clever. This is so clever. Lopez is just looking for race time right now. He knows these guys
keep with them.
Quicker. There's no point fighting. There was no point doing what they all did to each other at the start of the race, slow each other up. If a move's being made, he'll just let it happen and then just try and stay with them for as long as possible. Use that draft, because any moment he's in the draft, he's getting basically free speed. He's getting 3 kilometers an hour that he wouldn't get before. So right now you can see closing up on the back of Kai de Bruyne. I doubt very much he'll go for that overtake. We'll probably let Carrazza go for the move. There you go. He gets out of the way. See, this is just 8,000 6,000 IQ driving from Coque Lopez.
Yep,
I'm
indeed.
really curious as to whether this is going to pay off for them.
Well, yeah, let them, those two, as you say, in front, just go and biff it out amongst one another. The worst case scenario here for Coque Lopez is that Adriano Carrazza decides to back off the gas and slow up Lopez so that they can run their own race, exactly. Or a mistake comes into play for Lopez, perhaps. But at the moment, he's driving absolutely perfectly, as you say. Sasaki it is that still leads. He's going long on this medium compact tyre. He's going to try and go to the soft compact.
Yeah, mate, this has been good, buddy. This race has been amazing.
Between them, I mean, what's he, 1.5 seconds slower than the soft shots of Brun and Carrazza? Now they're hemorrhaging into that lead.
Yeah, it's really, they're really slowing down now. Sasaki needs to think about what he's doing. Carrazza here practices 6 hours a day. Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Practices what?
See?
He doesn't say.
Yeah, practices what? I think
6 hours a day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, Carrazza it is that sits in third place and who we ride on board with him.
Sasaki is really burning his front tyres compared to the others.
On the outside, that's okay. He doesn't need to worry too much about it for now, but it could leave him under threat as we head into the next big braking zone.
Now, Carrazza has got a little bit of reputation of being quite fighty, shall we say, in these GT World Series events. Will we do the same? Oh my word, guys, be careful going down to the tight right hand here. Kai de Bruin keeps the inside line. Look who's just hanging on in the background there on his.
Yeah, come on, Lopez. I swear to God, I want Lopez to win. Give me the last to first. It'd be amazing.
Yeah, but now look behind.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got Miyazono, we've got Gallo, Serrano, Roche, Dumont, all closing on this lead group. Probably wondering, how did Coque Lopez get here? What's he doing here?
So high up, he's got a nosebleed. Carrazza lunges to the inside of Kai de Bruin.
Go on, hold on to him. Hold on, Lopez.
Decides to sit in his wheel tracks. Is he going to try and attack? The problem for Coque Lopez here is that, as you say, Jimmy, Miyazono, Gallo, Serrano, etc., they're all very close behind. And whilst these two are starting to fight amongst one another, that could bring them all back into contention.
So to give you an idea, I mean, tyre life does play into this too. Sasaki, on his own, did a 17.4 there. Coque Lopez on the medium tyre did a 16.0, being dragged along by these guys. This is outstanding from Coque Lopez so far. I cannot overstate that enough. We've still got a long way to go. A lot can happen, but to put yourself in this position from last is amazing.
Like I said,
the others are catching up.
Really upset his race.
Yeah, Coque Lopez started on soft at last and went to the last to first, pitted for mediums, and he's holding on to fourth by tactics. Brilliant race path. As a battled against Durbury, whatever his name is, and Carrazza. He let them pass, and now he's just slipstreaming them.
Off track as
So basically, he's on mediums with the pace of soft.
But now, as you say, Tom, he's got Takuma Miyazono right on his rear wing. Not only him, he's got Gallo.
He won't fight. He will just stay. He will stay in the slipstream.
Now with Takuma Miyazono, I don't think we're going to see Lopez fight this too much, or will he? Going in to T1 now, T2, the first big breaks of lap. Does Miyazono go for the lunge?
Oh, that's a dive.
At the inside, and following him through goes Valerio Gallo. Although he tries to, Gallo gets then walked out wide by Coque Lopez, and this is what we were talking about. Lopez can't really hang with these guys right now. There's Serrano there as well. But at the moment now struggling for speed is Lopez.
He needs to not fight it too much. The problem for these guys as well is look at Takuma.
He needs to hold on for 4 more laps, then pit.
Half a second or so within the next few corners, because of course those medium tyres are going to be absolutely toast for Takuma.
I wouldn't count him out just yet. I wouldn't count him because everyone needs to pit again for softs.
I think going for the one stop is very, very brave. Exactly. I think if I was him now, I'd box now and take the risk, because you're going to lose so much time just being steamrolled by all these guys behind, because they're going to have so much more pace than he is at this point. And through the chicane, look at them all now converging back on first position. The top 9 drivers separated by less than a second and a half at this point. It is so close.
De Bruin there, inside line for him against Adriano.
There you go, they're going in pits.
De Bruin is going to go in as well, so he wants another set of soft boots to end this race. Or is De Bruin actually going to go onto the medium compounded tyre? Let's wait and see what his race is going to look like.
I think to soft. No, he goes to medium, so he's done medium, soft, medium.
Which is an interesting strategy for Kai de Bruin. Let's see whether that pays off, because he'll have a little bit more tyre life compared to the soft tyres at the end of this race. About 67 laps we saw.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He got through the paddock, I think, within 4 laps.
Pain at the end of this race. De Bruin will have less one lap pace, but also more tyre life towards the end of that one. Could this prove to be a good strategy for Kai de Bruyne? We'll wait and see. What it has done is release that cork in the bottle for the rest of the drivers in front at the moment. Miyazono now with a half-second advantage over Serrano and Gallo.
If I was Lopez, I think I'd box now. Get into the box now and just go to that soft tyre and try and undercut these guys and just fight at the end, because there's not much more you can do. Valerio Gallo, again, despite I think being in every position apart from first so far, is now back again in third, chasing Serrano and Miyazono. I mean, these top four drivers are just stalwarts of the GT World Series. Amazing to see them all together yet again. Will they go for a move down into the hairpin? No, they don't.
I'm just looking at the tyre life here for the medium shod drivers here, Jimmy. They were about 12, 13, 14 laps. As you see Gallo there on the outside of Jose Serrano at the exit.
Bad exit there.
Gets the move done, up into second. About 13, 14 laps for those drivers. Coque Lopez, he's just done lap 13. So I imagine those medium tyres are not going to be feeling very handy underneath the Spaniard, and I'm sure he's going to have to come in and box for a set of fresh, soft boots to the end of this race, which will give him a pace advantage, but it will cost him track position.
Yeah, Serrano, 18%.
This has been an amazing race so far. Still 10 laps to go here from the grand final of the Round 2 of Nations Cup here at Prague. We've had an amazing race so far. Still a third of it to go as Kai de Bruyne gets a bit of a slap in the wrist for bump drafting. Don't do that, tell the stewards. He says, okay, says Kai de Bruyne. As we come in now to the bottom half of this course. Amazing downhill braking zone. Good place to remove if you're close enough. Gallo, not quite close enough to that right now.
Serrano, look at his tyres though. He was absolutely shot on the rear. He's done 2 laps longer than the likes of Gallo, than Miyazono, etc., and his rears are going to be crying out in pain. I'm sure he's going to come into the pits at the end of this, or not the next lap. Otherwise, he's going to be a sitting duck. And the thing is, that then gives us a reference point for the other drivers who are on the soft compound of tyre towards the end of this one.
And we're still at a point where any of these drivers can win this race. It's so close. I mean, again, I've not seen a race this close in the Nations Cup for a very long time. Kylian Dumont, Serrano,
they're all boxing.
Mozart and Gallo, they all box. Roach does not. Interesting. Callum Roach opts to stay out there.
There you go, Lopez is still out.
We don't. So this is now the last stop. This is the last roll of the dice. You're showing your hand now. You're showing your pace. It's now a straight fight to the end for victory here in the grand final. Miyazono out the pit lane. There goes Kai de Bruyne and Sasaki in front. So Kai de Bruyne, though, of course, on that medium compounder tyre, actually ahead of Sasaki on that soft. So Kai de Bruyne able to keep that pace up at the moment on the medium, but I don't think he's going to be able to compare to Miyazono and Gallo. No, I don't think so at all.
No, well, the race will come to him at the end, as we said, but the problem is it leaves him a bit of a target on his back at the moment. So we'll see what happens here for Kai de Bruyne. He sits in 4th place for now, but the 1 lap pace is just not going to be there for him.
So the longest we've seen the soft runner do is 10 laps, and that will be now 10 laps from the end. So this is perfect for Miyazono, Gallo, etc. But the Kai de Bruyne, is the pace going to be enough? We'll wait and see. Gallo then on board down to the chicane, P7 now after the pit stop, taking a slightly different line there from Miyazono in front, a bit of a shorter line as we come through the chicane once again. What an amazing corner. Look at that throttle input there. Not even a hint of a lift from the Italian driver. So much aerodynamic grip in these Red Bull X 2019 cars, coupled with that awesome engine. Lots of power, lots of grip. Can't think of a better combination.
Top 2 in the pit lane then. So Roach and
there we go.
Lopez into the box. So soft tyres for both of those drivers. Guy Barbara also going into the box as well. Lopez and Carrazza under investigation for a collision. We didn't see exactly what happened there, I don't think, but we'll keep an eye out and see whether there are any penalties being handed out. Sasaki versus Miyazono. Side by side we go into the chicane. Miyazono with the inside line. Gallo's going to try and pick Sasaki's pocket here as well, as he's run to the curb on the outside. 3 abreast as we come down into the right-hander. Bit of hip and shoulder there between Miyazono and Sasaki, who gets again run out onto the curb. Does that present the opportunity that Serrano's looking for? No, not quite for now. So de Bruyne it is that leads the way, and at the moment he's the train, or the leader of the train, I should say. But is it going to be derailed? Because Gallo, Miyazono, Sasaki all on a very quick compound of tyre, and it's a matter of when and not if. Here we go. Gallo side by side with him. Down the back straight. He's going to have more traction under braking, more grip under braking. Miyazono's going to lunge to the inside. That's
nice!
Opportunity, and relegates him down into 3rd place. Miyazono's through on the inside. Serrano's
not
in
this one.
There as well. De Bruyne's going to get really hung out to dry here, quite potentially, but no, manages to gather it all up.
Battle for first, top 6.
Through the tunnel, side by side we go. De Bruyne versus Miyazono. Gallo's there ready on the inside as well as Jose Serrano. Miyazono lunges finally for the race lead. De Bruyne relegated down into second. Side by side we are with Serrano versus Drummond for fourth position there as well. And we come across the timeline. De Bruyne tries to take the lead away from Takuma Miyazono. And look who's following.
This is very F1, 100%.
Gallo 3 wide once again into the braking zone. Who's going to have track position? De Bruyne lunges to the inside. Does he get the move done? Side by side we go with Miyazono. Here comes Gallo through. 2 for the price of 1. Fantastic for Valerio Gallo. And Serrano coming through on the
2
inside
second
as well.
All right, it's all going on here in the final. My word, Gallo there and Miyazono. Miyazono had a great move down the bottom half of the circuit. Took 2 for 1. Gallo repaid that favour into T3.
Yeah, I guess, why not?
Amazing racing from these guys. Keeping it clean, keeping it quick. And in that, Kai de Bruyne still holding on that medium tyre for P3. But Gallo and Miyazono, it's a fist fight between these two now. Both want to lead. Both want to try and put a gap in front. Behind there, Serrano goes through from De Bruyne. De Bruyne forces his way up the inside, past everyone.
Bloody hell, Serrano.
I think that was clean as well. Somehow got the car stopped and is still there fighting with the guys in the soft tyres, and he has to do that. He has to, because he's on that medium compound tyre. He needs to slow up his guys.
Oh, well, Serrano as well.
And they're still squabbling. Kai de Bruyne, Serrano looking to the outside, looking all the way around the outside. Can he make that stick? He does. Serrano, what a move.
Oh, what a move.
And it's still going on, John.
Look who's at the back of the train. Coque Lopez, fresh and soft compound of tyres right at the end of this race. It's going to set him up an absolute treat. Side by side we go. 3 wide. Once again, Serrano on the inside. Gallo in the middle, De Bruyne on the outside. He won't have as much grip, but
look at this, guys. Look at this.
Runs it wide on the exit of the curb goes De Bruyne. Goodness me, this is absolutely amazing racing. Serrano's got the inside line. De Bruyne's on the outside then as they go through this right-hander. He's going to get roughed up onto the curb, is the Dutchman here, and that may allow Gallo to come through. Down the hill we go, through the left-hander. 2x2 through here is risky, as we know. Gallo decides discretion's the better part of Valor and slots himself back through into third place. Keep an eye out for Drummond and Miyazono in the background as well. De Bruyne is driving an absolute worldie at the moment. Down into the braking zone we go. 4 abreast as we head through. Serrano's on the inside. He's through into the lead. Gallo's into second. Drummond now through into third.
Incredible.
Miyazono in fourth. And De Bruyne relegated down into 5th place. But look who's up into 6th position. Coque Lopez. Fresh soft tyres. He is in a prime position to win this race.
Oh, something's got to give at some point, Tom. These guys are going at it like it's the last lap. There are still 6 laps to go. Serrano inside.
Look at Dermot. Dermot's up into second.
Way around the outside. The Frenchman now starting to move up.
This is what a race this is.
This is in P4 on that soft tyre from the back of the grid. And now we go on to lap 27. There is barely a second covering all these cars on
This
speed
is
right
insane.
now. They're 2-3 wide into the first chicane. Drummond is second.
Oh, no!
Serrano's off into the barrier. We said something have to give there. I think that was contact between Drummond and Suzuki and Miyazono.
Yeah,
oh,
they come to blows.
Everyone's gone.
The Japanese drivers have come to blows. Oh, there's Serrano doing a 52-point turn to get himself facing the right way. Karatta's going to come through. It was always going to kick off, wasn't it? It couldn't continue like that. It's just not sustainable racing.
Dermot, I've got Dermot to win as well. Come on, Dermot. Lopez is P3.
On the back of Valerio Gallo, 4th position. He's going to have more grip under braking. Does he make it into the hairpin? Not quite for now, but he's there.
So I want Dermot to win because he's one of my picks.
Drummond started 10th. Here's the replay. Let's try and unpack what happened here, because a lot went on very quickly. So here's Serrano. Drummond on the outside here, turns into the corner. There is contact there, but it's not. And then more again from Kai de Bruyne. That was a difficult one now. I don't know. I mean,
oh dear.
Definitely drove into the back of Serrano, but could you wager it was a bit of a weird line from Serrano?
Well, look, it's under investigation. Let's see what the stewards deem. They'll tell you the big losers in that, Callum Roach, and also to a point.
I don't know about you guys, but this is one of the best races I've seen of Gran Turismo.
To go. Drummond, Gallo, Lopez for the win. Just a reminder, Drummond hasn't scored in the Nations Cup up until this point, and he threw the victory away a few weeks ago in Montreal.
So grid position, Drummond +9. Gallo, where he started, Coque Lopez +9. Robbie Heck +7. This has been an amazing strategic race from the top 4 runners. Can Coque Lopez do something that has never happened here in the Nations Cup. Can Coque Lopez go from last to first and take the win here at Prague in the Grand Final? Still a few laps left to decide this. Gallo, I think Gallo is someone who's been the bridesmaid very often in these events, never the bride, so to speak. So can he change that here today? Through the chicane one more time. The pressure will be a little bit off now for these guys because a lot of the train has unfortunately derailed, so to speak. But now it's Drummond, Gallo and Lopez. Any one of these drivers can win this race. All of these drivers know how to win a race. It's going to be an insane finish and only a few laps to go here at Dragon Trail.
Well, who is going to be able to soak up the pressure like a sponge and who is going to end up like a bit of a damp squib? Let's see what happens. Over the timeline we go. 3 to go then. Coque Lopez, we ride on board with the Spaniard, looking calm, controlled and cool as it stands. There is Valerio Gallo.
I think he's going to wait for his moment.
As we head through the chicane, just biding his time.
I don't want to hold on and win it, or want Lopez to do it at the end.
Just moves ahead of Kai de Bruyne, 4th position. That medium tyre has not worked out for de Bruyne in the latter stage of this one. Of course, not aided by the incident that we saw with Serrano and Drummond a couple of laps ago.
It worked until it didn't, I think, is the way it's sounded. I think he could have really been a good contender at the end of this race, but, I mean, it just took the slightest of it. These guys were racing so close. It's almost like watching stock car
Yeah, through the S's, yeah, Steve.
Ran a circuit with cars with...
You can see Dermot get a pen. We'll find out.
Now, I get the impression that Gallo and Lopez are just sort of waiting now. Neither of them want to lead into the last lap.
No, race incident.
Between Serrano
No further incident. That's nothing.
Right today, Jimmy. You've got the lottery numbers for next.
I mean, sometimes you've got to be right. I mean, it's once in a millennium, but I'll take it.
So Gallo there sits behind Drummond, not quite as wide of a line through there. You can see Lopez just not wanting to sit in the slipstream. As you said, Jimmy, he's biding his time. He doesn't want to pounce too early because, let's be fair, it's like a game of poker, this one. You don't show your hand quite too soon until you know that the other competitors are ready to try and show theirs.
You want to take a guess who has the best tyres out of the three?
I would wager a guess that it's Coque Lopez.
It is Coque Lopez.
He was the last to pit, wasn't he, of course?
This is just experience. This is what experience looks like. And we say here in the Gran Turismo World Series that speed will only get you so far. Experience pushes you over the top. So we have 2 laps left to run. Well, at the end of this one anyway. Drummond at the front, Gallo second, Lopez third, covered by only 0.6 of a second. Robbie Heck, though, on for a good result in P4. Kai de Bruyne recovering. Guy Barbara, after his incident at the start of the race, is up to P6.
Miyazono
also trying
to come definitely, back Simon.
Now these guys are close.
Come on, let's do this.
Will Gallo go from up the inside? Is this him making his move? Gallo up into the lead, past Kylian Drummond. Maybe now this is it. This is the breakaway. Valerio Gallo is stating his intent. He wants to win this race. Off he goes out front. Drummond now is second. Lopez would have seen this. Will we now see a reaction?
Look at the tyres there. 10% more on the rears for Coque Lopez. Doesn't sound like a lot. It's going to make a massive difference in the closing stage of this one. Drummond, interestingly, got the worst tyres compared to all of these top 3. Miyazono gets the better of Guy Barber. That's crucial for him because that's a point on the board in the World Series.
I think Coco's going to have Dermot down there.
This one, just to remind you, across the timing line we go. Penultimate lap then we begin here, and Drummond goes defensive. Lopez going for that sweeping line around the outside. Does he lunge through into the chicane? Not for now.
He needs to. I think this is.
Hey, I was wrong.
Getting towards the point now where it's time to make your moves, time to show your hand to the drivers around you. Coque Lopez did that to avoid the slipstream, so he could keep it flat and just keep it going from there. Here comes Gallo, here comes Drummond, here comes Lopez. What a race this has been so far. We're
looking at the winners here.
The conclusion of the Nations Cup Grand Final here at Prague, and here are your contenders. We have Valerio Gallo, Kylian Drummond and Coque Lopez. 3 names you'll be familiar with if you watch these live events often. As we go down now again to the best ever taken spot on the course. Drummond goes round the outside. Can he make it work? I'm not sure. Gallo defending. He'll have the run round. Drummond will have the speed. Here comes Coque Lopez too. Gallo just about keeping the lead, and Lopez goes up by through.
There we go. That's one.
So it's Gallo, Lopez, Drummond now as we come round to start.
Last lap. Come on, Lopez.
Well, we've been watching the pot for the last 5 or 6 laps, and it's now starting to finally boil as we ride on board Drummond there in 3rd position. Lopez and Gallo up at the sharp end of this one. Former champions in the top 2 positions. Let's remind you as we begin the final lap of racing here in Prague for World Series in Gran Turismo in the Nations Cup. Down the start-finish straight we go, through the fast right-handed kink of turn 1, into the braking zone of turn 2. Lopez has a half look on Gallo, but no room at the inn.
Yeah, no way he's going to let that happen. So now it's really one more overtaking opportunity, maybe two more for this lap. And Coco Lopez needs to set that up if he wants to win this race. Dumont there, just biding his time behind, I think. Gallo leads then as we come through the end of the first sector, down through this snaking section. This is where you get a bit of a draft. This is where you try and set up the move down the hill. Now, will Gallo try and back Lopez up into this downhill right-hander? Through the stake we go then. Lopez deep in the draft, gaining on Gallo in front. Looks to the inside. Gallo going defensive straight away, trying to break that toe. Very experienced driving the both of them. Will he have a move down here into the bottom? He does not know. So it's all now down to one corner, Tom.
Yeah, the chicane is going to be the decider for this one. Who's going to be more committed? Will we see any mistakes coming through? Bit of a slip and a slide there for Valerio Gallo. Through the chicane we go. Nose-to-tail action between the top three. Any one of them could win
Come
this
on,
one.
come on.
Nice and easy for them all.
Come on, Lopez. Come on, Lopez.
Going to have a lunge. Gallo goes defensive. Side by side we go for the race victory into the final corner.
God damn on.
Back through on the inside of Coco Lopez.
Oh no, Lopez is gone.
And contact as Lopez gets spun round by Killian.
Oh no!
The Nations Cup Grand Final here in Prague from Killian Dumont and Coco Lopez in third ahead of Robbie.
Lopez still got the third.
What a final couple of corners, and it was always going to be a watch pot that we had to
Oh
boil.
man, what a race! What a bloody race, guys!
How much that means to Valerio Gallo. He's been trying to win a Nations Cup event here for so long. Finally takes the victory. Coco Lopez just holding on for P3 there. Look how much that means to Valerio Gallo. You love to see that. That's how much dedication goes into the events. How much
Yeah, definitely, Stephen.
These drivers feel when you cross
Cracking, mate. 100%, Scooby. 100%.
Best race you've seen, I think, ever.
It's like, yes, you won. Now, man up, man up.
From Killian Dumont and for Coco Lopez. And you can see the outpouring of emotion there for Valerio
This is what Gallo's thinking right now.
Well, Dick, here's the deal. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. I mean, I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
That's what he's thinking right now. That's the, you know. Yeah, Coco Lopez.
You tried your best, and you failed miserably. The lesson is, never try.
Yeah, I can tap into their thoughts, guys. I can tap into their thoughts.
The emotion was plain to see for all involved. Valerio Gallo is the winner of the Nations Cup Grand Final.
Oh yeah, he did phenomenal.
Prague.
They all
as you can
did.
see, is down there on stage talking to Jules. Disappointment there for Takuma Sasaki. Anyway, let's go down to Jules and catch up with Valerio Gallo, the winner of the event here in Prague.
He deserved the.
That
was so wise. But Will Ferrell, though, you know, confidence in him, the confidence.
Backwards, forwards, front, back. I mean, out of
He
all
stopped
the
crying
wins
quite
that you
quickly,
could have
didn't he?
won, that one was the craziest, hardest thing that I think we've seen in a really long time.
This race was so stressing. I think you saw that, and I was fighting with everything on the track. Like, I was literally, like, I was feeling a bit slow in the beginning, and I was like trying to save the tires a bit. Sorry, but of course, yeah, with the slipstream, like, you had to be so careful on the overtakes. And of course, like, most of the guys were trying overtakes when they had the chance, of course. But yeah, it's been a very hard first part of the race, of course. And actually, I don't know how I made it to the end, like avoiding all the episodes on the track. And man, I don't know what to say. But thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
I mean, you've got, obviously you were, going up against, I think every single driver here was vying and fighting from start to finish. So I have to say, let's give it up for Valerio Gallo. That was an amazing win.
Yeah, he really was, hey!
Back to you, Tom and Jimmy.
I was going to say Tom and Jerry then.
Seems like he needs a bit of a lie down after that one. I tell you what, I think we both do. That was unbelievable. What a final lap. And amazing job from Valerio Gallo. As you said, he was picking scraps left, right and centre. I'm surprised he didn't start fighting with the scenery.
I have never seen a race that close, that competitive anywhere, ever. And that was the entire way through. I mean, until we had, I think, the train derailment, as we've come to dub it now, any one of about 10 people could have won that. And the fact that we were even talking about people like Coco Lopez being part of this race was amazing. But for Valerio Gallo, I mean, just played it right, played it cool when he needed to, and that's a champion right there. He knows how to win this. And I mean, we'll have some highlights at some point, but I've got no idea how they're going to do that. This is the entire race, right?
Well, exactly. When we were talking about...
Yeah, if that was me, mate, I'd be sweating buckets, mate. My shirt would be darker than Tom's.
That was Sydney about times 100. You know, it was absolutely amazing. We're going to have to pick the bones out of this one. Let's have a look at some highlights, shall we?
Yeah, come on, Tom. Show some highlights.
Grand final. So it all kicked off with Takuma Miyazono at the sharp end of the field, but Koke Lopez started on the soft competitive tyre, and I tell you what, he really took advantage of that.
In my opinion, Coco Lopez was the driver of the race.
Rained on for the entirety of the race. Unfortunately, he did have a few victims, including Guy Barbara.
Guy Barbara, I kind of feel sorry for. He was someone who could be in contention, but took himself out fairly early on. This was the battle for a while. Kai de Bruin, Coco Lopez. Basically, the lead was interchangeable for the entire thing.
Swearing that.
As well, just catching the edge of Lopez there in the bad spot. I think just the outside not working for him. But this entire race is one massive highlight. Here was one of them 4 wide into the corner at the bottom, with Serrano coming out on top that time. And unfortunately, here was the end of Serrano, courtesy of Kylian Drummond.
Yeah, unfortunate for Jose Serrano, and it also unfortunately ruined the races of Callum Roach also and Kai de Bruin. This is Gallo making his move on Drummond then, and it all came down to the final couple of laps. You saw that Drummond lost out here to Koke Lopez. It set an absolute treat, but this was the problem. Contact there between Drummond and Lopez out of the final corner, costing Lopez a chance of victory. Delight though for Valerio Gallo as he takes victory here in Prague. 6 points on the board for him as well. Confirmation then of the results of the grand final here for round 2 of the Gran Turismo World Series. Gallo, Drummond,
it's a good 360 spin. We did that. We just kept on spinning.
Both basically from the back of the grid. Amazing drives from Drummond and Lopez, taking nothing away from Gallo. Of course, his victory today, but I cannot overstate how impressive that is in a field this strong, a field where Takuma Miyazono is finishing in 7th place. Here's what it means for the points.
Yeah, look at this. Kylian Drummond there. It says he scored 5 points in the first round. I think that might be, well, that is incorrect because he didn't score any points in that first round.
Ignore this then, guys.
Exactly. So those points rankings, unfortunately, incorrect. So we'll get an updated one for you a little bit later on.
I was going to say, Serrano's got 5 points and so is due on. That's wrong. Stupid Gran Turismo. Stupid.
He got a really strong result. And likewise, Kai de Bruin as well.
Yeah, the American contingent was quick here today. Just another example of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, that's prefer exactly, mate. I'll put him drive as a match, 100%.
No.
Oh, goodness, no.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see that finally my dad puns are starting to rub off. It's only taken, what, 8 years? Anyway, don't forget about the Michelin
Coco Lopez, 100%.
You can vote for that on YouTube. Was it Koke Lopez? Is it Valerio Gallo? Is it Kylian Drummond? We'll be revealing all in our press conference after the event.
If anyone does not pick for Coco Lopez for his achievement from last to third,
Koke Lopez, you got to feel for him.
He's stupid.
You saw the disappointment on his face at the end of that one. For my mind, it was a racing incident. 6 in one, half dozen of the other between himself and Drummond.
Yeah, he just got loose. You saw it. He nailed it out of the last corner, just trying to get that run on Valerio Gallo, but got it sideways, and Drummond at that point had nowhere to go. I think it's fine how it ended, but I'm happy he got a podium. I mean, he deserves something for that amazing effort. But honestly, we're going to have to do something special with the topless. I don't know what it's going to be.
Well, we'll find out, Jimmy. We'll find out.
That was amazing.
Go and race Minty or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I wish, mate.
Because the engine works in GT. Yeah. Anyway, right, time for the podium celebrations, isn't it? Let's get this one underway for the Nations Cup here for the GT World Series. Please welcome 3rd place in the Nations Cup for the Gran Turismo World Series for round 2 here in Prague. Give it up for the Spaniard, Koke Lopez.
Leslie Charleston.
2nd place for Kylian Drummond. The Frenchman makes his way down.
Estrada does not look happy.
Onto the podium for the first time in the Nations Cup in 2024. Delight for the young Frenchman. And finally, please give it your all, a fantastic job and a result for the Italian Valerio Gallo. He doffs his cap to the crowd here in Prague as he now makes his way onto the top step of the podium for the first time in a very long time. And now time
Surfer
for the
man.
national anthem of Italy.
Oh, yeah, I'm only messing. I'd like to see the Michelin Man die to spear them. Spear them off the podium. Bay makes a Gideon looks bored.
Hey! The national anthem of Italy plays out for the winning driver of the Nations Cup here in Prague, Valerio Gallo. What a stonking performance from the young Italian, the 2021 Nations Cup world champion. Let's not forget as well, can he become a double world champion in 2024? That remains to be seen. Let's present then the trophies. Third place trophy will be presented by Jan Giesinski, the senior editorial editor for PlayStation Czech Republic. And it goes to the Spaniard, Coque Lopez.
Yeah, he had an amazing run.
The second place trophy is awarded by Belman Adarivic, the Chief Marketing Officer for Fanatec. And of course, it is awarded to the Frenchman, Kylian Drumont. And last but certainly not least, the winner's trophy is awarded by Kazunori
The guy who does not give a crap about penalties.
Series producer here in Prague for Gran Turismo World Series round number 2. And it goes to the Italian. Give it up for Valerio Gallo!
Goodness. I mean, like, I was like, no, I mean, obviously during the races, I'll take a few little notes. Like, I gave up after about lap 10. I was like, this is just, there's no, it was like, someone was like shuffling a deck of cards.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Let's have
right?
Oh, it's just Simon, 100%. 100% Simon.
Let's just get confirmation of that one. So now it is Coque Lopez who leads the points standings after an amazing result. Despite finishing in 3rd place, he still manages to top the table by a point from Valerio Gallo.
Could you have imagined that at the start of this race? Starting from the back of the grid, Coque Lopez now leading the point standings. And more importantly, we have 4 drivers within 2 points of each other. So close. In fact, down to P1 to P7, it's a 3-point gap between the leaders. Amazingly close so far.
I mean, I was talking to, obviously, some of the drivers down there, and I think they were all just like, I don't know what happened either. Did you know? Do you know what happened? Because I was right near the front, and then I was at the back, and then I was in the middle, and then I was near the front again. And I don't really know. Do you know? I was like, no, I don't. It was.
I mean, I'm going to have to have a lie down in the dark room after that one, to be honest with you, Jules. The thing is, as well, is that obviously we've not got long to go until we head to Tokyo. So we should
not long.
No, we should probably have a look at that and see what it's all about.
Fancy joining us for round 3 of the World Series? It's going to be taking place in Tokyo, Japan on the 28th
Oh, I'd love to go. Oh, I'd love to go to
September.
Tokyo. 100% would love to go to Tokyo.
Milano's Art Theatre in a Kabukicho Tower in Shinjuku. Gold tickets are on sale right now, but if Tokyo is a little bit far away, you can't sneak away from work. Don't forget you can join us on our YouTube and Twitch channels on the Gran Turismo website, and even through your GT7 game. So there's no excuse for not seeing the best Gran Turismo races in the world battle it out in Japan. We'll see you there.
28th of September. That'll be the next one, guys.
Cannot wait to
be a late one though.
Excited as well. I told him I was going to eat all of the food and just empty out the
I
city.
hope you all join me for that one.
About you.
I'm down for the yakiniku or the ramen or anything. I can't wait.
You absolutely cannot go wrong with any. It's like there's no wrong Japanese food. I'm sorry, there just isn't. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. Well, we are very, very excited to see you soon in Tokyo.
When we see Susie at the event, when we know what Susie looks like.
Along the way, which is what makes it very, very exciting.
Who knows? That
Don't
could
go
be
anywhere
Susie
because we'll be
Q.
having an interview with some of the guys who have won in the extra lap in just.
But she's
a
not
few
German.
minutes.
They've got no German
Otherwise,
accent.
we will see you in Tokyo. That feels kind of great to say, doesn't it?
Bye.
See you later.
Right, guys, that is going to be me for tonight, guys. I need to chill out and rest my leg and everything. But thank you so much for just to chill out with me tonight, guys, and well, just this afternoon, if like that. It's been fantastic. A good laugh, great racing. Not from me, but from these guys, and everything like that. But yeah, I should be back on tomorrow. We'll just see how it plays out. I think if I do, it'll be in the either in the day or in the evening. I'm not so sure yet. But yeah, if not, I'll be definitely back on Monday for the new daily races. But you guys have been fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for chilling out with me today. And yeah, have a great rest of the evening, guys. Love to you all, guys. Have a good one.
On the street, tearing up, wheels screeching loud, a burning rubber, no stop. Fists on the wheel, hopping kind of soft. The red light and green, no cop. Got a souped up, rides on a wind charm. Driver like the devil and never alone along. Future blast punk with a hard drum. Laughing at chaos, pandemonium calm. Austin GT, ultimate muffin on your plate free. No rules, no limits, just pure anarchy. Austin GT, tearing walls, letting it be. He's the king of the madness, roaring spree. Mirrors cracking, lying, shattered glass fly. Potholes can't make him cry. Every blind corner is nothing so sly. Harsh the last maniacal eyes to the sky. Engines roaring, the beast awakes. No place, no stakes, no face. Truth pump through veins till it shakes. Austin GT making hearts break. Roads split up beneath his rubber feet. No chase, no catch, just rhythm lead. Pedal to the metal streets he creep. Ultimate Muppet, no defeat. Ultimate Muppet on wheels, playing free. No rules, no limits, just pure anarchy. Hoxton GT, tearing roads, letting it be. He's the king of the madness, roaring spree. Hoxton GT, ultimate Muppet on wheels, playing free. No rules, no limits, just pure anarchy. Hoxton GT, tearing roads, letting it be. He's the king of the madness, roaring spree.